First, don't die. An ACA recovery path, not a success story, about surviving when there's no one to rely on. Written by Faith Within You, narrated using artificial intelligence technology. Copyright Faith Within You, 2026, all rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form, or by any means, without the prior written permission of the copyright holder. This book is based on real events and the personal experience of the author. Some details may be presented as they were perceived and lived through. This book contains descriptions of traumatic experiences that may be difficult to read. Chapter 1st, Introduction. When you're in great pain, there are two paths. The first, you make others hurt just as much so they finally understand what it's like. The second, do everything so that others don't hurt, because you know what it's like. This book is about the second. I want to live a life of use, not for the resume, not for applause, so that at least one person reading this thinks, if she got out, maybe I can too. You can help make that happen. When you finished or tune, or when you quit, write to me. 1 sentence or 10 pages. What struck you? Where you recognized yourself? Where it became unbearable? Your feedback will help me refine this book so it can reach those who right now sit in the same empty apartment where I sat. My email, faithwithinyou@hotmail.com. Thank you in advance for opening this book. Chapter 2nd, Disclaimer. This book is not a manual, not an instruction, not a recipe. This is my experience, subjective, specific, mine. It worked for me, not guaranteed to work for you, not guaranteed to fit, not guaranteed to be safe. Over 20 years of trying to get out of what I was in, I tried many things. Some of those things were legal, some were not. The book mentions ketamine, MDMA, psilocybin mushrooms, marijuana. I do not recommend, promote, or encourage the use of any of these substances. I describe my experience honestly, without romanticizing. Some of these substances gave me insights that no therapy ever did. Some nearly killed me. Between those 2 points, nothing predictable. Psychoactive substances are not a path to recovery. They are what I tried along the way, when it seemed like there were no other doors left. If you are considering a similar experience, do it only with professional guidance, only legally in your jurisdiction, only with full understanding of the risks. My story is not permission. I also describe suicidal thoughts, self-harm attempts, domestic violence, physical and emotional abuse of a child. These are not topics for light reading. If you are in crisis right now, please reach out for help. No book can replace a living person beside you. The ACA, Adult Children of Alcoholics program, which takes up a significant part of this book, is a mutual aid program, not psychotherapy. I am not a therapist, not a psychologist, not a doctor. I am a person who went through a certain experience and decided to write it down. The names of some people in this book have been changed. Some details were deliberately omitted or generalized to protect those I love and those I once hated. Where it was shameful, I tried to be honest. Where it hurt others, careful. Everything described in this book is how I remember and feel it. Memory is an unreliable witness, especially the memory of a child who grew up in chaos. I do not claim objectivity. I claim honesty. This book was not written to blame anyone. Not the grandmother who beat me but fed me. not the mother who abandoned me but gave birth to me, not the husband who stayed silent but stayed. They all did what they knew how to do, as did I. This book is my testimony. My book is for those who trust no one, not even themselves, for those whom nothing from the outside helps, for those who look very successful on the outside but want to die inside, for those who could easily commit suicide, and no one would ever understand why, because from the outside everything looked fine. A person who got lucky, who had it all figured out, someone who is alone even in a family, even among friends, even at a party. For those who need not the words, just love yourself, but concrete steps, for the thorough ones, for the analytical ones, for the controllers, for the perfectionists, for those whose defenses once saved their life and are now killing them. For those who grew up with a curse the body believed, for those who think the script has already been written. It has not been written, it can be rewritten. I am living proof. I am writing this book while on the 12th step of ACA. The 12th step says, pass it on. Share what you received. Not because you are healed, because staying silent hurts more than speaking. I write for those who have lost hope, who are overwhelmed by emptiness and the desire to die. I know what that is. I know how hard it is to climb out of there, and I know how important it is that you're not alone in it. I want to be that person through this book, the one I never had. I write for those who do not believe in God. The ACA program works, even if you believe in nothing. My higher power is not God in the conventional sense. It is my higher self. Loving parent, the inner parent I had to create from nothing. Meditation and breath work are not a ritual, but a concrete tool that works at the level of the nervous system. For those who need proof, not faith, this book. I write for those sitting in isolation, because isolation is the coping mechanism of every adult child of an alcoholic. Isolation is emptiness. I want to help those who are in it, how to be there and not fall apart, how to get out, relying on yourself, with the feeling that life can fill with color again. I write for people in AA who have spent 30 years confessing and still never dug to the root, who were never taught how to build a loving parent inside themselves, whose solution is to rely on God. But what about those who don't believe? Meditation and breath work and loving parent, that is what heals. But it is not practiced in AA. I want to make it known. And I also write for Artem, my son. Not for little Artem, for the one who will someday grow up and want to understand why his mom was the way she was, why she screamed, why she cried, why she sometimes looked at him as if she hated him, and why despite all of that, every time, every day, she chose him. I cannot explain this to him in words, so this book is not words, it is an act. Here, look. This is where I came from. This is what I went through. This is why I did what I did. Not because you are bad, not because I don't love you, but because inside me lived a girl no one taught to love. And she was learning on you, crooked, painfully, with mistakes, but learning. If one day you open this book and recognize your mother in it, know. I wrote every word so that you would understand, not through explanations, through the story, through actions, through the truth. There is hope, even for those who had nothing, especially for them. Because when you have nothing left to lose, you are finally ready to try. Chapter 3rd, How to Read This Book. This book is not a novel. You don't have to read it cover to cover in one evening. It's not meant for that. There's a lot of pain in it. Back to back, chapter after chapter, blow after blow. That's how my life was. I know how I feel now. And that's how the book is written. I didn't smooth it out, didn't dilute it, didn't make it pretty. Because pretty would have been a lie, and I'm writing the truth. But truth can be heavy, and if you recognize yourself in these pages, Mari, it will be twice as heavy. So, a few words on how to handle this. Stop. If your body tightened, if your throat closed, if tears came, or the opposite, everything inside went empty and quiet. Stop. That's not weakness. That's your body saying, I remember. Put the book down. Breathe. Feel your feet on the floor. Come back when you're ready. The book isn't going anywhere. Don't read at night. Seriously. Especially if you have insomnia, anxiety, or you're in a hard place right now. This book brings up what lies deep, and deep things are better brought up in daylight when you have the resource. The book is structured like this. The first 3 parts: my story, childhood, adult life, recovery. They go chronologically. There's a lot of pain in them, back to back, no pauses. That's how the life was. That's how the book is written. The 4th part, I can't control this. The ACA program steps, therapy, relapses, what helped and what didn't. It also contains 2 standalone chapters. Step 4 with AI, a ready-made method with prompts you can use on your own. And the body knows more, the science behind what I discovered on myself. The 5th part, the map, short chapters with insights and tools, rewritten beliefs, a mini protocol for when it hits, sticky notes on the fridge. Also there, emergency exit for those on the edge, and the anger that didn't exist, about an emotion that was taken from many of us in childhood. The epilogue, the same point as the prologue, but a different me. The healing fairy tale. Don't skip it. It's the same story in a different language, in a language where shame is less frightening and truth is lighter. It works with the unconscious. Just read without analyzing. At the end, what to watch next. Videos I watch myself, including specific breathing practices I mentioned throughout the book. Links on the website. If you are in crisis, if you are at the place where I was, with a knife on a balcony in an empty apartment, this book will not replace help. Call, write, go to a meeting, find one person you can tell the truth to. The book will wait. You won't. If there is no one to reach out to, write to me, faithwithinyou@hotmail.com. If you recognize yourself, that is normal. It doesn't mean you're broken. It means you can see, and seeing is already the first step, not toward healing, toward no longer carrying this alone. Part 1st, Prologue. Chapter 4th, The Knife. If you type my name into LinkedIn, everything looks like I made it. Born in the Soviet Union, grew up in Kazakhstan, a gold medal, the highest academic honor in Soviet and post-Soviet schools, awarded only to students with perfect or near perfect grades across all subjects and all final exams, extremely difficult to earn. University in Novosibirsk, enrolled in the IT department without ever having seen a real computer. 6 years, Gaussian. And a master's degree with honors, Kaspersky Lab. Then the first immigration, Canada, Toronto. The second, California, Amazon. Service now. Husband, son, house with a pool and a jacuzzi. Company names on a resume that get recognized in interviews before you've even opened your mouth. If I had died in February 2025 at the wake, someone probably would have said, strange, she had everything. On the outside, a product manager with a flawless track record. On the inside, autopilot. An autopilot that learned to smile in Slack and write "great job, team" 12 seconds after leaving the bathroom where it sat on the floor and rocked. I suppressed everything feminine in myself and became a machine, logical, productive, indispensable. A human supercomputer. 18 years of career without a single long vacation. Because vacation is when you have nothing to distract you, and when there is nothing to distract you, what you've been running from starts inside. February 2025, a small empty apartment, a cell as I called it. Yesterday, I released a big project at ServiceNow, got messages from the team, wrote something cheerful in Slack, put an emoji, closed the laptop. Today, I am sitting in an empty apartment with a knife in my hand. I understand those who yesterday spoke to an audience of 10,000, and today suicide. Between these 2 points, nothing, just a switch. On the outside, one thing. On the inside, something else entirely, for a long time. Strange to end up here with a resume like that. Sitting and thinking, what convincing reasons do I have not to do it? Even one? Artem, my son. He is 10. I don't want him to grow up without a mother, like me. But sometimes I hate him so much for being the only thing keeping me here that I want to cancel even that reason. And then, shame for even thinking that. And then, emptiness. Shame doesn't work. Love doesn't work. Nothing. Hysteria. An abyss of despair. The bottom. And beneath it, another one. My imagination has already painted a picture I can't chase away. The note is already written too. A list of my internal beliefs about myself that I once wrote down in therapy. They look like a suicide note even then. I just didn't know that one day they would become one. And then an unexpected call from a friend. Bad timing or perfect timing. He stopped me. The brain switched on, came to my senses, you could say. I remember everything I know about how to help myself. I put down the knife. Close call. By the age of 10, I had used up all 9 lives like a cat. Apparently, the universe has other plans for me, since branches break, husbands wake up, and friends call at the wrong time. For now, a close call. Something in that moment shifted, and it didn't get easier, but for the first time I saw the edge. This book is about how I got here. There's a questionnaire on adverse childhood experiences. Adverse Childhood Experiences, ACE. 10 questions, 10 categories. Abuse, neglect, household dysfunction before the age of 18. A study of 17,000 people showed, at 4 or more out of 10, the likelihood of a suicide attempt increases 12-fold. Alcoholism, 7-fold. Injection drug use, 10-fold. At 7 or more, the likelihood of a suicide attempt is 31 times higher than for those with 0. At 6 or more, lifespan shortens by nearly 20 years. I scored 10 out of 10 possible, maximum every category, all 10. When I saw that number, I wasn't surprised. I was surprised I was still alive, and that I hadn't drunk myself to death, and that I wasn't on a needle, and that my son knows my face. This book is about how I got out, and about what helped. Part 2, Orphan with a Living Mother. To understand how the story ends, you need to understand how it began. It began long before me. Chapter 5, Get an Abortion. Even before I was born, my grandmother told my mother, "Get an abortion." My mother didn't. That is probably the only decision in her life for which I should be grateful. Though with the word grateful, I would later have a separate, long, and not so simple story. I was born in December 1984 in Ust-Kamenogorsk in Kazakhstan, in a still Soviet country that was already cracking at the seams, though the adults back then probably didn't call it that. Later it would fall apart completely, and instead of the familiar, something else would come. Empty shelves, disappearing money, shootings on highways, a bus that could be stopped in the middle of the road, and men with automatic rifles for whom your life was just an obstacle between them and a bag of cash. We lived in a private house on the outskirts of the city. A garden, chickens, rabbits, pigs. Everything that in another context could be called rural coziness. In ours was not coziness, but a survival setup. When my grandmother later told the story of how their bus was once stopped and robbed at gunpoint, and my grandfather was driving somewhere, saw a woman with a baby, stopped to help, and it turned out to be an ambush, and men jumped out of the bushes and started shooting. All of this was told in the same voice they might use to discuss how much salt goes in pelmeni, Russian dumplings, or whether they'd managed to dig up the potatoes before the rain. I heard this around age 7, and no one thought a child should be shielded from such stories. It was not a horror story. It was considered life, the kind where danger doesn't stand out. It's background. In a world where a highway shooting sounds as routine as a soup recipe, the body learns one thing very early: don't relax. Danger doesn't warn, it just is. And if you don't sense it in advance, you're already too late. Chapter 6. Love. My mother's name was Lyubov. It still seems like a cruel joke of fate, but back then, of course, I didn't think about any jokes. There was just a mother named Lyubov, love, and a grandmother named Nadezhda, hope, and me, Vera, faith. Vera, Nadezhda, Lyubov. Faith, hope, love. And not one of them was truly given to me. They were words, but not experience. My mother was my grandmother's first child. She grew up practically on the streets. My grandmother worked 3 jobs. The father drank and beat him. Then came an early divorce, and my mother and her younger brother Oleg, my uncle, were left somewhere between an absent mother and an absent father. The streets raised them before anyone at home had a chance to tell them how people actually live. My mother was stubborn from childhood. When she was stood in the corner, she fell asleep there but never asked for forgiveness. When scolded, she stared at the floor and didn't apologize. Very strong in math, with a real mathematical mind that in a different family, a different country, with a different start, could have taken her to a math department or into science. In this life, it led nowhere. In this life, there were 2 colonies for troubled children: delinquency, prison for theft, then another one, alcohol as a way not to feel, men from the same world, where they hit, drink, and don't ask what's inside you. For a long time, I thought my mother's stubbornness was character. Then I understood it was not freedom, but the only form of autonomy available to her. My mother acted out. My grandmother demanded obedience. My mother fell asleep in the corner and didn't apologize. She had been broken slowly and long before me. By the time I was born, she lived in anesthesia, alcohol, men, prison, anything, as long as she didn't have to be inside herself. My mother's younger brother, Oleg, was her complete opposite. My mother fell asleep in the corner and didn't apologize. Oleg apologized for everything, smiled, joked, knew how to adjust, how to smooth things over. He did poorly in school. My grandmother said he was a bit dim, but that wasn't about intelligence. It was about his survival strategy. They both grew up on the streets and both feared my grandmother's rage. They just chose different strategies. My mother, rebellion. Oleg, compliance. Chapter 7th, hope. My grandmother's name was Nadezhda. She was born on the eve of the war in a family where there were 10 children and 4 sisters survived. The rest were taken by hunger, disease, and what at the time was not considered catastrophe, but simply life. From the age of 9, she rolled heavy stones for the railroad, barefoot because there were no shoes. Stocky, sturdy, with heavy hands and a voice that made even grown men at the market flinch. I knew her only this way: a thunder woman, a force of nature, a woman who could scream at anyone, fight a man, make a scene, hold down 3 jobs, trade at the market, and survive a life in which tenderness was considered an almost deadly luxury. From her childhood, she took one rule that became her spine, her religion, and her only language. Weakness kills. Feelings are a luxury. Tenderness is danger. If you are not tougher than the world will crush you. This was not her theory. She didn't say it in beautiful words. She just lived that way. She checked the cleanliness of the corners of her children's rooms with a cotton ball so that not a speck of dust remained. My mother and Oleg scrubbed the apartment spotless and fried trubachki, rolled wafer pastries for her when she came home from work. Not because they were sweet kids, but because otherwise hell could break loose at home. They often told me later how lucky I was that my grandmother didn't check my cleanliness with a cotton ball, and that my life was easy. When I later read Petronovsky's article on intergenerational trauma, about how wars and famine passed down not only poverty, but the very atmosphere of existence, I didn't need to fill in the gaps. That fear lived in the house before I ever appeared in it. Don't trust, don't relax, endure. It was transmitted not through words, through how you're picked up or not picked up, through how crying is answered or not answered. My grandmother received it from her mother, passed it to my mother to me. My mind learned to survive before it learned to live. It learned to read mood by footsteps, by the sound of a bag set down at the door, by how a person entered the house and what their first word was. It watched not what the adults said, but what radiated from them. This is where Rabbit was born inside me. Hears danger before it happens, doesn't relax, lives 1 second ahead of reality. And my grandmother was also terrified that I would grow up like my mother, that I would become weak, loose, drunk, lost, that I would die under a fence. Her words to me as an 8-year-old girl, "You'll die under a fence like your mother," were not malice. It was her own horror turned inside out. She didn't know how to praise because in her world praise makes you relax, and relaxing is not allowed. If the child is obedient, the house is clean. Everything is under control. It means the world hasn't fallen apart yet. Let go, and everything collapses. She gave what she had, and what she mostly had was fear. And she also had a curse, or rather she herself was the curse. For those she loved, she cursed my mother, Oleg, me, said words, and the words came true. My mother died at 42. Oleg, beaten to death while drunk. I grew up feeling that my number was next, that the number 42 was written somewhere inside me and there was no erasing it. Chapter 8, Grandpa. My grandfather, Akuin Valery. Not biological, my grandmother's second husband. An ethnic German born at the start of the Great Patriotic War, World War II, in the USSR, which in itself was already a brand. Being a German boy in a Soviet post-war school meant being an easy target. They rubbed lard on his chalkboard, forced him to confess to things he didn't do, threatened to kill him. He told me this once, already an adult, when drunk, and never returned to the subject. He generally lived as though everything inside him was locked up. Taciturn, distant, cold. When my grandmother screamed, he was silent. When she humiliated him, he left. hid in the garage and drank. She called him Dedka, old man, herself, Babka, old woman. Not once in my entire childhood did I see them hug, kiss, or even touch each other gently. My first and only model of a relationship between a man and a woman looked like this. She commands, he endures. No one warms anyone, and being near another person is still frightening. He didn't hit and didn't scream, and against that backdrop he seemed safe. But silence while someone is beaten next to you, that is also betrayal. Didn't hit, but didn't stop it either. When my grandmother screamed at me or hit me, he didn't stop her. Went to the garage, pretended nothing was happening. Only much later, already in therapy, I understood that he loved me. In his way, silently, helplessly, from the distance at which he himself had once learned to survive. But childhood doesn't feel better for that. In childhood, what registers is something else, protected or not protected. And if not protected, then you are alone. Chapter 9th. Pelmeni instead of milk. From 6 months old, I lived with my grandmother. My mother went to prison for theft. She didn't breastfeed me. She chose to smoke instead. My grandmother fed me pelmeni, Russian dumplings. Pelmeni instead of milk at 6 months. Grandmother instead of mother. I was half a year old. I could barely roll over. The person who gave me life simply disappeared. My mind doesn't remember. My body does. First terror, then pain, then something inside switches off. Crying doesn't work. No one comes. And so the child does the only thing it can. Stops feeling. Not hysteria, not aggression. Emptiness, shut down. I was alone, and didn't even know it could be otherwise. I was 40 when I understood where this came from. I was 6 months old when it began. Chapter 10th, Knife in the Side. I was a few months old when my mother was drinking with some guy and something went wrong. He stabbed her with a knife and she dropped me. I don't remember this, of course, before age 1, but the terror of knives appeared as soon as I gave birth to my son and seemed to have no cause. My grandmother told this story many times, completely matter-of-factly, without horror, without pause, without the meaning of something terrible could have happened to you. Just like you talk about market prices, stabbed, dropped, nothing. She's alive. In the world of my adults, a knife in the side was not considered a catastrophe. A catastrophe is when there's no money for bread. A knife, well, things happen. Later, well into my 30s, under MDMA in therapy, something else surfaced from the earliest period, not as an image, as a bodily knowing from which there was no way to wave it off. My mother engaged in prostitution while I was present. She was degraded. She did what she did, and I was somewhere nearby, within arm's reach of what an infant should never see. Consciousness cannot remember this. The body remembers. Then many things became clear, where at 5 years old the strange sexual acts in kindergarten with a boy came from, not because I understood anything, but because the brain was repeating the only model of closeness it had already recorded, where later at 9 I hurt myself with a pencil in intimate places and thought about myself, I am filth. Not something bad happened to me, but I myself am bad. My merciless critic was born somewhere here. Not a voice, not a thought, a knowing. He didn't argue or prove. He simply delivered the verdict. Final, not subject to appeal. A child doesn't conclude that the environment is abnormal. A child concludes that they themselves are abnormal. If the problem is in me, I can become better, quieter, cleaner, and then maybe they'll stop hurting me. My perfectionist began with this deal. Become flawless, and they won't touch you. Chapter 11. snow, and the carpet. My grandmother also told the story of how my mother sat me down on the snow in autumn while she was drinking with her friends. That's how my first bladder problem started, for life. At 3, I wet myself on the carpet at nursery school in front of everyone. During a school performance, I was scolded publicly, not explained to, not comforted. And at home, telling was also not allowed. In houses like ours, you learn very quickly the difference between pain and permitted pain. If you feel shame, fear, or hurt, that is not a reason to go to an adult. That is a reason to go silent. Shame flooded me from the inside that day, as if everyone could see what was inside. The body betrayed me. From that day, it became the enemy, something to watch, something not to trust. This is where control settled inside me. It became the only one I trusted. It never let go because it knew if you let go, it will be like that time, on the carpet, in front of everyone. Relax equals lose control, equals be humiliated, equals be destroyed. The body learned this at 3. The mind caught up at 40. I then spent 35 years thinking that all people feel the same sharp, blinding pain every time they need to use the bathroom. Not heaviness, not discomfort, but pain that is impossible to endure for even a second. In a meeting, you sit and clench yourself with your hand under the table, pretend to listen, while inside the pain shoots through the entire body. Only in Canada, already past 30, did I suddenly realize that most people don't live like that. My husband once said he was too lazy to get up at night to use the bathroom. Lazy. It took me several seconds to process what that meant. That you can need the bathroom and not writhe in pain. That you can hold it and nothing happens. That for most people it's just heaviness you can ignore. I was diagnosed with overactive bladder. Chapter 12, The Courtroom. Then my mother came back from prison, but didn't come to live with us. Drank, partied, disappeared. At 2, she forgot to pick me up from nursery school, and the teacher took me home with her. I remember almost nothing from there, only dark blue walls in the bathroom and the feeling that the day was already over and no one came for me. Close to nighttime, my grandmother arrived. This episode cemented a very simple thought inside me. I can be forgotten. Not in the head, in the gut, like a spasm that from that day fires every time someone is late. And from it grew a second, quieter one. If they forgot me, then something is wrong with me. I am bad. Around the same time, there was a second trial, theft again. I remember the courtroom, and I remember reaching for my mother's lap, and she pushed me away. This is one of those moments that don't turn into a verbal memory, but remain as a knowing in the body. Arms reach out, and they are not accepted and pushed away. This is not the same as when the mother is simply absent. This is different. The mother is there, and still doesn't want you. From this place, the emptiness would later come. Arms reach out, and they are pushed away. From 2 to 6, my mother was locked up again. Letters came rarely, and there was no love in the letters, and being angry at her was not allowed. I understood this very early, deeper than with my head. If I get angry, she will disappear completely. So love for my mother went in one direction, hatred in another, and between them grew a wall. My grandmother repeated, "Your mother doesn't need you." Didn't scream, didn't dramatize, just stated it as matter-of-factly as a weather report. These were not isolated outbursts. This was a system. The air of the house. A child in such air doesn't argue, because there is nothing to compare it to. The child simply believes. My grandmother also cursed people, and told a story of how she once cursed someone, and he died the same day. Then she cursed my mother, my uncle, me. My grandmother cursed me too. I already knew that, and I knew they come true. I am writing this and notice I've clenched my jaw. My hands are cold. The body remembers faster than I can type. So, a pause. Inhale. Feet on the floor. The cat is nearby. The window is open. The air is March air, with the smell of something damp and alive. This is now. What happened, happened. But now, this air. Chapter 13th, Cigarettes. At 5, I flew to visit my mother at the Karaganda strict regime prison for the first time. We flew with my grandmother. I don't remember joy at the meeting. I don't remember excitement. I remember the bathroom. My mother took me in there and asked me to hide the cigarettes that my grandmother had brought in my underwear. I hid them, carried them through the checkpoint. Everything inside tensed up the way it tenses when you're doing something adult, dangerous, and not entirely clear, but you are given to understand that this is normal, that it is necessary, not to hug, not to hold on her lap, not to talk, but to give an assignment. That is the first visit with my mother I remember. I would then live for a long time by the same template, not understanding where it came from. To be needed, you have to be useful. Not loved, not wanted, useful, a function. But back then I was 5 and I was just hiding cigarettes. Chapter 14th, Go Away. At 5, my grandmother threw me out of the house for the first time. Not figuratively, not as a joke, but for real. Put me out. I didn't have keys. I didn't have a mother. I didn't know where to go. Oleg talked her out of it and brought me back. If he hadn't, I still don't know where I would have gone. From that day, the word home stopped meaning safety. Home became a place you could be thrown out of. Not for a great crime, but simply because the adult next to you couldn't take it anymore. Later, my grandmother would throw me out again, or threaten to, which felt almost the same. And every time the same thing was being recorded inside. I am not here by right. I am here as long as I am convenient, as long as I am quiet, as long as I am useful, as long as I don't get in the way. Make a mistake, and they'll discard you. Later, I would carry this feeling into every adult relationship, into work, into homes, into friendships, into marriage, as if I am everywhere temporarily, as if at any moment they could ask me to leave, and it's better to have a backup plan ready in advance. I still have a backup plan for everything. Since then, I am everywhere temporarily. For every situation, a backup plan. To this day. Chapter 15, The Stake. At 6, I sat on a stake. Our neighbor Markovna had a swing in her yard. There were almost no other entertainments, and her garden seemed to us like an amusement park. Usually she let us swing. That day, no. I was not so much upset as confused. Yesterday it was allowed, today it's not. Why? If you can't go through the gate, then you can go over the fence. That was my child logic. The neighbor boy and I climbed over. I went first because I was always brave and went first. He boosted me and gave a little push, and I sat down on a rusty iron stake right in my groin. I climbed off the other side carefully, without screaming, without understanding how bad it was. I just saw the blood. I walked home in terror, not from the pain, from something else. My legs like cotton, my hands ice cold, from the knowledge that if you come home with pain, you might also get punishment. That had happened before. When you are hurt, and at home they turn it into your fault, the body very quickly learns to hide the wound before asking for help. So I lied saying a neighbor had thrown a stone at me. For that, I immediately got hit on the bottom, hard, on the very place where blood was already flowing. My grandmother dragged me inside, threw me on the couch, spread my legs, got to look at what was there. The fence was rusty. The wound was jagged. They took me to the hospital. The first one refused us. At the second, I only remember the anesthesia and the words, "Everything will be fine." And for the first time through all of this, the fear let go. Not because it stopped hurting, but because there were finally adults nearby for whom pain did not mean guilt. It wasn't the first time I'd been in the hospital. Before that, I had almost died from some illness. They gave me a special IV and said I would either survive or not. I survived. By the age of 9, I'd been in hospitals several times, always alone. My grandmother brought food. Staying with children in the hospital was not customary then. My mother was in prison. I was getting used to one and the same thing. When things are bad, no one is there. This was not perceived as tragedy. It was perceived as normal. I would repeat this many times later and mistake it for strength. Chapter 16, First Grade. When I was 6, I started school, an experimental class. You had to pass a competition to get in. Even then, I liked how my mind worked, like solving something non-standard, catching a problem on the fly, feeling how one thought hooks onto another and runs ahead. We composed poems, did strange exercises with words, wrote texts where every word had to start with the same letter. Mine was, once Oleg's old father obtained an offspring deer. Oleg was overjoyed. I liked this. In school, I felt for the first time not shame, not anxiety, not the need to guess an adult's mood, but something like freedom. There I was not a Bibasarka, a regional insult for a clumsy, awkward, never quite right girl. Not a klutz, not a child being tolerated, but someone who was good at something. I learned very quickly to guess what teachers wanted even before they said it aloud. I read adults instantly, not out of cunning, but out of necessity. If you know what they need and give it before they ask, they leave you alone. School very early became not just pleasure for me, but currency, my way of earning the right to exist. This is where Fox was born inside me, reads, anticipates, gives before they ask, so they don't discard you. It was a 20-minute walk to school. My grandmother showed me the way once. After that, on my own. That's how everything was set up in our house. They show you. Once, then you are supposed to manage. Asking again, being afraid, saying it's scary. None of that was expected. I walked alone, at 6 years old, through a neighborhood where adults calmly discussed bus robberies and highway shootings as if they were part of ordinary life. But I had nothing to compare it to. If they show you the way once and send you walking, you don't think, this is unsafe. You think, this is how it should be. One day on the way home from school, a man took out and showed me his penis, stood there, watched what I would do, called me closer. I remember not the image itself, but the helplessness, that I was alone, that no one was around, that there was no one to help, that I just had to run. I ran. I didn't tell anyone at home. If someone hurts you, deal with it yourself. Later I would understand. This is not strength. This is trained silence. If you come home with this, they will punish you, not for what happened to you, but for bringing it into the house. 6 years old, 20 minutes alone on the road, and so every day. But there were mornings when the snow crunched under my boots, and the world smelled of frost, and I walked and breathed, and for a second everything was simple. Step, breath, crunch, sky. Chapter 17, Tropa. From the age of 6, I earned money on my own. First I sold newspapers, then cigarettes, chocolate, drinks. You want a Dendy? A knockoff Nintendo console popular in post-Soviet countries? Earn it, my grandmother said, and I earned it. In those years, everyone around traded whatever they could, however they could. Near a store, you'd set up a big cigarette box, put a board on top, lay out the goods. This was called Tropa, a makeshift street vending spot, an informal selling stand. You stand and sell. If the police come, you have to grab what you can and run, because the rest they'll simply confiscate. Once I didn't make it in time. They drove me around the city for a long time, then took me to the station. I escaped from there. I saved up 1,200 tenge, Kazakhstani currency, and bought myself a dendy. Myself. Didn't beg, didn't wait for a gift, didn't earn it for good behavior. Bought it. It was almost happiness, made with my own hands. Then Uncle Oleg came drunk, fell on my dendy, and broke it. Done. Several months of work on the Tropa. 1,200 tenge, my first big purchase, and in 1 second, nothing. No one apologized. No one said it was a shame. No one offered to buy a new one. That was also a lesson, though at the time I couldn't name it. What you earn can be destroyed in 1 second, and it won't be considered a tragedy, just another small thing in life. I learned not to get attached to things and not to value them. Chapter 18, Footsteps. The first thing I truly knew how to do in life was rid mood by footsteps. I could hear my grandmother's footsteps still in the hallway and already know what was coming. By how she entered, how she put down her bag, how she walked across the floor, heavy, sharp, or slightly lighter. You could tell whether today would pass quietly or everyone would suffer. My grandmother could get upset over a chicken, over the weather, over something someone said 3 years ago. And if she was upset, everyone suffered. Not because she deliberately wanted to torment anyone. That's just how her world was built. You could have done nothing wrong. Not made a mistake, not been rude, not broken a cup. Sometimes it was enough to simply be nearby at the wrong moment. I lived in a mode of constant scanning, tracking, checking, not relaxing. At home, you can't. The internal sentry by that point no longer switched off. It worked around the clock, without relief. This was called normal life. Chapter 19, by Basarka. I was a lively child. Loud, active, always rushing somewhere, dropping things, falling, bumping into corners, catching on objects, as if there was some personal conflict between me and physical space. I was interested in everything. People, words, how things work, why the sky is the way it is, why adults say one thing and do another. My grandmother called me Bai Basarka. Inside me lived a wild, alive energy, the kind that would later have to be locked away. She said it in front of people. People laughed along. By Basarka, clumsy butterfingers. Everything always wrong. Everything falls. Everything breaks. I heard that word so many times that I gradually stopped being surprised when something fell or went wrong. Just waited for it to be named aloud again. As an adult, I learned the term ADHD. Back then I had a different word. By Basarka. Liveliness and noise were not considered good things at home. You got stood in the corner for them, at first just standing, then for hours. Then I started falling asleep there. Later, from around age 7, the punishments got harsher. Now on your knees, on buckwheat, a common punitive practice in some post-Soviet households, forcing a child to kneel on dry buckwheat grains. That supposedly gets the message across better. I had to ask for forgiveness, often not even understanding what exactly for, because no one explained anything. Just screaming, an order, the corner, knees, buckwheat, silence. This is how they tamed the wild kitten inside me. A small creature fascinated by everything, unable to be quiet. Its alive energy, the kind that would later have to be locked away. They would tame it for a long time. They would tame it all her life. Inside, the critic translator was at work. It translated any quality of mine into the language of guilt. Liveliness, Bibasarika. Curiosity, you're in the way. Energy, take that. Liveliness had to be extinguished, and I extinguished it. Along with it, shame accumulated. Grandfather didn't protect me. Now he says he didn't know because my grandmother did it when he wasn't there, and he spent all his time in the garage so he wouldn't end up under her anger himself. From age 7, they would leave me a list of chores: clean the house, cook food, feed the livestock, and leave for the whole day, leaving me alone. This also seemed normal. I didn't know that there are homes where 7-year-olds are not left alone for an entire day, where adults play with children, where weekends don't mean weeding, cleaning, feeding, scrubbing. I learned this only later when I saw other families, and it was not shock but quiet grief for a life that others get by default, and envy. But I was not only obedient. When my grandfather came home from the night shift and collapsed into sleep, and I wanted to go out, I knew. Asking grandmother was pointless. Asking grandfather while conscious, also pointless. But if you go up to him while he's sleeping, touch his shoulder and quickly, sweetly, while he's not fully awake, ask, "Grandpa, can I go out?" He'll nod and say, "Go." He agreed to everything in that state. I figured this out around age 8 and used it every time my grandmother wasn't home. This wasn't cunning for the sake of cunning. It's just that the direct path didn't work. Ask directly, refused. Explain that you want something, laughed at or punished. But I wanted to go out, and Fox found the workaround, as she would for the rest of her life. Not through the door, through the window. Not with words, with calculation. Not with truth, with strategy. No one spent time with me just to spend time. I had to be able to entertain myself, and I did. I examined things in the Staika, a dark wooden shed in the backyard. The only thing my grandfather sometimes gave me was the chance to putter around next to him. Straighten nails, because there was no money to buy new ones. Saw pieces of wood, watch him fix something. I was 4 when I found the slats he'd been carefully planing for window trim and chopped them all into little pieces with a hatchet, simply because I wanted to do what the adults did. There were no other toys, no other games either. Cleaning the yard, shoveling snow off the roof, weeding in the heat, none of this was considered work. It was considered either entertainment or duty. In our house, there was almost no difference between those words. I learned very early a simple internal arithmetic. Useful means needed. Needed means they won't throw you out. This became the main rule. Anticipate what the adult needs. Do it before they ask. Smile before they notice. Become indispensable, and they will keep you. I also loved going far beyond the city alone, starting around age 6. No one asked where. No one walked me. The main thing was to be back by 8 in the evening. Otherwise, you'll be brought back with a switch. I'd been through that too. There were no clocks then. But to this day, I feel time, down to the minute, which surprises those close to me. Beyond the city, there was a processing plant, and next to it, an enormous hill of slag, gray, crumbly, with a sharp smell that stung your nose. At the base stood an acid lake, an unnaturally bright color, turquoise or green. I don't remember exactly. You couldn't touch it. Everyone knew that. I knew it too, but I went there again and again. I climbed to the very top of that hill. The slag crumbled under my feet. Sometimes I slid back a meter, climbed again, gripped with my hands. At the top I sat and looked out over the whole city. Alone. From up there, everything looked small and quiet. Houses, roads, gardens, people. From up there, grandmother's screaming couldn't reach. From up there, nothing could reach. In winter, I rode down that hill on a sled, like a normal hill, except the hill was toxic, and at the bottom, if you didn't brake in time, the lake was waiting, and falling in would be bad. Once I fell not into the lake, but onto my side, hit my solar plexus, and couldn't breathe for several minutes. Lay on the slag, looked at the sky, and waited for the air to come back. It came back. I got up and rode again. Didn't tell anyone at home. I liked being alone. Not always. But up there, loneliness was not pain but space. A place where no one screamed, where I was not by Basarka, not a burden, not an orphan with a living mother, just a girl on a hill. Chapter 20th. Mice. When we moved from the apartment to the house, there were a lot of mice and rats. There was no poison then, and my grandfather caught them with traps. Every morning he brought the catch, 1, 2, sometimes 3. I collected them, laid the dead mice out in a row on a white cloth, and played with them. They were my little children in a nursery. I counted them, rearranged them, talked to them. They were small, gray, with closed eyes and curled paws. I wasn't scared, and I wasn't disgusted. I didn't feel anything at all. Just mine, and I'd do with them what I want. For the first time in my life, I was the one deciding. Once I hid that cloth behind a door, 12 mice neatly laid out in a row. I don't know how many days they lay there. No one talked about sanitation or hygiene back then. My grandmother was mopping the floor, opened the door, saw the white cloth, unfolded it, and under it 12 dead mice. How she screamed, how she cursed. And I stood and watched, wasn't scared, didn't cry. Just watched as my grandmother, who could yell at a man at the market and get into a fight with a neighbor, shrieked at my mice, she who was terrified of mice, and I who collected them with bare hands. Then there was the boycott against the yard kids. When they bullied me, I decided to show them not to mess with me. I brought a dead rat, big, gray, heavy, and started swinging it around near the bushes where they usually sat. Played with it, tossed it, caught it. They watched with disgust and kept their distance. It worked, right up until a cat jumped on the rat from the bushes. I had to part with the rat, but for a few minutes I was the queen of the yard. And there are also 2 drowned puppies on my conscience. The dog had pups, and my grandfather said the extra ones had to be drowned. Explained it just like that, and entrusted it to me. I was about 6 or 7. I took the puppies and did what he said, with absolute indifference, without tears, without doubt, without a tremor in my hands. The same way I finished off rats that hadn't fully died in the mousetrap. Finished them because that's what needed to be done. Because grandfather said so. Because in this house orders were not discussed, and asking how I would feel during or after was something I hadn't learned, or had already unlearned. Now I wouldn't hurt even a spider. Now these memories ache so much I want to squeeze my eyes shut and rewind. But back then, nothing, no feeling, as if the part that should have felt pain for a living creature had already been switched off. It switched off earlier, at 6 months, when crying didn't work and no one came. By 6 years old, the switch had long been in the off position, and my hands did what they were told to do, without questions, without feelings, without resistance. I had nothing. No fear, no pity, no thrill, only indifference. The switch had been in the off position since 6 months. My hands did what they were told to do. Chapter 21st. 6 Tench. Once my mother gave me 6 tenje for colored paper, 50 American cents if you translate it into another life. I lost them. With ADHD, you lose things constantly. Not because you don't try, but because your brain is built that way. But back then I didn't know any words about neurodifferences. Back then it was simply called take that. My mother said, "Find them by 5 o'clock or there will be consequences." I searched everywhere, didn't find them. At exactly 5, she took the rubber hose from the washing machine. Her face was calm, indifferent. She beat me without screaming, without hysteria, without words. methodically, as if I were not a child but an object that needed processing. She beat me until she got tired. My body turned black. I didn't go to the Pioneer Ball, a Soviet-era children's volleyball-like game, competition the next day. Nah, I couldn't move. No one particularly asked why. My grandmother saw everything, said nothing. A child who is beaten without feeling absorbs one thing. The body is not yours. If it hurts, it's your own fault. Better not to feel. The child absorbs that their body is not theirs, that the body doesn't matter, that if it hurts, it means you're guilty, and it's better not to feel at all. Neither feelings nor body. A very convenient dissociation for any stress. Chapter 22nd, The Belt. My grandmother also beat me. Not with her hand, with the strap of a leather bag, with a metal clasp that left a separate mark with every blow. She held me so I couldn't break free. When you are held, there is nowhere to go. The body is clamped by someone else's hands, and the only thing left is to wait for it to end. I tried to break free. Couldn't. And then something stone-like switched on inside. Not even a thought, but a decision made by the body without me. Endure. Just endure. This is how the armor was assembled inside me. Muscle by muscle, layer by layer. The frozen one. The part that switched off feelings because feeling was mortally dangerous. Then for 30 years I wouldn't be able to take it off. Ignore yourself. Push through. Keep going even when everything inside screams no. The body switched off the pain signal before it reached the head. This is called dissociation. Back then it was called normal. Chapter 23rd, Stika. Around the same age, a boy in the yard smashed my nose bloody. Just because. I was the smallest. There were no adults around. I didn't go home. I hid in the Stika, a dark wooden shed in the backyard that smelled of hay, metal, and musty wood. Blood dripped onto the snow. I pressed snowballs to my face, changed them when they turned red and wet, and stood there alone until the bleeding stopped. Then I wiped my hands on my pants and went home as if nothing had happened. Years later, an ENT told me my nose had been broken and healed badly. That's why it doesn't breathe. In that yard, they bullied me often, spat on me, threw dust at me, hit me. I stopped going there. When I fell off my bike at full speed and tore up my back on the asphalt, I didn't go home. Set my hair on fire from the poplar fluff. Same thing. I went to my friends. They washed it, bandaged it, helped however they could. I did this every time my body was injured. Bypassed the house and looked for help anywhere except where I lived. My fox. By that time I already knew all the workarounds. Who to run to, who to ask, who to smile at so they'd help. Anywhere, but not home. Shame said, not something bad happened to me. Shame said, I myself am bad. Going home with pain was scarier than standing alone with blood on the street. Not because the street was safer, but because at home they punished you for pain. Not for the act, for the very fact of pain. As if being hurt, falling, getting injured was not a misfortune, but an offense. As if a child has no right to pain. This was recorded in the body as fact. Pain and fear I could already dull by that time. Behind clenched jaws, behind a sucked-in stomach. My pain is needed by no one. This became habitual. Once my grandmother beat me with the dirty floor rag I had used to wash the porch steps, across the face, right on the porch, in front of the neighbor, for poorly washed steps. The neighbor stood and watched, said nothing. The shame then was so strong that I wanted to disappear right into those steps, fall through them, become smaller than my own shadow. My cheeks burned, my throat squeezed shut. I stood and didn't move until my grandmother left. I didn't cry. By then, I no longer cried. Tears changed nothing, they only made it worse. That shame would return later, in how I flinch after a mistake, how I can't hold someone's gaze. To be seen is dangerous, because when they saw, they hit. Chapter 24th Night. One night my mother and I were walking together after some party of hers. The days when she actually took me to spend time together almost always looked the same. She was somewhere drinking, and I had to exist nearby and not get in the way. I was 7. It was dark. She walked fast, not holding my hand, sometimes pushing me if I fell behind, as if I were not a child but some clumsy bag that catches on the road and keeps lagging. Then she walked even faster, and suddenly something came over me. Probably after the story with the 6 tangs, after the hose, after all that accumulated silence inside. I simply stopped, turned around, and walked the other way. I was 7, night, a dark street, and I was walking away from my mother, though in reality, of course, I was walking toward one impossible thing. I was waiting for her to turn around, to notice, to call out, to run after me. She didn't turn around. I reached the bus stop, got on a bus, and rode home. Thank God I knew the route and my stop. But more important than the bus, the route, and the dark street was something else. If I disappear, no one will run after me. The body memorized this that night, not as drama and not as offense, but as a law. Later, as an adult, any crack in closeness would be experienced by me not as an ordinary human difficulty, but as the end of the world. Not we're going through a tough time, but I'll be abandoned. Not the person is angry, but I'm alone against the world again. And somewhere very deep would live a question I couldn't silence for 40 years. If I become important enough, will someone finally run after me? Chapter 25th. The Sea. Once in 3rd grade, I brought home a C, a troika, a grade of 3 out of 5 in the Russian system, equivalent to an unsatisfactory mark for a high-performing student. My grandmother took a chair leg and broke it across my back. She feared bad grades, or rather everything they stood for: failure, poverty, falling. A child of war, she knew no other way to raise a child. She passed on the only thing she had: terror of making a mistake. If the handwriting in a notebook wasn't neat enough, my grandmother tore the notebook. Rewrite it, I rewrote until nighttime. If it still wasn't right, she tore it again. And I rewrote again. This is how a system gradually assembled inside me that would later run my entire life. A child who feels that love can be lost begins searching for a way to hold on to it. Some become quiet, some become invisible. I chose a different path: become perfect. Not because I love school that much, but because the body remembered the chair leg, the torn notebooks. A C had long stopped being just a C. A mistake became a danger signal. I must be flawless to be safe. I didn't just try hard. I was trying to earn the right to be loved. The world I grew up in said the same thing in hundreds of variations. Pain is normal. They can beat you, and that doesn't mean they don't love you. It means you're not good enough yet. Become better, and maybe they'll stop hitting. When my grandmother was in an especially bad mood, she frightened me with the orphanage, said the police would come and take me, that I'd be wandering through trash heaps. She said the same to her own children, that prison was crying for them. It was her language, the only language she knew. And she also liked to remind me that I should be grateful to her, that she saved my life, that without her I would have ended up in an orphanage. I'll say honestly, not much gratitude was born in me. When I remember all this, I feel not gratitude, but an aching pain. The horror of the orphanage, of the trash heap, of being discarded, all of it settled inside me as chronic fear, helplessness, hopelessness, and next to it, another truth that also can't be escaped. Without her, I truly might not exist. She was saving my life, and at the same time, day after day, killing in me the feeling that this life was worth anything. But somewhere between the A's and the terror, I started noticing something. When a problem worked out, for a second it became quiet inside. Not happy, quiet, as if the mind, which constantly scanned for danger, for a moment stopped and simply was. I didn't know what that meant then. Now I think it was the first glimmer of something, that I was not only a function. Chapter 26. Grandmother's Therapist. At 8, I became my grandmother's therapist. She started telling me her things, how her first husband, my mother's father, beat and raped her, how he damaged her kidney, how he passed her around to his friends, how he died of overdose, choked on his own vomit, how at 9 she rolled stones for the railroad and had no shoes to go to school, how her mother was dragged by her father, her hair wound around his fist, on a horse, how the ex-wife of my grandfather Valeri buried a photograph of my grandmother under the garden gate with needles in it, for a curse, how my grandmother herself fought men at the market. She told all of this to me, in detail, not skipping the bodily, the bloody, the degrading. I listened and imagined everything, very vividly, very precisely. The moment I heard something, a movie would start playing in my head. And in my movie theater, the films were about rape, beatings, death and vomit, a woman dragged on a horse by her hair, fights, blood, knives, prison, curses, humiliation. I learned to be composed in a place where I desperately wanted to be small. Learned to listen where I wanted to cover my ears and run. Learned to function where I wanted to burst into tears and be comforted. 8 years old, and this is not early maturity and not empathy. This is a child whose childhood was taken away and replaced with someone else's pain served for breakfast. Therapists would later call this parentification. I called it evenings. This is how Iron Man switched on inside me. The one who does everything, endures everything, only doesn't feel anything. He didn't need a heart. He needed to survive. Then I had to switch off the images. Not right away. Gradually, as if someone inside was slowly turning down the brightness on the screen until it went dark entirely. Now I almost never see dreams. When I close my eyes, it's dark. I can know, but not see. I cannot imagine or visualize, only know. In meditations, I would later recall that inner moment when the girl decided to become blind because seeing all of this was no longer possible. Knife fights, brawls, grandmother's stories, how she once attacked grandfather with a knife. Everything came through images, and the only way to survive was to turn off the projector. The psyche did this without my permission, saved and simultaneously crippled me. This is how. Blind girl was born. But if the images could be switched off, the sensations in the body could not. When someone nearby suffered, I felt their pain physically, in my body, not in theirs. And it's still the same now. That's why I can't watch the news, can't watch films with violence. The body still works as an antenna for other people's suffering. That 8-year-old girl who sat and listened to her grandmother never went away. When my grandmother had a headache, I placed my hands on her head and tried to take the pain away, as best I could. Something like hypnosis, some sort of childhood energy healing, long before any words for it existed. She'd say it got better. I was 8. I took other people's pain into myself and thought that's how it should be, because in our house that was my way of being needed. Asking for attention, shameful. Asking for love, pointless. But you can earn your place if you become useful, if you become the one they can't do without. Chapter 27. The Knife. At 8 years old, I watched my grandmother attack my grandfather with a knife. He knocked the knife away, twisted her arm. I stood in the doorway. My feet were glued to the floor. She wore a splint afterward. He survived. It was over. The next morning, my grandmother made porridge. Grandfather went to the garage. I went to school. I didn't tell anyone. This was probably one of the most terrifying lessons of my childhood. A catastrophe can happen before your eyes, and in the morning everyone will act as if nothing particularly happened. Horror is not discussed. Fear is not acknowledged. Life goes on as if nothing happened, and the child is left alone with everything that recorded itself inside during that time. And a lot recorded itself. The sense that at any moment a knife could appear in someone's hands again, that the world can crack suddenly and without warning, that silence in the house is not necessarily peace. Sometimes it is just a pause between blows. Later, I would carry this expectation of catastrophe inside me my whole life, and for a long time I confused it with intuition, responsibility, maturity, anything but what it really was. A body that never believes safety actually exists. Chapter 28. Visits. My mother appeared sometimes, for a few weeks, sometimes less. Once my grandmother tried to give me to her. Go live with your mother. My mother lasted 2 weeks, then went on a bender, and my grandmother had to rush to take me back. The second attempt lasted even shorter, a week. In the 90s, my mother sold cigarettes. I remember how she attacked some woman at the market, trashed her goods, screamed, made a scene over something trivial, or so it seemed to me. People watched. I felt so ashamed I wanted to be invisible, to not be her daughter for at least those few minutes. My mother was loud, crude, vulgar, and all of this was also being recorded inside me as knowledge about what a woman is, not as the thought women can be like that, but as an inner image of femininity, screaming, filth, absence of dignity, contempt for oneself. I had no other model. And even more importantly, she was never proud of me. Never said good job, never patted my head, never wished me happy birthday. For a child, the mother is the mirror in which they first see whether they exist at all. When there is no mirror, inside forms emptiness. Not the hysterical, not the loud kind, but a very quiet one. I am not seen. And if I am not seen, then I am uninteresting. Then the very fact of I exist means nothing. Then I don't exist at all. She lied all the time. Promised to come, didn't come. Promised not to drink, drank. When she hit bottom, she told me how in the juvenile colony she swallowed needles to get into the hospital and how she slashed her wrists. I was 8 and I sat across from my own mother, who was telling me about needles in her throat and showing scars from slashed wrists, and this was our time together. Uncle Oleg lived with us for months at a time, then disappeared, then reappeared. Drank, quit, drank again. Every few months he and my mother would go on a bender and drop out of life. It had almost become a rhythm you get used to, like bad weather. Once he slept on our couch drunk and urinated on it. I already found it a bit strange that a grown man could lie there and wet himself in the middle of the day, and no one particularly treated it as the end of the world. Just another form of my mother's and Oleg's life, plus my grandmother's curses. May he rot somewhere. And around 9, I understood one very harsh thing. Not as a feeling anymore, but as a clear thought. My mother and Oleg cannot be helped. I even said it to my grandmother. She didn't answer. Something inside me closed. Not with a creak, not with drama. Quietly. The child who still hoped that someday the mother would come and become a mother died without a sound. At 9, something simply stopped turning on. Didn't break. Got tired. Later, years later, all those visits, binges, market scenes, lies, silence instead of birthday wishes would add up to one inner verdict. I am not the one people change for, not the one people choose sobriety for. A child doesn't think, Mom has a disease, Mom has her own brokenness, Mom can't do otherwise. A child thinks, then it's about me. This is how the helpless surrenderer was born inside me. Not lazy, not weak, just the one who got tired of hoping, the one who decided if I stop waiting, it will stop hurting. He lay down and never got up again. Not because he couldn't, because every time he got up, it ended the same way. And Wild Kitten by that time already knew how to do it both ways at once. Want to be held and hiss if you reach out. Hate my mother for not coming, and hate myself for that hatred. You can stop here. A lot of pain in a row, a lot of blows that landed one on top of another, until the child stopped telling where one ends and the next begins. But the child survived. You know this because you are holding this book in your hands. Chapter 29th, Mirrors. Then Oleg slashed his stomach with a knife. Wanted to die. Didn't die. Later he showed me the scar. I was 9, and I already knew what a suicide attempt was. Not as a word, but as a scar on my uncle's stomach, as the smell of alcohol and bandages, as his eyes afterward empty, as if someone had switched off the light inside. Inside settled a knowing. People can destroy themselves and no one can stop it. My first attempt to slash my wrists would come at 13. Between his scar and my first attempt, 4 years would pass. Chapter 30th, By Force. My grandmother and Oleg often forced me to eat. Boiled tomatoes with skin and borscht. Oversalted, overcooked, whatever it was. When I cooked and something burned or I oversalted it, they made me eat all of it myself. I didn't want to. They forced me. The body didn't matter. This is how I learned one of the most dangerous things. My I don't want to doesn't matter. My I can't doesn't matter. The body is not a source of truth, but something that must be forced to obey. Later, already an adult, I was long puzzled by why I didn't feel hunger, didn't feel fullness, could eat standing up on the go without noticing the taste, as if food were a task, not a pleasure. This started not with diets and not with work stress. This started here. The body went silent. Stop saying, I don't want and enough. And when the body is silent, it also won't say, I feel bad. I feel empty. I need warmth. And then the mouth becomes the only entrance through which you can let something in. Not because you're hungry, because you're empty. This is how Binge Eater was born inside me. Not greedy, hungry. Not for food, for what food replaced. For warmth, for the feeling of I exist. Food didn't comfort, but for a second it filled. Chapter 31st, The Cabinet. At 9 I broke a huge glass cabinet filled with crystal. My dowry, as my grandmother called it. I accidentally dropped a book on a glass shelf. The glass went down, and everything shattered with a terrible ringing. Everything inside me froze, like before a blow. I was beaten so badly that from that day I drew a final conclusion. No broken thing is worth getting upset over. Things are just things, but for things, they kill you. A broken cup, lost money, a C, everything meant one thing. It's about to hurt. Perfection was the only form of safety. Then my grandmother did throw me out of the house for real. Not stand in the hallway, not go think about your behavior, but out. I had to go to my mother. She was living at some drinking buddy's place, and thank God I knew where. I spent 2 nights there. Grandfather didn't come for me. Not once in my entire childhood did he protect me. Later he said he didn't know. I still sometimes think, how can you not notice that a child has been missing from home for 2 days? After 2 days, my grandmother came and took me back. Didn't even apologize. Just said, "Let's go." 2 nights at a drinking buddy's place, 9 years old, and a grandfather who didn't know. This was the truth about my place in the family. I am here as long as I'm convenient. The moment I become a problem, the door is open. Chapter 32nd, The River. At 10, a drunk relative picked me up and threw me into the river. "I'll teach you to swim," he said. I didn't know how to swim. I was drowning. My grandfather stood nearby and didn't intervene. I remember only the water and the fact that no one protected me. Since then, I fear water not figuratively, not symbolically, but with my body. The body remembers. Since then, a river for me is not water. The river is something that can kill. The body memorized this once and for all. There is no protection. Even your own can cause harm, and others will stand and watch. Chapter 33rd, Alcohol. At 10, a dog tore my mother's lip off. She was drunk and going to visit someone head-on through the yard. The dog lunged. My mother came to us later with her lip stitched up. Part of the lip was missing. At 12, Oleg lost an eye. A drunken group. He was sleeping. Someone hit him with a hammer. I saw him afterward. The eye was gone. It was terrifying to look at him every time. By that time, alcohol was no longer something adult, strange, romantic, or forbidden to me. Alcohol was this: a scar on a stomach, a lip that's gone, an eye that's gone, a knife in grandmother's hand. People around me didn't just drink. They were slowly, systematically, almost methodically destroying themselves in front of my eyes. And I stood nearby and watched and couldn't stop it or look away or leave. Grandmother's curse was coming true before my eyes. My mother was falling apart. Oleg was falling apart. The number 42 ticked somewhere inside like a bomb everyone knew about, but no one said aloud. Chapter 34th, Grief. Here's what was normal. No one played with me just to play. No one spent time with me for my sake. I walked alone, went to school alone, played alone, was sick alone, coped alone. No one ever said, "I love you." No one hugged me just because. No one sat next to me. No one asked, "How are you?" This is not a complaint. This is just how it was. Grief for a life that others got by default, for games that never happened, for hugs, for words that were never said, not once. I long thought that wanting these things was weakness. Asking is not shameful. Shameful are those who didn't give. Chapter 35th, The Diary. By age 9, the system had already assembled itself. School came easily, and it became my currency. A's lowered the tension at home. Not much, not for long, sometimes just for one evening. But at least that. A C meant catastrophe. Not because a C itself means anything, but because behind it stood everything else. Screaming, humiliation, beatings, the chair leg, torn notebooks. I learned to hide the C's. I carefully tore out the page from my school diary, a record book used in Russian schools where grades are logged daily. Went to my friend's grandmother, asked for clean pages from another diary, then at home stitched them in with a needle and thread because we didn't have a stapler. The lines had to match. The paper had to lie flat. The page numbers had to match. The handwriting had to not give me away. I was 9 and I was forging a school diary with the precision of a little counterfeiter. If any of the adults had bothered to notice this talent, they would have understood. The child has either a bright future in crime or a very large fear. Fear 1. became a product manager. I forged not only for myself. In 7th grade, my friend Kamala was in the hospital with sinusitis, and I was putting on a school performance and couldn't do without her. She was the best. They wouldn't release her. The doctor said no. The homeroom teacher said, well, what can you do? I wrote a request in the name of the homeroom teacher, forged her signature, because by that time I was already good at copying handwriting, trained on the diary. Then I forged the signatures of 2 more teachers. Everyone agrees the child can be released for the event. Brought it to the hospital, handed it in. Camilla was released. The performance happened. No one ever found out. Fox could bypass any system if inside that system they told me no. Ask directly. Won't help. Explain why it's important. They won't hear. So make the system itself produce the needed answer. A signature is just ink on paper. The important thing is that it matches. But one time I didn't have to forge anything. In 7th grade, they announced a contest for a young journalist at the local newspaper. They were recruiting from grades 5 through 11 of our lyceum. I asked my grandfather, was it worth going? He said, of course, go. That was, I think, the only time in my entire childhood when an adult near me said, not no, not don't butt in, not who asked you, but simply go. I showed up and was the smallest, 156 centimeters tall. The rest were from 10th and 11th grade, a head or 2 taller than me, some already with mustaches. We were given an assignment, write an article on any topic in a week. I didn't know what to write about, but I knew what I could do. Go to strangers and ask questions. My grandmother had taught me not to fear adults, or rather, taught me to fear only her. And against the backdrop of grandmother's wrath, any director seemed quite harmless. I went uninvited to the director of the local power plant, just walked into the reception, said I was from the newspaper, that I was writing an article. The secretary looked at me from above, was stunned by my audacity and nerve, and let me through. The director turned out to be a decent guy. He answered my questions about power outages and rates, didn't laugh, spoke seriously as if to an adult. Then I went to Altai Energo. Same thing. Walked in, introduced myself, asked, wrote it down. A week later, I submitted the article. Out of the whole group, only I was chosen. They printed it in the newspaper. The article was called The Brave Little Tailor, where the editor introduced me, told everyone about my bold initiative to investigate a timely topic, and published my interview. They published me a few more times after that. I received my first real paycheck, not through the tripa, not through fear, through what I could do. Show up, ask, take notes, write. My grandfather, when he found out, said nothing, as usual, and they didn't take the money. By their standards, this was almost praise. Chapter 36, Not Wanting. I stopped allowing myself to want very early. Not because I was modest, and not because my desires were small or unimportant, but because desire makes a person vulnerable. If you want, they can refuse. If you wait, they might not come. If you reach out, they can push you away. The psyche chose a safer path, not wanting. Do what needs to be done, solve problems, achieve, be a function, and want nothing from others. And sometimes I caught myself in a strange state, as if watching what was happening slightly from the outside, as if inside there was someone who observed, registered, recorded, but didn't participate. No panic, no pain, only registration. The frozen one, the part that had been assembled layer by layer with each blow of the belt. By this time was no longer just protecting. She was running things. This state would return later at the hardest points of my adult life. During childbirth, during immigration, during fights, during depression. Numbness turned out to be a reliable tool. It didn't heal, but it allowed me to continue. Emptiness switched off feelings. Iron Man kept acting. A perfect pair for survival, a catastrophe for living. I read a great deal. Reading was one of the few ways to legally disappear from reality. In books, no one hit you, no one threw you out, no one made you guess moods by footsteps. Through books, I first learned that you can feel something and not be punished for it, even if through other people's feelings, other people's words, other people's lives. I don't remember anyone asking me what I feel, and I don't remember asking myself that question. I knew what needed to be done. I didn't know what I wanted. Back then, it didn't seem important. It would become critical later when I'd be in my mid-30s, sitting in an empty apartment in California, unable to answer the simplest question: what do you want? Not because the question is hard, but because wanting had been switched off a very long time ago. Chapter 37, Siberia. At 13, we moved from Kazakhstan to a village in Siberia. New country, new school, a new world where again I had no place. I was the straight-A girl who didn't drink, didn't hang around with boys, didn't wear what others wore, talked somehow wrong, looked somewhere wrong, and with her very existence violated the local order. A white crow, only not a proud or a free one, but an ordinary scared girl who desperately wanted everyone to like her, so she could be safe. They started bullying me, ruined my things, insulted me, said nasty things so I'd hear, whispered behind my back, did everything a school pack knows how to do to someone who doesn't match them. Not on the outside, not on the inside. Boys shoved snow down my collar. I tried to handle it on my own. One winter, after yet another round of snow shoved down my collar and someone's hands where they didn't belong, I went out during recess to the outdoor toilet, packed a huge snowball, dense, heavy, the size of an adult man's fist, carried it into the classroom under my coat and sat at my desk as if nothing had happened. Sat, waited. The snow started melting, ice water ran down my stomach, but I didn't move. After 5 minutes, I stood up in the middle of the class, turned to face them, and hurled that ball at their desks so hard it exploded right in their faces. Spray, chunks of snow, wet notebooks, someone screamed. I was immediately thrown out of the class, of course, but I walked down the hallway and was very pleased with myself. For the first time in months, pleased. It didn't help. They continued. Then I did something else. My grandfather had a keychain with a small decorative saber, about 3 centimeters long. Dull, useless, just decoration. I took it, found a sharpening stone, and sharpened it. Slowly, carefully, the way my grandfather sharpened knives. Then I brought it to school, placed it on the desk, and told those who were tormenting me, "If you touch me again, I will defend myself." I showed the blade. They laughed. 3 centimeters. That's not a knife, that's funny. One of them decided to test it. I plunged the saber into his hand, drew blood. He pulled back, looked at the blood, looked at me. I looked back, without blinking. After that, the boys didn't bother me anymore. At home, I said nothing. You can't come home with weakness. But at some point, someone from school called with threats and started saying I was a slut, and got my thunder grandmother. I begged her not to go to school. I already knew very well that her way of protecting could make things worse. She went anyway, made a scene, put everyone in their place, made them bring their parents to the village council. From the outside, it looked like defense. But the childhood social system is cruel and simple. After that, it got worse, much worse. The entire school declared an ignore on me. For several months, no one spoke to me. They didn't fight, didn't push, didn't argue. They just acted as if I didn't exist. Wild Kitten inside had by then already retreated to the farthest corner. It wasn't just unloved. It was as if it had been erased. When no one looks at you, no one responds, no one notices, what arises is not loneliness. What arises is the feeling that you don't exist. The boycott lasted several months, and somewhere in the middle, something inside switched. Before, I had been acting like my mother, stubbornly, directly, head on, threw a snowball in their face and felt satisfied, plunged the saber in and stared without blinking. But my mother's strategy led to a boycott. Hitting back didn't help. Grandmother's scene didn't help. Force didn't help. And then from somewhere deep inside, a different voice rose. Not my mother's. Oleg's. Oleg, my mother's younger brother, survived differently. He smiled, joked, adjusted, knew how to smooth things over, knew how to enter a room so everyone relaxed. My grandmother said he was dim, but it wasn't about intelligence. It was his method. Become convenient, become pleasant, become the one they don't throw out. And after months of silence, after months of invisibility, I suddenly understood. I didn't need my mother's strategy. I needed Oleg's. I started telling jokes, deliberately read joke collection wherever I could find them in newspapers and books, and wrote them in a notebook, memorized them, came to school and told them. At first, no one responded. Then someone chuckled. Then someone laughed. Then, tell another one. This is how I began returning from oblivion. Not through force, through laughter. Not through a blow, through charm. Then I started letting people copy my work. The straight A student gold medal track. I had what they needed, and I understood. If you give people what they need, they stop hating you. Won't love you, but will stop hurting you. That was enough. Then I organized a school event, put together everything myself. Assignments, judges, prizes. I needed to be visible, be at the center, be needed. Not because I wanted power, because invisibility had nearly killed me. The event went well. Teachers praised me, kids participated. I stood in front and coordinated, and inside there was not happiness but relief. I am seen again. And then I started drinking in 9th grade for the first time, not out of curiosity and not out of rebellion, from the same formula to belong. If they drink, I drink. If that's the price of admission into their world, I pay. My mother's alcohol destroyed. Mine bought me a seat at the table. And there was also New Year's. After the boycott, I came to the school party dressed as a prostitute. My grandmother's boots with heels, 2 sizes too big. I'd practice walking in them so I wouldn't fall. Short shorts, a blouse, and the main thing, a round pink pin that read, $2,000 a price tag, my worth. They probably didn't understand my costume. For them it was just weird clothes. But I knew. This was my protest. Not with a snowball and not with a saber. With a costume. You made me an outcast? Here's your outcast. Here's your prostitute. Here's everything you're afraid of. And I am not afraid. I walked through the hall in those 2 big heels, and inside it wasn't shame, but pride. For the first time in a long while, pride. 2 strategies. My mother's, hit head on, fall asleep in the corner. Oleg's, smile, adjust, become indispensable. Kitten and fox. They weren't friends, but each saved in their own way. Chapter 38, The Cuckoo Clock. Once I moved the hands on the cuckoo clock 1 hour back. I was 14, 9th grade. I had studied all year with straight A's, the only girl in the whole district who'd pulled it off, and I simply wanted to go out, wanted attention, wanted to be not just a grade machine, but an ordinary 14-year-old girl who goes somewhere with her friends, talks, looks at boys, and doesn't think every second whether she's earned the right to leave the house. my grandfather noticed. The punishment was for the entire summer. No walks, no friends. Just sit at home, weed in the heat, and read books. For one moved hour on the cuckoo clock, for one small transgression. My stomach clenched. Summer was over before it started. But in this house there was never proportionality. There was nothing in between. Either you are perfect or guilty, either obedient or ruined, either the pride of the family or practically a criminal. There was no middle ground. A transgression and a catastrophe became one and the same. Chapter 39th, Boarding School. At 14, I left for a Lyceum Internet. Boarding school, state-run, often associated with neglect, though in this case it was a competitive academic institution. Passed the entrance exam. 6 applicants per spot. On the outside, a smart girl who got out thanks to her brains. On the inside, simpler. Staying home was impossible. The boarding school was a tough place. 12 girls in a room, 3 rooms per floor. 36 girls for 1 toilet. 5 sinks, 1 shower, once a week. If you wanted to wash more often, wash in the Nogamoshka, a foot washing station, a pipe with holes that sprays water, used as a makeshift shower. No curtains. You stand naked washing, and across the way someone has after-school study hall, and they can see you through the window. Shame had long burned out. All that was left was indifference toward your own body, and you don't care because there's no alternative, and you want to be clean. In the morning you brush your teeth there too, at the Nogamoshka, because there's a line for the sinks. 7 a.m. Wake up and mandatory exercise. If you didn't get up, they pulled you off the bed by your foot and you fell on the floor. The boys especially had it bad. The food was terrible. We stole bread and butter from the cafeteria. That was our real food, bread and butter. In the evening, after lights out, when everyone was in bed and the lights were off, we ate dry Chinese instant noodles, straight from the package, uncooked, crunching under the blanket. Those who stayed for the summer and didn't go home ate bread with vegetable oil and salt. A cake was bread with sour cream, which my grandmother sometimes sent, sprinkled with crushed diabetic tablets instead of sugar. This was considered a celebration. In fact, of course, it was not a cake. But when the alternative is bread without sour cream, it's a cake. And here's what's strange. I remember this with delight, with rapture. These were the happiest times of my childhood, because for the first time in my life I was not alone. For the first time there were people my age around me who lived next to me, ate next to me, slept next to me. No one cursed me. The rules were harsh. The food was horrible. The conditions were barracks-like. But it was better than home. Much better. And in this lies the whole truth about my childhood. A barracks with a Nogamoika felt like freedom, because I had nothing to compare it to. At the boarding school, one of my first real insights happened. Not a beautiful one, not a therapeutic one, not one dressed up in words. I simply suddenly saw that other people have mothers. Real ones. Who call, who visit, who bring homemade food, who remember holidays. On International Women's Day, the girls made cards and gifts for their mothers, easily, joyfully, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. And I watched them and for a long time couldn't understand what exactly I was feeling. Not anger, not resentment, grief, and envy. But life at the boarding school was not only about grief and envy. Life at the boarding school was also about survival, and surviving was what I did better than anyone. In 10th grade, I needed to call my grandmother. They never sent me money, never. A long-distance call cost a token cost money, and there was no money, so I came up with something. I took 10 kopeck coin, quan about the size of a dime, and placed them on the tram tracks. The tram drove over them. The coin flattened, increased in diameter, and sometimes came out exactly the size of the token for long-distance payphones. Not everyone, about every third. The rest flattened, crooked, or cracked, but 1 out of 3 worked. Then I improved the method, found a spot on a tram curve where there were few people and the rails bent. There the tram went slower and pressed more evenly. I taped coins to the rail with Scotch tape in an inconspicuous spot 10 at a time, waited for the tram, collected the results. Out of 10 coins, 6 or 7 working tokens came out. That was enough for several calls. Once, before International Women's Day, my friend Masha wanted to call her mother. She had no money either. She asked me. I gave her my coins and explained how to call. Warned her, "This is a crime. We could get caught. You need to be careful." Masha was not careful. She was spotted. Caught. I could have run. I was standing a few meters away. They hadn't seen me yet. I could have turned and left. But Masha was standing there alone, and I couldn't abandon a friend. We were both taken to the police, put behind bars, real ones with iron rods, in a small room that smelled of dampness and cigarettes. We sat for several hours. Then we explained that we were calling our mothers, that it was International Women's Day, that we wouldn't do it again. They let us go. 6 years earlier, I stood on the Troppa and sold cigarettes. 4 years earlier, I forged a school diary. 2 years earlier, I forged teacher signatures. Now I forged coins. The tools changed. The formula didn't. If the system doesn't give you what you need, bypass the system. Find a crack. Crawl through. Act like that's how it was supposed to be. I was always interested in prostitutes. I don't know why. Maybe because my mother was involved in prostitution while I was an infant, and the body recorded it long before the head could understand. Maybe because the subject of sex, body, and shame had been in my life from the very beginning. I watched every movie about it, read everything I could find. But I had never seen a real prostitute. In 11th grade, I decided to fix that. The problem was that the boarding school doors locked at 10 p.m., and prostitutes, I assumed, work at night. So I had to get out after lights out. So I needed a key to the back exit. I came up with a plan. Said the hallway needed repair. Wallpaper was peeling. Had to take the trash out through the back door. They gave me the key for half an hour. I flew 3 bus stops to the market, found a locksmith, got a duplicate made, and came back. Made it in time. That night we went out with Svetka. She smoked, I didn't. We walked along a dark street toward the next block. Going far was scary, and nearby, according to rumors, they stood. We walked in silence, tense, as if on a reconnaissance mission. I was 15, and I felt like a spy from a movie. Behind us came footsteps, fast, male, catching up. The man approached and said, "Girls, gotta smoke." How I bolted from there, like a bullet, like a mouse from Tom and Jerry, legs flashing faster than you know where you're running, and yelling as I run, "No, don't have any." Svetka, right behind me. We ran all the way back to the boarding school without looking back. After that, I didn't look for prostitutes, but I kept the key. It came in handy again later, for other nighttime escapes, less ambitious ones. Forge a diary, forge signatures, forge coins, forge keys. By 11th grade, I had such a track record of bypassing systems that it would have been enough for a small criminal startup. But every time it wasn't about the crime. It was about the fact that the system didn't give me what I needed. Connection with my grandmother, a friend for a performance, freedom in the evening, a chance to see the world. And every time I found a crack and crawled through. Not because I was bad, because no direct path existed. Chapter 40th, Mother. The hatred opened that spring. Not quiet, not rational, not adult, black, viscous, boiling like tar. I couldn't even say the word mama, only mother. Mama's for those who make cards on International Women's Day. I had a mother who drank, lied, hit, disappeared, came back, and disappeared again. Love, because without a mother you can't exist. Hatred, because she didn't come. I split into this at 2 years old in the courtroom. Only then I didn't know it. At 14, I did. The hatred clawed its way out, hissed, scratched, screamed one thing only. I exist, and I am in pain. And alongside it, quietly, another voice added, "You are the same as her. You will become her." And that truth nearly killed me. Chapter 41st, Straight A Student as Diagnosis. By adolescence, 2 parts already lived inside me. 1. The straight A student. Rational, collected, logical, the one the teachers loved, who knew how to do things right, fast, precisely. The other, a frightened child, terrified of being surplus. The crack between them was getting wider. When I enrolled in the Lyceum with a humanities focus, I already understood very clearly. Education was my ticket, the only way out of the system I'd grown up in. My grandmother and grandfather had drilled this since childhood, and I sincerely believed it. I wanted to be their pride, not out of love for knowledge, though I did love knowledge, but out of fear of losing my right to a place. I studied for the gold medal, the highest school honor, requiring perfect grades in every subject. And I got it. From the outside, this looked like a success story. On the inside, it was a continuation of the same survival strategy. Not a happy top student, a steadily running system without glitches. I learned to do things right. I didn't learn to live. The Tin Man from The Wizard of Oz went looking for a heart, but mine went looking for A's, and didn't know those weren't the same thing. And this became the central conflict of the rest of my life. Chapter 42nd, The Jungle. I graduated from the Lyceum with a humanities focus and honestly earned my gold medal. This was not just a school award. It was an attempt to become something my grandparents could be proud of, to prove that all that horror hadn't been for nothing, that something worthy came out of it. They'd drilled one thought into me since childhood. Excellent grades in university are the only chance at a good life, I believed. When it was time to apply, I, like a normal humanities girl, wanted MGIMO, the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, an elite Russian university for diplomacy and foreign languages. International relations, languages, Moscow, travel, people. And then it turned out I didn't even have money for the trip. Not for the ticket, not for housing, not for the first month of living in a strange city. So I decided to go to NSU, Novosibirsk State University, for the foreign languages department, but there were no free spots there. What was left was FIT, the Faculty of Information Technology. My grandfather suggested it. Russian, easy. 2 math exams. If I pushed, I could pull it off in 6 months. I slept a few hours and studied, got in, and somehow at the time I wasn't stopped by the fact that ahead lay physics and programming, or that I had never seen a real computer in my life. At our school, computer science was done on paper. We solved problems on sheets, and I thought that was roughly what working with a computer was. It turned out it wasn't. Chapter 43rd. Kirch what? First class, the new sports complex in Akademgorodok, the academic district of Novosibirsk. Electrical circuit engineering. I needed to build a feedback circuit in a program everyone around me knew, and I didn't even understand how to open it. 200 people in the lecture hall, almost all boys, and many already knew how to do things. And I didn't know where the power button on a computer was. My hands were shaking. They could see it, snickered. The professor comes over, calls me to the board, looks me up and down, and says, "Young lady, named Kirchhoff's Law." Kirch what? I didn't even understand how to pronounce the word. I stood there, felt the shame rising through my body, and burst into tears and ran. At the next computer science lecture, the professor spoke Russian, but I didn't understand a word. IP address, domain, utility. It all sounded like a foreign language, only with no chance of translation. I wrote down unfamiliar words on a sheet. In one class, I filled 2 pages, and everyone around acted as if this were basics. Kindergarten. Shameful not to know. For 2 months, I endured the mockery. I was the joke of the class. I tried, solved programming exercises, but the instructor, when he saw them, could barely hold back laughter. Classmates said to my face, "Your code is garbage." I was the dumb blonde, though I wasn't even blonde. It was a very precise fall face, first into mud, after the gold medal, after the pride of the family story, after everything my identity had rested on. My entire life up to that moment stood on one foundation. I was the straight A student. That was my right to exist. Not love, not closeness, not safety, grades. And now the straight A student was gone. There was a girl who didn't know how to turn on a computer. And if making a mistake for you equals losing love, losing protection, losing your place in the world, then it doesn't feel like an academic difficulty. It feels like the end. Chapter 44th. In for a penny. Once during a computer science seminar, I tried to answer something at the board, and the instructor said in front of everyone, "Vera, where did you even come to? This isn't for you. You won't make it. Don't waste your time. Get your documents and leave." 13 people sat there nodding. After that, I completely gave up. I decided to call my grandfather from the payphone in the dormitory hallway, confess everything, tell him how terrible it all was, that they were mocking me, that I couldn't cope, that I didn't understand anything and maybe really had ended up in the wrong place. I was crying and probably, deep down, hoping not as a 17-year-old, but as a very small girl, that now grandfather would say something human, that he'd feel sorry for me, that he'd say, "Come home, we'll figure it out." He said, "You made your bed, now lie in it," and hung up. The payphone swallowed the coin. The hallway light flickered. I stood with the receiver, which was already giving dial tones, and it felt like a very familiar feeling. The last door you knock on is closed. He couldn't comfort, and because no one had ever comforted him. Couldn't say, "We love you," because in his world that was weakness. But in that moment, I didn't understand that. I understood one thing: there's nowhere left to knock. Chapter 45th. The Rope. After that, my first serious suicide attempt happened. A rope, a tree, the forest. I still remember not the technique itself, not the sequence of movements, but that strange, almost frightening calm with which a person approaches that line if they've lived without an exit for too long, as if everything had already been thought through, not by the head but by some other internal part, one that was tired of hoping and simply wanted silence. Thank God the branch broke. Sometimes people would later ask me how I could have gone through with it, but for me it was never about heroism, about drama, or about the beauty of a final gesture. It was about exhaustion, about an internal dead end, where there was no air left, no language, no adult nearby who would say, "Something terrible is happening to you, but it's not forever." After that, I lived for a long time as the poor girl who was abandoned. At first, this wasn't a concept, just a girl who from childhood was called an orphan. Officially, I really was an orphan with a living mother and father. The father is a separate story. It is a special kind of loneliness when the mother exists, but it's as if she doesn't, and you can't even properly grieve because there's no one to grieve. She didn't die, she just didn't choose you. Chapter 46, The Jungle. I looked at the jungle before me and decided to keep going. Not because I believed in myself, and not because anyone supported me. There was simply nowhere to retreat, can't go back, no help coming. So, on my own, as always. I grabbed books, Googled everything, practically lived in the library, read at night, solved problems, slogged. I no longer cared who said what about me, that I wouldn't make it, that this wasn't for me. I would do it. 6 years later, I graduated from NSU with a bachelor's and master's degree with nearly all top marks. This gave me enormous strength and an enormous trap. The phoenix bird lifted me from the ashes long before I gave it a name. Every time, a new plan. Every time, as if the last ascent. But Phoenix doesn't know how not to rise. That was its strength and its curse. Because my grandfather's phrase became both my wings and my shackles. From then on, every time I'm scared, I go and do it. A handsome man, approach him. Need to tell management it's time for a raise? Go. Need to walk on stage and tell a story? Walk out. Later, I told this story on stage many times. People applauded. I smiled. No one knew that behind the smile was the same girl from the Styka with the bloody snow pressed to her face. Only now she had a gold medal, a master's degree, a corporate career, and applause. From the outside, a story of overcoming. On the inside, of the same mechanism, pushing through, teeth clenched, because stopping is not an option. Because if you stop, you'll start feeling, and feeling had been switched off a long time ago. Munchausen inside pulled me out of every swamp by my hair, pretending there was even strength for it. Physics said, impossible. He said, watch. I learned to push through fear, through shame, through pain. This gave me strength and nearly killed me. Back then, I didn't see the difference between strength and wear. Now I do. From childhood, I emerged with tools: control, perfectionism, the critic, fox who reads people, rabbit who never sleeps. They saved my life. They also made adult life impossible. Because survival tools don't know how to tell, has the war ended or not? Part 3rd, The Reckoning. Chapter 47, Deadline 42. My mother died when I was 21 and she was 42, but I didn't find out on that day or even that week. My grandmother called a couple of months later, called casually, in the middle of the day, the way she always called, to ask how things were, and without waiting for an answer, report her own. Somewhere between complaints about the weather and market prices, she said, "Your mother died." And then in the same voice, without a pause, without a breath, began recounting the details. How the organs had decomposed, how she drank until the end, how they found her. It was the same voice, uneven, businesslike, impenetrable, not a scream, not a whisper, just a fact delivered like a weather forecast. Rain tomorrow, your mother's dead, potatoes got more expensive. My grandmother didn't know any other way. Her own grief, if she had any, she packaged in the same tone, even, businesslike, impenetrable. 40-year-old me does the same. Casually mentions to friends that she tried to drown herself, tried because unsuccessfully, while writing the first chapter of this book. They don't even notice such details. I stood holding the receiver, listening to her describe the organ decomposition of the daughter she had once cursed. And as she spoke, what rose inside me was not grief. What rose was a memory. My grandmother cursed people. She told me about it in childhood, in the same casual tone, cursed a person, and he died the same day. And then she cursed my mother. You'll die under a fence, and Uncle Oleg, and me. And now my mother really had died. Oleg was already dead too by that point, beaten to death while drunk, just as my grandmother had predicted. And I, standing with the receiver, thought not about my mother. A thought crept in. She cursed me too. So it will happen to me too, and I will die. The child believed at 8. The adult didn't stop believing. The number 42, the age at which my mother died, settled inside as a deadline. Not a metaphor, not a fear, a deadline. As if life has a specific expiration date, and that date has already been set, and bargaining is pointless. The fear became a prophecy, and the prophecy became a fact that the body believed long before the head could object. I didn't scream when my grandmother hung up. Didn't cry. My hand with the receiver dropped. Inside, silence like after an explosion. Emptiness. The body did what it did best. Shut down. The same mechanism that switched on at 6 months when mother wasn't there. The same one that fired when grandmother hit. The same one that saved me on my knees in the corner. The body doesn't fully shut down. It memorizes what the head refuses to accept. That night I didn't sleep, or the next, or after. Insomnia came not as a symptom, but as a new state. Permanent, ambient, inescapable. As if somewhere inside, the sentry who had stood guard all his life received an order that night. No more sleeping, no more relaxing. Mother is dead, nay, the danger has become final. The curse works, you cannot close your eyes. The number 42 stopped being superstition. Mother died, and the curse became fact. The clock is ticking. Then the bleeding started. Heavy, frightening, the kind I nearly died from. Before that, they had never happened. Never. There were bladder problems, there was anxiety, there was a tense body that hadn't relaxed since birth. But bleeding that doesn't stop after 2 weeks had never happened. Usually it was always 8 days, and now it wouldn't stop. It came after my mother's death, as if the body had decided, since the curse is real, let's start dying right now. My grandmother called in March. By June it hit me so hard I couldn't eat, couldn't get up, couldn't do anything. I just lay there, and the depression was not sadness, but a disconnection from life, as if someone pulled the battery out of me and forgot to put it back. For the first time in my life, I was put on antidepressants. I was 21, swallowing pills without understanding what exactly they were treating. I didn't connect anything with anything. The insomnia with the phone call, the bleeding with her death, the depression with the fact that mother would never come. I treated symptoms without asking why. The body knew, the head didn't, and this gap lasted 20 years. Only at 40, when I began dismantling myself piece by piece, not through books, but through the body, through what surfaced on its own, did I suddenly see the obvious. As if someone turned on the light in a room where I'd been groping in the dark for 20 years. All the health problems began after my mother's death. The body was still mourning her, in the only language it had. pain, but since I had suppressed feelings, shut off the heart back in childhood, only the body hurt. The head didn't get the message. And for 20 years, I thought I was simply ill, that I had weak health, that these things happen, because connecting your pain with a loss means admitting the loss existed, and admitting the loss means admitting there was something to lose, that my mother, despite everything she did and didn't do, still existed inside me as hope, a small, foolish, childish hope that someday she'd come back, become different, look at me and say, "I'm sorry, I'm here." Mother didn't come back, and with that phrase inside me died not only hope. The part of the child that was still waiting died, quietly, without drama, simply stopped waiting, and in its place remained a formula that then ran my entire life. All my efforts are for nothing. Nothing will change. No one will come. Everything will always be bad. And if it suddenly gets good, wait, because happiness always has a price. Someone will suffer. Someone will die. It's always been that way. Chapter 48, Alive. My first love, Maxime. I fell in love with him at first sight. He was secretive, closed off, one of those people who don't let anyone pass the hallway. But I was Vera, the girl people trust. I could earn trust as naturally as breathing because I'd been learning it my whole life. Reading people, adjusting, guessing what a person needs and giving it before they ask. With grandmother, this was a matter of survival. With Maxim, it became, for the first time, something resembling life. He spoke my language, gifts and touch, immediately, without translation, without a dictionary, without instructions. Beside him, I felt something unfamiliar. Spontaneity, contact, the feeling that you can simply be rather than perform a function. Those were my best years. Not because I healed or something inside got fixed, but because for the first time in my life there was a space where you didn't have to survive every minute. University, work, Kaspersky, all of it spun around. But the center was him, or more precisely, what I felt beside him, that I am a woman who is desired. But even in this, there was something I didn't see at the time. I tried to attach myself to his family, to be convenient, perfect, the one they'd accept. Beside Maxime, I felt defective, because he had a family, a normal one, with a mother who waited for dinner, with a father, with conversations at the table, with that domestic, invisible warmth that other people get by default, and I never. His mother's name was Nadezhda Vasilievna. Nadezhda, like my grandmother. I later, already in therapy, realized this coincidence and gasped. I'd been searching for a mother my whole life, in grandmother, in other families, in women who were nearby, and found another Nadezhda. I loved her, gave gifts, did everything to become one of them, so they'd accept me, so this family would become mine, because I didn't have my own and never would. When Maxime and I broke up, I asked his permission to keep seeing his parents, because by calling them mom and dad, without adding Maxime's, I created the feeling that I too have parents. An orphan who found a family through a man, and didn't want to lose the family even after losing the man. And then the relationship I considered my best years became something else. Not immediately. Slowly, like water erodes stone. Maxime didn't earn. Made $18,000, most of which went to his lunches and gas. I paid for the apartment, food, groceries. I got a job at Kaspersky in a high-salary, high-demand position. Commuted to the city, exhausted myself to near death. Stressed. He saw this. Flatly refused to move to the city. Didn't help around the house. I stayed silent and endured. Because silence and endurance were what I did best. Because with grandmother, staying silent and enduring was a matter of survival. And with a man, it seemed to me this was called love and patience inspire. I'd later call this my mistake number 1. I took out a car loan because I had a high salary and he didn't. I took on what he should have done and called it investing in the future. I'd later call this mistake number 2. I did with Maxime the same thing I did with grandmother in childhood. Earned the right to be nearby. Only with grandmother the currency was A's and obedience, and with Maxime, money and patience. Same formula. If I'm useful enough, convenient enough, patient enough, they won't throw me out. If I pay for the apartment and take out a loan, he'll see how hard I'm trying and love me for real. I didn't know then that this isn't love. This is servicing. And the difference between them is enormous. He beautifully described how great our life would be, and I believed, because in my world, if a person promises, they deliver. I always delivered. If you want something, you fight to the last. And I thought everyone was like that if Maxime promises, he's making the effort. Just need to wait. Need to endure a little more. Stay silent a little more. Pay a little more. And then came the feeling I described in a letter to him years later. I was simply used. It was convenient with me. Words and actions diverged all this time. He only promised but did nothing. And the most painful, I made a mistake in my choice. I don't understand people. The girl who'd been reading grandmother by the sound of footsteps since age 6 didn't see that the man beside her took and didn't give back. But even in this disappointment lived an untruth, because alongside the feeling of I was used lived another. Beside him, I was myself for the first time. Beside him, I felt contact, spontaneity, life. And these two truths, he used me, and beside him, I was alive, couldn't coexist inside. So I chose one, the one that caused less pain. He's bad. I made a mistake. Must forget. And then the relationship became a habit, or so it seemed to me. It got uninteresting. A feeling appeared that I hadn't tried everything I should have tried, that life is bigger than this relationship. This is a normal stage of intimacy that I simply didn't know how to recognize. Intimacy without drama felt like emptiness. Calm felt like absence of life. If it doesn't hurt, nothing is happening. A body accustomed to anxiety didn't recognize peace, mistook it for boredom, and the accumulated disappointment, silent, unnamed, packaged in patience, gave one more argument. Leave. You deserve better. You've invested so much and then got no return. Leave. Vanya, even, though I always called him Vanya, and I started dating and I broke up with Maxime. Left, voluntarily, on my own feet, from the only relationship where I felt alive and desired. Left because I didn't believe good things could last. Somewhere very deep, deeper than thoughts, lived a belief. If things are good now, bad is coming soon. Better to leave yourself than wait to be left. Grandmother said, don't like it and leave. And I left. Only this time, not from a home, but from love. Then I suffered for 7 years, not beautifully, not poetically, dully, monotonously, like a toothache that doesn't pass and you can't get used to. 7 years I regretted leaving, that I didn't try everything before going, that I didn't appreciate, that I didn't see what I had, that I chose Vanya, not for love, but by calculation, by strategy, by the habit of surviving rather than living. Under ketamine, much later, Maxime surfaced on his own. Without invitation, I saw the contact we had, the spontaneity, the feeling of being a woman, and understood what exactly I'd been missing all those years with Vanya: romance, attention, and the possibility of being myself, that I didn't need to be useful to be needed. Maxime gave me this, and I didn't see it, because I didn't know this was even possible. Because I grew up in a house where love had to be earned, and when it came for free, I didn't believe it. Therapist Tatiana later said something I couldn't breathe after for a long time. She said, you don't recognize your kind feelings for him. You insist on indifference, roll out a list of grievances, and convince yourself he was just a training ground. You do this because he's dangerous. He can leave you. And I understood. I denied love for Maxime for exactly the same reason I denied everything good in my life. If you admit you love, you become vulnerable. If vulnerable, you'll lose. If you lose, the pain will be unbearable. Better not to admit. Better to call it habit. Better to compile a list of mistakes, his and mine, and hide love behind the bookkeeping of grievances. This was the same girl who at 7 walked from her mother's house to the bus stop at night and waited for Mother to turn around. Mother didn't turn around, and the girl decided, I'll leave first. Always. From any relationship, from any closeness, from any place where I feel good. Because if I stay and wait, no one will run after me. I didn't go back to Maxime, and he didn't run after me. And the 7 years of pain afterward weren't about him. They were about everything I'd allowed myself to feel beside him and then took away from myself. Maxime, first love, first space where you could simply be. I write about him and feel the body remembering warmth, not pain, warmth, which means it existed, which means I could feel it, which means not everything was disconnected. Chapter 49th, Mexico. At Kaspersky, I worked with Ivan, Vanya, but back then he was just a colleague, one of those programmers you see in the hallway and greet on autopilot. I was sent to an international security conference because I won a contest, an internal competition for the best presentation. I prepared for it the way I prepared for everything in life, thoroughly, obsessively, to the point of burnout, as if what depended on it wasn't a presentation but my right to exist, because in my inner world, it did. Vanya also got a trip to that conference, and there was a reward for being a great programmer. But his plane froze, the flight was canceled, and he was stranded. I helped him rebook the tickets. The rebooking became the reason Vanya ended up in the same hotel as me. The conference ended, everyone left, and we stayed. In one hotel, in Mexico, in that strange space between colleagues and something else, where you can still pretend nothing is happening. But something was happening. I seduced him out of boredom. That's what I later wrote in a letter to him 10 years later, when I was trying to be honest. Out of boredom. But boredom was a lie. Not out of boredom. Out of hunger. That same emotional hunger that had lived in me since infancy, which I confuse now with love, now with boredom, now with a desire for something new. Hunger for contact. My perfectionist stood behind the scenes of every presentation, 20 rehearsals, a perfect slide, sterile confidence. Inside, the same terror as before grandmother's diary check. Vanya was my prop for the presentation at that conference. I spoke. And won. Best Speaker Award. International Security Conference, a hall full of people, applause and award. From the outside, it looked like triumph. My grandmother probably would have said nothing. Like back then with the diary, would have looked and gone to make soup. But inside I was waiting for that applause the way I'd waited for grandmother's good job all through childhood. I got it. From strangers. From the audience. Not from her. And that evening, Vanya and I sat in a bar, and I wasn't thinking about the award. I was thinking that next to me was a person who made me feel good, not because I was useful to him, but just because. And at the same time, I was thinking about Maxime, about how everything with him had become a habit, that I was bored with him, that I hadn't tried everything I should have tried. All those thoughts that would later turn into 7 years of regret seemed at the time like a sober assessment. I didn't understand yet that this wasn't sobriety. It was my way of fleeing intimacy before intimacy could cause pain. We were left in the hotel alone, but I didn't want to cheat on Maxime. I told Vanya no, not because I was a saint, and not because I loved Maxime that much in that moment. I did, but I'd already gotten used to that love, and what you're used to doesn't feel like love. I said no because I had rules. Rigid, iron, unbending rules I'd set for myself back in childhood, when the only way not to get lost in chaos was to hold on to structure. Don't cheat. That was structure. Don't lie. Structure. Finish what you start. Structure, like grandmother's corset, only my own. Voluntary, internal. If I don't break the rules, I'm safe. Vanya accepted. We went our separate ways, and I was sure that was the end of it. By then, everything with Maxime had become a habit, or so it seemed. I knew in advance what he'd say, how he'd look, how he'd turn in bed. He was no longer a mystery, and in my world without mystery, there was nothing to breathe. I was uninterested. The relationship had reached the point that normal people probably call stability. But I didn't know that stability is normal. For me, stability felt like a stop, as if life had ended and everyone had just forgotten to announce it. A brain that grew up in anxiety doesn't recognize peace. 5 out of 10 feels like too quiet. A blow is coming. You need intensity to feel alive. I left Maxime quickly, decisively, the way I was used to doing everything, without hesitation, without looking back. Cut it off. Move on. Don't turn around. We started seeing Vanya. After every fight, Vanya would go silent. Not at home, at the office. He walked past without saying hello, looked right through me, as if we were strangers, and I said hello, every time. Smiled, said hi, pretended everything was fine. Inside, everything was clenched. Outside, hi, how's it going? This is how we began training what would later, in marriage, become 12 consecutive days of silence. But the training started here. Chapter 50th. Mother's name was Vanya. The relationship quickly ran its course. Vanya turned out not to be the promise he'd seemed in Mexico, or more precisely, the promise was mine. I made it up and hung it on a living person who had promised nothing of the kind. He didn't pay me attention, was cold, shut down, stayed silent, called very rarely, acted as if we weren't together but just acquaintances who sometimes crossed paths. I reached out. He pulled away. I tried. He didn't notice. Vanya was intensity, not because he screamed or made scenes, yeah, that came later, but because he was new, unfamiliar, unread. I didn't know what he'd say. Couldn't predict him in advance, and I was used to predicting everyone from age 6 by the sound of footsteps. And this unpredictability, which a healthy person might have been warned by, pulled me in, because in the unpredictability was something that wasn't in Maxime's stability, the feeling that I exist. With Maxime, I was safe, and that's exactly why I left. Because safety I confuse with being unneeded. Because when they don't hit you, don't throw you out, don't curse you, a body that grew up with all that doesn't believe it's love, it only believes pain. Vanya didn't resemble my mother, and didn't resemble my grandmother. He resembled a promise, but I didn't know then one thing I would spend 12 years absorbing. The psyche seeks not the best, the familiar. Vanya was cold, like my grandfather. Closed off, like my mother. Could scream, like my grandmother. I saw only novelty, like a child walking into a new house not knowing she's carrying the old one. And then he dumped me. Simply, without a fight, without long conversations. Left, and that's it. Like the mother who didn't come for me at nursery school. Like the mother who walked away down the night street and didn't turn around. The first real convulsion of grief happened in the car when he told me. Not tears, not a scream. A convulsion, physical, as if someone grabbed me from inside by the ribs and started twisting. My body doubled over. My hands shook. I sobbed with contorted hands, couldn't say anything, and Vanya just sat there next to me in silence. He'd already said everything. The grief I didn't live through at 21 when my mother died. The grief I didn't live through at 2 when my mother pushed me off her knees in the courtroom. All of it found a crack and poured out at once. Through Vanya, through his leaving, through one more person who looked and decided, I'm better off without you. And as I sat in that car, the body drew a conclusion. Not the head. The head wasn't working at all. The body, it said, this pain is familiar, exactly like the pain from my mother. Since I suffered this much from my mother and still love her, it means I love Vanya too, because it hurts this much. It was a trap. Pain was the only proof of love I knew. My grandmother loved and hit. My mother loved and disappeared. My grandfather loved and was silent. In my world, love always came bundled with pain, and when Vanya caused pain, I decided it was love, because there was no other model. I didn't see this then. I would in 12 years. I started chasing him, not beautifully and not proudly. Wrote, called, invented excuses to cross paths, did things I would never have done for myself, because for myself I had no skill at trying, only for others, only for those who leave. 7-year-old me stood at the bus stop alone, after my mother walked away and didn't turn around, and made a decision that turned out to be wrong. Run after those who leave. 25-year-old me sat in a car, twisted by a convulsion of grief, and made the same decision. Run after Vanya. Chapter 51st, Friends with Benefits. So we became friends with benefits. 3 weeks after he dumped me, I started sleeping with him. Without commitments, without status, without promises. Just a body next to a body, and the hope that if I was close enough, convenient enough, available enough, he would one day look at me and say, I'm staying. I adjusted in every way. Didn't argue, didn't demand, didn't say words that might scare him off. Was easy, unburdensome, cheerful. The version of myself that doesn't need, doesn't ask, doesn't pressure. I was playing a role I'd memorized in childhood. Be convenient so you don't lose. Only in childhood the stakes were a place in the house. Now, a place next to a man who'd already decided he was better off without me. It was humiliating, but I didn't feel the humiliation then. I felt the familiar. A known format, give more than you receive and don't notice the difference. With my grandmother, I gave obedience and received the right not to be thrown out. With my mother, I gave waiting and received nothing. With Vanya, I gave my body, time, care, and received presence without involvement. He wasn't cruel. He simply took what was given and didn't ask why I was giving it. And I gave because I didn't know how to exist next to a person any other way. The childhood formula. Same result, tolerated but not chosen. Then we stopped being even that. The benefits ended, friendship remained. If you can call friendship a relationship in which one person hopes and the other doesn't notice, or notices but finds it convenient not to. I don't know what was in his head. I only know what was in mine. Constant, quiet waiting. That he'd understand, that he'd appreciate, that he'd see how much I did for him. That one morning he'd wake up and look at me not as a friend but as a woman he couldn't let go. He didn't wake up, and I waited, the way I waited for my mother. The same position, at the door, with hope that was already rotting. And then I stopped talking to him, not because I fell out of love, not because it got easier, but because the relationship was going nowhere. That was the phrase I said out loud. Even rational adult. But inside was the girl who once again stood on the threshold hearing, leave if you don't like it, and left, because staying and waiting hurts more than leaving. I cut contact the way I knew how, sharply, completely, without transition zones. Not let's talk less, not I need a break, but done. Silence. I thought I was making an adult decision. In reality, I was reproducing the only familiar way of coping with pain. Cut it off. If you can't have it, stop wanting. If you can't hold on, let go first. If the person doesn't choose you, disappear before they notice you're still there. The silence didn't last long. After some time, he received a job offer, and life pushed us together again. But this was already a different stage, the stage where I made a decision I would pay for over 12 years. The stage where, from friends without commitments, we would become husband and wife, not out of love, but out of calculation, for a visa, for strategy. But at the moment of the break, I didn't know that yet. I knew only one thing. I had done everything I could, been convenient, useful, available, quiet, easy, unburdensome, and it still wasn't enough. Like with my grandmother, no matter how hard you try, the A's are still not enough. The house is still not clean enough. You're still not good enough. Like with my mother, no matter how long you wait, she still won't come. I didn't understand then that the problem wasn't that I did too little. The problem was that I wasn't doing it for myself. I was servicing someone else's life and calling it love. I was dissolving into another person and calling it closeness. I was losing myself and calling it a relationship. Because that's exactly what I was taught in a house where love looked like work, and work was the only way to earn the right to stay. Chapter 52, The Visa. Meanwhile, Vanya got into Amazon. He received an offer, a job invitation that in our world meant more than any declaration of love. Amazon is not just a company, it's a visa. It's another country. It's the way out. I desperately wanted to leave. Every move had been an escape. Kazakhstan, Siberia. I moved across the map as if somewhere the past would stop reaching. The past moved with me, but I didn't know. America, the West, the place where everything would be different, where my achievements would be worth what they were worth, instead of being devalued with, so what? Everyone lives like that. Where no one knows you're an orphan, that your grandmother beat you, that you knelt in corners. There, a new me, the one who could finally breathe. And Vanya was my only way of getting there. I knew this, didn't feel it, knew it, with a cold, calculating mind that had been planning moves ahead its entire life to survive. The mind that at 6 learned to earn money, at 9 to forge a diary, at 17 to push through the jungle. That mind had no illusions about romance. It saw the situation clearly. He has a visa. I have a desire to leave. The formula works. This doesn't mean I felt nothing for him. I did. That same intensity I confused with love. That anxiety I mistook for butterflies. That pain from his rejection I called passion. But alongside it, parallel, not intersecting, lived the calculation. Sober, precise, the childlike calculation of a kid who knows no one will save you if you don't organize the rescue yourself. Chapter 53, Not Through the Door. I helped him prepare for interviews, sat beside him, broke down questions, suggested how to answer, what to emphasize. Between us there was an agreement, unspoken like everything in my life, not written, not signed, existing in the space between words. If he gets through, we leave together. He nodded, probably didn't even understand what I meant, and I took it as a promise. We were no longer together, not even friends with benefits, nothing. Two people who once slept together and were now just acquaintances. And then he got the offer. I called to congratulate. As an acquaintance, as an ex, as a person who helped prepare and had the right to be happy about the result. And then, a coincidence that turned out not to be so coincidental. Shortly before, I had fallen and split my elbow. Badly with blood. I have von Willebrand disease. My blood doesn't clot properly. They put me in the hospital. Vanya visited, sat beside me, took care of me, the way he knew how, silently, practically, without words. And in that care, something shifted. Not in him, in me. Because care, even silent, even clumsy, for a girl who hadn't been visited in the hospital since age 6, that's a lot. That's almost everything. After the hospital, we ended up close again. After the offer, even closer, and sex happened. The first since the breakup. And here is where I did what I did. I didn't talk honestly, didn't say, Vanya, I need help. I want to leave. Take me with you. I asked out, but not with words, during sex, through the body, through the only language in which I knew how to get what I needed. At the moment when he would definitely not refuse. When the body had already said yes, and adding, take me with you, was no longer a request. It was a deal he entered without noticing. Because with words I couldn't. Words require admitting, I need something from you. I'm asking, help me. And asking was forbidden since childhood. Every request in my life ended the same way. Worse than before it. The body learned a request equals punishment, and learned something else. If you can't ask, earn it. Go around. Becomes so necessary that refusing is impossible. I didn't ask. I manipulated. Not because I was cunning, but because I didn't know another way. Back then it felt like a victory. Now I see the beginning of the reckoning. He agreed. We became a couple again, and I thought the plan had worked. That I'd push through again, like through the jungle at university, like always. Back then I saw only this. The visa, the calculation, the deal. I didn't see the other thing. That he agreed. That he took on someone else's life, silently, without bargaining, without conditions. Later I would understand. His yeah wasn't indifference. It was his version of, you made your bed. He didn't know how to say, I choose you. But every time something needed doing, he did it. Silently, the way he was taught. Later, after 10 years, I would write him a letter. Long, honest, written from a place where there was nothing left to lose. And in that letter would be words that made even me flinch. I used you, and I got the reckoning. The reckoning was 10 years in which the script didn't change. He didn't need to invest. He got everything anyway. And I contorted myself in every way, hoping he'd love me someday. Like with my grandmother. One more A, one more clean notebook, one more flawless day. And maybe today she won't hit. But back then that evening there was no reckoning yet. There was only his yes, his hands, the offer that meant California, and me, the girl who had just gotten what she wanted, the only way she knew how. I laid the foundation of a house in which I would suffocate for 12 years. The relationship was built not on a request, on a deal. Who's to blame? I asked myself that in the same letter, and answered myself. The chain went back to infinity. On each link, not someone guilty, but someone who didn't know any other way. And I, on my link, also didn't know. With Vanya, I went around through the bedroom. The door opened, but behind it was not what I had imagined. Chapter 54th. Marriage of Convenience. To file for an H-1B visa, you had to be married, and the filing had to happen within a week. In Russia, getting married in a week is impossible. The queue, the paperwork, a month of waiting. Impossible for an ordinary person. For me, impossible hadn't existed since childhood. I bought a pregnancy certificate. I wasn't pregnant, I would be later, but not yet, just a certificate. A piece of paper with a stamp that gave the right to expedited registration. Then I called people I knew. Do you know anyone at the ZAGS, the Russian Civil Registry Office? I need to get married urgently this week. Found someone. Paid a bribe. Arranged everything. Organized it all myself. Quickly, precisely, without extra emotion, as if solving a work task with a deadline. We drove to the ZAGS in a neighboring city right before a work meeting. Vanya wore whatever he was wearing. I wore whatever I was wearing. No dress, no ring, no getting down on one knee with "Be my wife." I handed over the gift. They stamped us in exchange, and we drove to work. A formality, a checkbox, done. That is how I got married. Between 2 work meetings with a fake certificate in my bag and a stamp in my passport that meant nothing except visa status. I stood in that zags and felt nothing. Not joy, not solemnity, not even relief. Just a cold business-like satisfaction. Task completed. Next item, visa paperwork. Later I thought many times, maybe if there had been a dress, a ring, words, something would have gone differently. If he had gotten on one knee and said, "I want you to be my wife," not for a visa, not for a yeah, but because he chose me, maybe I would have felt not like a resource, but like a woman. But there was none of that. And I didn't grieve it then, because I didn't know you could grieve it. I didn't know a wedding could be a celebration, that a bride could be not a strategist, but simply happy. In my house, there was not a single story of a happy marriage, not one example of a man looking at a woman and saying, "You are mine, I choose you." And somewhere very deep, behind all the layers of control and calculation, lived a little girl who wanted someone, just once in her life, to choose her not for usefulness, but just because. And that girl, on that day, once again didn't get what she wanted, and once again stayed silent. But Vanya didn't win the visa. The H-1B is a lottery, and we lost. The certificate, the ZAGS, the bribe, the stamp between 2 meetings, all of it was for nothing, or not entirely for nothing. We were now married, and that couldn't be rewound like a tape. But America, the reason it all started, was closed. Fine. What's plan B? And the process with Canada began. Chapter 55th, Pregnancy. I really wanted a child from Vanya then. It was real, genuine, bodily desire. Not from the head, not from a plan, not from strategy. I wanted it as if something inside had woken up and said, "Now, right now, not later, not someday, now while there's still time." Because the doctor said I was going to die soon. The bleeding that started after my mother's death had by then become a threat. Von Willebrand disease, rare, hereditary, the kind where blood doesn't clot properly. Blood was pouring out during periods, and the hemophilia injections had stopped helping. They told me straight, this can't go on. The body, which already didn't know how to relax, how to sleep, how to stop, now also didn't know how to hold blood, as if it had decided to fulfill my grandmother's curse literally. You'll die like your mother. My mother died at 42. I was 30. And somewhere inside, in the place where what lives isn't thoughts but knowings, I was certain. There wasn't much time left. And then I lost it. That's how I later described it, with the honesty that only comes after many years. I suddenly wanted a child. Didn't decide, didn't plan, wanted. As if leaving behind a person would make death not quite death. As if a child were proof that I existed, that I was here, that it wasn't all for nothing. My mother left nothing behind except me, and she didn't even raise me. I wanted to leave behind someone I would raise, whom I wouldn't abandon, to whom I'd say what no one said to me. When Vanya agreed to our business marriage, I heard in it that he too wanted a child like I did. I didn't actually ask him. I began dreaming of how it would happen. I imagined an evening, and in that evening, candles were burning, many candles, as if light is what should be present when a new life begins, as if the child should arrive not in darkness but in warmth. A month passed. My 30th birthday came. I came home from work, and a surprise. Vanya and friends had prepared everything. The whole room was filled with balloons and flowers, and candles were burning. Those very candles I had imagined. The cake also had candles. I stood before that cake, and something rose inside for which I can't find a word. Not joy, not excitement, but recognition, as if I had already seen this moment, as if life had finally matched the picture I'd drawn for myself. I blew out the candles and made a wish for him to be born to us. And that very evening my wish came true. I found out 2 weeks later, and jumped for joy like a child who was given for the first time what they asked for. And so I was pregnant. In the 6th month, I wrote my son a letter in a notebook. Hi, Artem. I'm Vera, your mom. You're not born yet. I'm on my 6th month now. We really look forward to your arrival in the fall. And for now, you live in my tummy, and you're actively moving around, kicking, and even hiccuping. Your dad and I really wanted you to come, and a miracle happened. You chose us and decided to be born into our family. I wrote and believed every word. I described how I made a wish on my 30th birthday, how I blew out the candles, how that very evening I got pregnant, how I jumped for joy when I found out, how I knew right away it would be a boy, not from tests, but simply knew, how for the past several years I'd sensed the presence of a boy nearby when I came home from work, as if someone was already standing there, waiting. Artem, that was my best birthday ever. Son, thank you for fulfilling my wish. I wrote to him about Vanya. That papa was amazing. The best man in the world. Smart, responsible, courageous. That he was valued at work. That he was my colleague. That he took care of me throughout the pregnancy. Artem, I really want you to be like your papa. All of this was true, and at the same time, not the whole truth, because alongside these words, a few pages later in the same notebook, I wrote something else. If I'm no longer here. I was 30, I was in my 6th month, and I was writing my unborn son instructions in case of my death. Whatever the circumstances of my death, please do not take it personally. It is not and cannot be your fault. Those were the very words no one said to me when my mother died. The ones I'd been searching for 20 years and never found. The ones whose absence left me living with the belief that my mother's death was my fault. I wrote them for my son because I knew, if I die, he will need exactly these words. My main request to you, do something good with your life in my memory. We come to this earth to learn. In any situation, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? I love you and your papa. Artem, I bless you. Take from me and from your papa all the best. P.S. Read books. A 30-year-old woman in her 6th month writes a will and a love letter in the same notebook with the same pen in the same handwriting, preparing for death and for birth at the same time. And this wasn't a contradiction. This was my life, the one where beginning and end always stood too close together. And then 4 years later, I found that notebook while packing boxes for the move to California and added to it. Hooray, found this notebook. I've been wanting to write down what we called you. Froggy Jumpy, Paw Scratchy, Bitey Chewy, Tiger Shechka, Kitten Cub, Kissyavka, Kissyatina, Sweetheart, Dear Beloved Son, Sunny Kitten Ochek. Your funny words, Markatix, Valyatix, Emilian, Googleplex. More things we called you, Marachkin, Kochonochkin, Kitten Tiger Cub, Tigriusha, Kitriusha, Paw Scratcher, Little Devil with a Fluffy Tail, Churchyaka, Churbarsik. 23 nicknames, I counted them later. 23 names for one small person. A woman who couldn't say I love you. Said it in 23 ways. Through Yushechka, through Kisyavka, through the little devil with the fluffy tail. Note, Kisyavka and Kisyatina mean, I'm angry, but I love you. I didn't know how to love with words, but the body knew. The body invented names. The body lay next to him every evening. The body woke at 5 in the morning to make him breakfast. The body won court cases so they wouldn't take him. The body chose him every time, even when the head wanted to die. Artyomka, that's what I called Artem when he was tiny. From birth you were a choleric. An Italian family we are, all cholerics. You run up the walls, we run through the corridors trying to somehow burn off your wild energy, and we also crawl on all fours and meow, because you're a kitten and I'm your mama cat. Mama cat. I wrote that 5 years before I adopted a real cat from a shelter. 5 years before I began learning to love, through Lappa, through a wild creature that bites and doesn't trust. I was already a mama cat. I just didn't know. 23 nicknames, I counted them later. 23 names for one tiny person who hadn't even been born yet. Not a single one from the head, all from somewhere else, from the place the head didn't control. I didn't know how to love with words, but the body knew. The body invented 23 words for love before the child was even born, and not a single one for fear. Although fear was there, it was always there. Artyomka, from birth you were a choleric. An Italian family in one body, restless, loud. In the maternity ward they said, yours is screaming the loudest. I lay and smiled. That's my boy. Mama cat. I wrote that 5 years before I adopted a real cat from a shelter. The image was already there. The warmth was already there. It just hadn't found a body yet. Chapter 56. The first time I unclenched my stomach. For the first time in my life, the corset loosened. Not because I learned to relax, but because inside me someone was growing who needed space. I got pregnant and something strange happened. I slowed down. For the first time in my life. Vanya became tender and sweet, the way I'd seen him in Mexico, when everything was just beginning. He cared, he was present, he looked at me as if I mattered not for my function, but simply because I was carrying our child. I was calm and fluid like never before. The body, which since childhood had lived strapped into a corset, stomach pulled in, jaw clenched, neck tense, for the first time began letting go. I remember the moment I relaxed my abs for the first time, simply stopped pulling them in. The stomach I'd held tight my whole life, for posture, for control, for the illusion that I could handle everything alone, for the first time became soft, because inside it now was someone, and for that someone I could unclench. I was a very intentional mother. I decided this before the pregnancy, long before, decided it the way I decided everything in life, absolutely and irreversibly. My child would grow up differently, without beatings, without corners, without torn notebooks. Everything that happened to me would not happen to him. I was happy to learn I was pregnant. Vanya was happy too. And for a time, maybe a few weeks, maybe a couple of months, it seemed like life was finally on track, that the terrible things were behind me, that this child was my chance to do right what went wrong with my mother. But even in this calm, which was the deepest peace of my life, a crack lived. I was waiting for what everyone talked about, the hormonal rush of love, the oxytocin that was supposed to flood me with warmth, turn me into a soft, glowing, pregnant woman from the magazines. It didn't come. I was still productive at work, logical, collected, operating in survival mode, only now that mode ran quieter. I couldn't talk to my belly. Other women rubbed their bellies and whispered something tender, and I stood in front of the mirror not knowing what to say to the person inside me, as if between us was the same glass wall that stood between me and every person in my life, visible but not touching. I didn't understand why then. Didn't understand that a woman who was never loved unconditionally, who was abandoned at 6 months, beaten and thrown out, cursed and shamed, that woman can't simply, on the command of hormones, switch on what was never there. Tenderness toward a small creature requires the experience of tenderness toward your own small self, and my small self was still kneeling in the corner, not knowing it could be otherwise. For 7 years, I worked on forgiving my mother. 7, 8 years of therapy, constellation work, books, practices, but not a single day, not one, did I work on my grandmother, because I didn't consider that anything was wrong with my childhood. I lived with the belief my grandmother planted so deep it became invisible. This is normal. Everyone lives like this. You are lucky. You should be grateful. And so I stood with a growing belly, in the quietest period of my life, in the only peace I'd been given, and couldn't say to the child inside me, I love you. Not because I didn't love him, but because the words got stuck in the same place where everything had gotten stuck since childhood, in the throat, behind clenched jaws, behind a bitten tongue, somewhere between not allowed and don't know how. And then something else rose. I needed to buy things for the baby, make a list, go to the store, pick out a crib, diapers, bottles. A simple task. Any woman in her 7th month has long since done this. Set up the room, wash the tiny onesies, organize them in drawers. I couldn't. Put it off day after day. The task seemed harder than calculus at university. I didn't understand why. Every time I thought about baby things, something rose inside that had no name. Not joy, not anticipation, something like rebellion, as if the hurt child inside me crossed her arms and said, No, I won't. Tiny onesies didn't bring tenderness. They brought the urge to run. I thought, you can use a box instead of a crib. Why spend money? And then the part I hated most surfaced. Cruel, cold, the one that can't stand the weak and helpless, that can only talk to children as if they're adults, in a serious voice with high demands, without affection. A tender tone just didn't work for her. At all. I ran scenarios in my head. What will I do if he won't eat? What if he won't listen? And my reactions in those scenarios were identical to my grandmother's. And one more thing. When I saw other mothers when warm, smiling, those who rubbed their bellies and cooed, I was hit with hysteria every time, as if someone else's tenderness toward a child landed in the place where my tenderness should have been, and found emptiness. In the 7th month it all finally broke through. I looked around and saw nothing had been bought, not a single thing, and I was hit with a verdict. I'm a bad mother. Before the child was even born, like her. Like my mother, who didn't come for me at nursery school, who chose the bottle over milk. I hadn't given birth yet and was already repeating. I had to go to therapist Tanya. She found the formula that was running everything. I'm not good enough. That's my motivator. I still haven't come up with a better one. And one more thing, what I couldn't say aloud, but Tanya named for me. I'm the same as my mother. No love for the child, no patience. I want to die. And that seems more noble than abandoning him. I haven't given birth yet, and I'm already repeating. So I'm bad too. Tanya said 4 words. There is nothing wrong with you. I carried them inside me for a month, like a talisman. A month after the session, the feeling still remained that who I am is right, that there is nothing wrong with me, because before that, no one, not once in 30 years, had said those words to me. By then, the uterus was already dancing. Premature contractions the doctors called a threat. The body, which had only just learned to unclench, clenched again, because the same fear that had lived there since birth rose, I'm a bad mother. But for now, there was still peace. Vanya was still tender. It still seemed like the child would change everything, that with his birth a different life would begin, one where I would finally be not an orphan but a mother, a real, warm, intentional mother who would do everything right. I didn't know that motherhood would become the very mirror in which I'd see everything I'd been running from, that the child I'd decided to protect from my childhood would show me that childhood in full, that I would become what I feared becoming. But that would come later. For now, silence, a soft belly, and the hope that this time it would work. Chapter 57, Field, Tree, Storm. I went to Seversk to give birth, because in Novosibirsk they took the baby away after delivery to let the just delivered mother rest, and joint delivery wasn't allowed unless you paid. Some procedure, some law, some bureaucratic logic that to a woman in her 9th month sounds not like a legal nuance, but like a threat. Take away the baby, mine. No, not that. I'll go anywhere as long as they don't take him. As if one childhood wasn't enough, in which they took everything. My mother, safety, the right to be a child. Now they could take mine. We drove 5 hours on a bumpy road from Novosibirsk to Seversk, with contractions. Road GPS, breathing, endure. And then the GPS said, "You have arrived." We looked around. A field, empty, flat, endless, and in the middle of it, one tree, and above the field, a storm. Black sky, lightning, wind, and a lone tree that by all laws of physics, the lightning should strike. We stood on the shoulder with contractions, with a GPS that lied about arriving, with a storm overhead, and I remember not fear. I remember the absurdity, as if someone up there decided to joke. You wanted to reach safety? Here's a field, a tree, and lightning. Figure it out. Seversk is a closed military city, a restricted access Soviet-era city. To enter, you need to apply for a special pass 6 months in advance, entry through a single checkpoint, but Vanya typed Seversk into the GPS. Not the checkpoint, but the city itself. And Google, obedient and dumb, drove us to the outskirts, to a fence behind which the city existed, but no road led to it. A pregnant woman with contractions, a storm, a field, and a GPS that thinks we've arrived. We found the checkpoint, drove in. They admitted me to the hospital in a city where I knew no one. And then began 5 days. I would later remember not as labor, but as an endurance test for which I'd long had no resources. Contractions came every evening, real, strong, promising, and faded by 5 or 6 in the morning. No result. As if the body started to deliver and changed its mind. The body was saying, it's not safe yet. I didn't sleep. 5 days, not a single night. Contractions wouldn't let me sleep, and when they faded, anxiety wouldn't. The body couldn't sleep in an unfamiliar place. It hadn't been able to sleep since I was 21 and my mother died. It couldn't relax at all. Since birth, since my grandmother's, "Don't relax, something bad will happen." And now, at the very moment when relaxing was essential, so the body could open, so the baby could come out, it couldn't. As if the corset I'd worn since childhood had clamped not only the muscles, but the womb. As if the body was saying, I don't know how to let go. No one taught me that. They taught me to hold. I didn't complain, didn't call friends, didn't write anyone. On the 6th day, they induced with medication. Too long on antibiotics, dangerous for the baby. I knew this and was afraid. Afraid for him, not for myself. For myself, I'd stopped being afraid long ago. But for him, For the little one who wasn't yet born and already depended on whether I could endure, I was afraid in a way I'd never been. August 2015, joint delivery. Vanya was there, a room full of doctors. There were many, because they were afraid of losing me. Von Willebrand disease. Blood doesn't clot. Hemophilia injections that were supposed to help didn't. I saw the fear on their faces, read it instantly, with the same skill I developed before I learned to read letters. In the doctor's eyes, I knew they think I could die, and I lay there thinking not about death. I was thinking, if I die, he won't have a mother like me. I didn't die. Artem was born. The first thing he did in this life was pee on the nurse, a little fountain, right in her face. She was holding him, small, wet, screaming, and he produced a stream with the precision only someone who has absolutely no regard for social norms is capable of. The nurse gasped. Someone laughed. Then they gave him to me. I held him and didn't know how. He was small and warm and silent, and I was silent. There was no milk. My breasts swelled, nipples cracked, but the milk wouldn't come, as if something inside was blocked. The same pipe through which tenderness was supposed to flow, clogged, the one that was shut off at 6 months when mother disappeared. I had nothing to feed my child, and that feeling, nothing, wasn't about milk. It was about everything. Artem got jaundice immediately. Yellow, tiny, sleeping all the time. They treated him, it didn't help. At night he woke for an hour or two, and during those hours I didn't sleep, because I was afraid that if I closed my eyes, something would happen. During the day I didn't sleep because I couldn't. The body didn't know how to sleep with a dependent creature nearby. The hypervigilance that had scanned my grandmother's footsteps all its life now scanned the breathing of an infant. Hospital room. Yellow light, beeping machines. A baby with jaundice, and me alone, like at 6 years old in the hospital, when my grandmother dropped off food and staying with a child was not the custom. Vanya got drunk the first night after the delivery, celebrating. Didn't congratulate me, didn't call until the next evening. I couldn't walk from the pain, and he was celebrating. This would later become one of those details I'd remember again and again, each time with the same burning in my chest. I had just given birth. I almost died, and he was celebrating his contribution. Chapter 58, The First Crack. And in the middle of all of this, the insomnia, the jaundice, the absence of milk, the body refusing to obey, Vanya and I had our first rupture. Trying to squeeze out at least some milk through cracked nipples, I said to Vanya in hysteria, I hate children, like a dam that held 20 years of water and it finally burst. Not where it should have, not when it could have, but right now, right here, right in the face of the only person nearby. Vanya screamed back. Of course he was frightened himself and didn't know how to help. For the first time ever, in all the time we were together, he had never once raised his voice at me. And suddenly, a scream, not annoyed, not tired. He said, I'll take the baby. He said, you can get the hell out. The air left the room, my body compressed to a point. I was on hormones, had just given birth, hadn't slept in weeks. I had no milk, no strength, not a single square centimeter inside that wasn't in pain. And the only adult nearby, the only person who was supposed to be on my side, was telling me to leave. The body recognized those words instantly, before the head, before I had time to feel hurt or frightened. The body recognized the tone, my grandmother's. The body recognized the formula, don't like it, I'll leave. The body recognized the look, bulging eyes, clenched teeth, the face of a person about to hit. My grandmother looked like that before she hit, and now Vanya looked the same. He didn't hit, he never did. But the body doesn't distinguish. For the body, a scream and the threat. I'll take the baby were the same as my grandmother's scream, and the threat, I'll send you to an orphanage. Same frequency, same internal address, same feeling. I'm not needed. I'm about to be discarded, and the baby will be taken because I'm bad. Bad granddaughter, bad daughter, and now bad mother too. In that moment, something cracked inside. Didn't break. The full break would take another 12 years, but it cracked so deep that afterward the crack never healed, no matter how I tried. It ran not between me and Vanya. It ran through me. Between the part that still believed this marriage could become a family, and the part that in the moment of his scream understood I'm in the same house again. Different walls, different address, different person, but the same house, where they scream, where they threaten, where love sounds like, "Get the hell out." Vanya would later say he wanted to protect Artem, that he was scared, that he didn't really think that. Maybe. But the body had already recorded. The body recorded, if you show weakness, if you tell the truth, if you admit you're not coping, you'll be thrown out, and the baby will be taken. The same formula as grandmother's, the same price for honesty, the same reckoning for being alive, not a function. After that day, something changed forever. Not on the outside. On the outside, everything stayed the same. We lived in the same apartment, slept in the same bed, looked like a family. But inside me, a wall appeared that hadn't been there before. Thin, invisible, impenetrable. A wall behind which I hid what I actually felt. And from that day, I never again told him the truth about how bad things were. Not because I didn't want to, but because the body remembered what happens when you speak. Beside me was a person who screams when I'm suffering, like my grandmother, and there is no protection, like in childhood. All that was left was one thing: close off, become convenient, stop feeling, put the corset back on, the one I'd briefly taken off during pregnancy, and pull through, the way I always pulled through, the way I pulled through my whole life. Teeth clenched, stomach pulled in, dry eyes, and a feeding schedule on the refrigerator. This was the first time I noticed the repetition. Didn't understand, noticed. As if for a fraction of a second, a light flashed and showed, "You've been here before." This scream, familiar. This silence, familiar. The light went out, but something inside remembered. Chapter 59, Toronto. When Artem was 3 months old, we moved to Canada on November 17th, 2015, to a country with no friends and no family. Before leaving, we had to get him a passport, and for the passport, a photo. Try photographing a 3-month-old infant so he's looking at the camera, eyes open, white background, no pacifier, no hands in the frame. That's a separate quest not described in any immigration guide. We managed. In Toronto, I pulled myself together and became fully functional. Vanya didn't speak English. Finding housing, buying a car, filing paperwork, setting up daily life, all of it fell on me. I made a plan, took on all the negotiations, tracked Artem's sleep schedule to the minute, didn't rest, barely slept. But the plan worked, because a plan is what I'd done best since age 6. Vanya worked 14 hours so we wouldn't lose the visa. Didn't complain, didn't ask for help, pulled through silently, his way of loving, doing, without saying. And then I saw a different side of Vanya. He started working at Amazon and found himself under pressure he wasn't prepared for. Financial responsibility for 3. English that wasn't enough. Workwear for the first months he understood nothing. Stress piled up with no outlet. The outlet found itself through me. He became irritable, screamed. looked at me with contempt, not sometimes, but most of the time. The face I would later describe in a letter 10 years later. A loud voice, bulging eyes, clenched teeth, as if about to attack, as if I were a problem that needed to be removed from the room. He didn't help with the baby. Not because he refused, I didn't ask. When I left in the morning for a run, to lose weight and become more beautiful for him, so he'd finally stop looking at me with contempt. He simply slept, didn't get up for Artem. I came back, guilty for leaving the child, though the child was with his father, but the father was sleeping. And then the silence would begin. Vanya could go without speaking to me for 12 days straight. 12. He walked around the apartment, ate, worked, looked at his phone, and acted as if I didn't exist. Not demonstratively, just as if no one was in the room, as if I were a wall, furniture, background. He too was in a foreign country, also without friends, without language, without support. His silence was not punishment, it was his way of coping, retreating inward, closing off, waiting it out. The way grandfather retreated to the garage, the way I retreated into function. Two people from the same kind of homes, with the same skill, endure in silence. And every one of those days I was dying inside. Not from anger, from recognition. My grandmother punished with silence, stopped speaking, stopped noticing, and you walked through the house like a ghost waiting to be seen again, to be allowed to exist again. Vanya's silence hit the same spot, the same place inside where the child lived who had been punished with invisibility. I didn't ask for anything, but I tried different things to appease him. Cooked him food, delicious, proper, as expected. Wore long skirts. Valyeva, the author I was reading then, wrote that a woman should be feminine, soft, in a skirt, and then the man would appreciate her. I believed it. Put on the skirt, tied my hair, cooked dinner, set the plate before a husband who looked at me with contempt, and believed that if I were proper enough, feminine enough, quiet enough, he'd stop screaming. He'd see me. He'd love me. Like grandmother would love me if I got an A. Like mother would come back if I was good. Same logic, same promise, same result. Nothing changed. I didn't ask for help, gave him massages, gave him oral sex because without sex, he became even more irritable, and living in the same space with that irritation was unbearable. I drank so I could have sex with him, because sober, when you're being treated like that, I couldn't. He never started with romance and tenderness, just kissed when he wanted, and I understood, time to perform. I wasn't ready, but I drank and gave, because that was my function, wife, mother, servant, everything he wanted, and nothing of who I actually was. I was stockpiling resentment without noticing. Hatred grew inside like water behind a dam, and on the outside I smiled and wore skirts. The same formula as with my grandmother, bending over backward to please, and from them not a word of gratitude, no love. I was losing my mind. Not metaphorically, literally. From the sheer number of days without sleep, the brain starts working differently. Reality drifts, sounds get louder, light gets brighter, thoughts stop forming sentences. You look at the child and don't understand what to do with him. You hold him in your arms and don't feel your arms. And through it all, you keep going. Sleep schedule, healthy food, playgrounds, like a robot. To stop means admitting you're not coping, and that's been forbidden since age 5. When Artem was teething, he screamed for 3 hours straight. During the day, I was alone. After an hour of screaming, I started screaming at the wall. Not at him, at the wall, because you can't scream at the baby. But inside, there was more than could be contained. I was not a mother. I was a desperate child, without empathy, without resources, without support, like back then, on my knees in the corner. Back then, I didn't know you could ask for help, that I'm not coping is not a death sentence. Then I started drinking. Not binges, a glass, 2 in the evening. When I was angry at Vanya, when I was angry at Artem from exhaustion, when despair came so close that the only way to push it back was the bottle on the kitchen counter. After some time, I don't remember how long, the days blurred, I stopped getting up, just lay on the floor while Artem crawled next to me, small, warm, alive, crawling around my body, which lay there not moving. Not because I didn't want to get up, because I couldn't. The body said, done. And I lay there and watched my son crawl around me and thought one thing: I'm a bad mother. Like her. Like my mother who abandoned me. I hadn't abandoned yet, but I'm lying on the floor while my child crawls next to me. How is this different? Guilt pressed down from above. Shame won't let you get up. Shame takes the last of what you have. After 2 weeks without sleep in Toronto, I decided to jump from the 17th floor. At night, I got up and went to the balcony, not because I wanted to die, but because the despair reached the point where the body searches for any exit, any door, any end. It wasn't death I wanted. I wanted it to stop. That night, Vanya woke up for some reason, saw me on the balcony, led me back to the bedroom. But after that, nothing changed. He didn't ask what happened or how I got to that point. Just went back to sleep. Mourning, as if nothing happened. Like after the knife at grandmother's, porridge, garage, school. Childbirth turned out not to be the beginning of a new life. A child who depends on an adult and the adult isn't coping. A mother who is physically present but emotionally absent. A scream that is followed not by comfort, but by a louder scream. Everything I'd been running from seeped through me, like water through a crack in the wall. And I understood. Everything I'd been running from seeped through me. The crack wasn't in the wall. The crack was in me. Chapter 60th, Detective. The understanding that a child is not only a mother, but also a father, began with my first constellation session, where I had to place him. My request was about inability to accept myself. Such anger opened up in me toward him. I was surprised. I was 25 then. 25. And for the first time, I allowed myself to be angry at a person I didn't even know, at an empty space in my biography, at a hole my grandmother had papered over with a fake patronymic and silence. The topic of my father was never raised in our home. I didn't know that my surname and patronymic had been changed by my mother when I was 2. The word was never even spoken in our house. I have very faint memories from around age 2 of being called names. Tatarva, a slur for Tatar people, Vera Rivkatovna, and Satarova. But the memories are so faint I don't trust them. I am Vera Vladimirovna, not Satarova, according to my duplicate birth certificate and passport. Grandmother's surname, plus a patronymic from who knows whom. Just sounds nice with the first name. And there's no one left to ask. No relatives have been alive for a long time, and there were barely any to begin with. After the constellation session, I began searching for my father. Found someone, got inspired, but it turned out it wasn't him. And how could I know for sure? I didn't know his full name or date of birth. I searched approximately by surname through social media. That first search attempt was 7 years ago. I dropped it for a while. Then after the move to Canada, I unexpectedly learned from my 75-year-old grandfather that my mother and father had been briefly married. Grandpa's old, could have mixed things up. But I got hope. A marriage registration is a lead. I hired a detective remotely from Canada. He took the money and dragged it out for a long time, about 6 months. what I went through during those 6 months waiting for news. That I'd find my father today and he died yesterday. Such pain and guilt. That I'd find him and he doesn't want to know me. Fear. That I'd never find him and would live in uncertainty my whole life. Despair. And I so wanted clarity. It's such a natural desire to know your parents. The detective scammed me, disappeared with the money, and no search results. The feeling of betrayal was also bitter. I so wanted to do everything in my power. I survived the pain and hired another detective through a connection. He found the information in 3 days. Hooray! Saturov Rivkat Rafikovich, born January 25th, 1962. Waiting for details. First, euphoria, tears of joy. 2 minutes later, a WhatsApp message. I'm afraid to disappoint you. According to this data, he's not in the passport database. Either he left Kazakhstan or he's no longer alive. Tears of such despair. After some time, I received more news from the second detective about my father. They found his brother, who is paralyzed and can't speak. Spoke with the brother's wife, Alyona. My father died about 9 years ago, the same year as my mother, from alcoholism. It turns out I have 2 half-sisters from different marriages. All 3, including me, grew up without a father. Grief washes over me, and such a trembling of the heart that I barely coped. This Alyona was so warm toward me, unexpectedly so. She gave me the contact of the only surviving sister of my father, an aunt. The next day I called this aunt. The aunt was cold, said she'd never heard of Rivkat having a daughter with a girl who was in prison. Said Rivkat only had one marriage, that he met his wife on a train. There was one daughter with whom they never maintained contact, and that's definitely not me. Oh, right. My mother and father met not on a train but at the zone, in prison, where my mother at 22 was serving her sentence, and he was a warrant officer, basically a guard. I went through such swings in those 2 days, mourning a biological father, and then the realization that it was all a farce and it wasn't him. My heart clenched and dropped. It's all a coincidence and he's not my father. I can't even describe that feeling. The only lead, the aunt, confirmed that her brother Rivkat was also a warrant officer at the Karaganda prison, where I flew at age 5 with my grandmother to visit my mother, who was serving time for the second time. I called Alyona, retold what the aunt said about not knowing me. Alyona suddenly started remembering how Rivkat brought me to her to babysit, which she hadn't mentioned in the previous conversation. When I was 6 months old and Rivkat and my mother lived with Rivkat's parents. My grandfather had told me about this. At least something matches. Alyona, Rivkat often came drunk at night and wanted to take you, but I wouldn't let him. What if he dropped you? And where was my mother at that time? Oh, they partied and drank separately, fought a lot, and split up. Disappointment that he was the same as my mother, not ready for children, young, coped with problems through alcohol. I so hoped for a happy ending. That's it, the story ends there. No photos of my father, no solid proof he's my father. How can you trust a woman who even confuses brothers' names in conversation and the number of daughters? No clarity whatsoever. I don't have 2 sisters, Alyona confused it with another of my father's brothers, but just one in Russia, and even her name is unknown. And I seriously doubt Alyona's information. Why was all of this for? Friends ask me, why the hell are you even looking for your father? You have a husband and a son. I think it's such a natural desire to know your parents that I'm almost offended that my closest friends don't understand. asking such a question. Maybe it's just biology, who knows? I have no rational explanation for why I searched. I only know that I will never talk to even one of my parents. He will never say, "We wanted you. You are so important to us." Words I say to my son almost every day. Words I so want to hear myself. I will never learn that he became a worthy person, and that abandoning me, a baby, was just a youthful mistake. And he repents, and he achieved a lot. I will never be able to tell him what I achieved, so he could be proud of me. I will never be able to say Dad or my father. I will never know what he was like when young, what his personality was, how they met with my mother, and what drew him to her. What could I have needed this experience for? To be able to understand others, even in their hardest youthful mistakes. To be able to understand self-rejection and share how to get out and find yourself. To be able to value life just because, without any given circumstances, life as it is, imperfect. To be able to love yourself without an example, with all your heart as best you can, and through this experience, to love others. My story didn't end there, as it turned out. I'm adding to it 2 weeks later. What happened the day I wrote this story? I read it about 20 times until I could read it without tears, especially the ending. I felt lighter, I exhaled, and decided to share the story with my closest friends on WhatsApp. By a lucky coincidence, I accidentally sent the story to a distant relative on my mother's side. I received a reply 10 minutes later. Vera, hi. Why did you waste your nerves, money, and time searching for your father? Couldn't you ask relatives about it? For example, me? Your mother and I were only 4 years apart in age. She was older than me, and that's why we communicated more than anyone else. I'll tell you that the person in the photo was never your father. They met when you already existed and lived together only a few months, and you were born to a man who lived, and maybe still lives, on Krylova Street. His name really is Vladimir. Your patronymic is real, but I don't remember his last name. A soap opera, like The Children of Captain Grant, who sailed nearby the whole time but in the wrong direction. I sat in silence for 15 minutes. No words. My husband thought someone had died. The patronymic is real. Vladimirovna. Not sounds nice with the first name, but real. I went to sleep because feeling emotions that day was physically beyond me. I felt emotional exhaustion. Familiar. The same as after grandmother's beatings in childhood, when the body simply shut down. Not from tiredness, but from overload, from the impossibility of fitting in one more thing. And I woke up, strangely, a happy person, literally an order of magnitude happier than before. It let go. I don't want to search for Vladimir, and I'm not going to. I don't feel the need. It became unimportant to me how all of this happened and why things worked out this way. In my body, there's this feeling of, it's neither bad nor good. These things happen. Specifically, not a thought, but a state in the body that appears when I think about my father, a quiet happiness and a smile, warmth in the soul. At first, my brain worried that this state of non-judgment would pass. This only happens to enlightened people, I thought. Turns out ordinary people can access it too. Apparently, it appears when a person gets tired of suffering. 2 weeks passed, and every time I remember my father, my heart feels warm. I smile. Now I know how a completed gestalt feels. The situation hasn't changed, but the person feels good. Adding to this 4 months later, because the saga continues. I closed my gestalt 4 months ago, but fate offered me to finish closing it today. I received a message from Aunt Larissa. My father Vladimir knew about me the whole time and lived in the same building as me. Found your biological father. He lives on Krylova. His last name is Panchishko Vladimir, born 1963. He's paralyzed. You have a brother and a sister. We talked on the phone. She told me my grandmother was against him seeing me. He was on drugs like my mother, and both were persona non grata. Larissa remembers how my grandmother often mentioned the biological father's last name in conversation. Vera is the spitting image of Pancha. Such a wave of anger and tears rose in me. Why did grandmother interfere at all? I lost so many years not knowing my father. I have the right to know my parents by the right of my birth. An outraged voice sounded in my head. A childlike voice, practically a toddler tantrum. The part that lived 30 years without the word dad, and suddenly learned that dad lived in the next building. I'm sitting in a cafe sobbing. Immediately, the part of me that desperately and fruitlessly strives toward enlightenment started lecturing. Grandmother surely had good intentions. People always have good intentions, and who knows who you'd have become if you'd found out earlier. To which my ordinary human part told that enlightened voice to fuck off and simply continued crying and being angry at grandmother. Grandmother was protecting. I understand this now. With my head, she was protecting from a drug addict, from an alcoholic, from a person who couldn't raise a child. She protected the only way she knew, by cutting off. Half an hour later, having calmed down, I called my father. "Hello, I'm Vera." His first words, "Well, don't be too hard on me. We were young." I hadn't even been thinking that. I'm still just curious what they were like young, what his personality was, how they met with my mother, and what drew him to her, and photos, of course, to see, whether I'm the spitting image of Pancha, and I also want to meet my brother and sister. I still can't quite believe all of this is happening to me, that the inner voice that guided me, and one day, having heard the story of Olga Valyaeva, said, "Oh, Valyaeva found her father. You'll find yours too. Go, search," that the voice was right. This is how this person inside me always worked. Sees that something is possible for another. Takes it as a benchmark for herself. We agreed to video call with Vladimir the next day. And so we talked. The search process turned out more exciting than the result. Already during the conversation, I felt disappointment and sadness. What is there to be disappointed about if there were no expectations to begin with? Turns out, deep in my little girl's heart, there were expectations after all. She wanted a miracle and a hero father. At least in something, she wants to be proud of him. Here's the story Vladimir told me. They went to school together, slept together a couple of times after doing time. They were both 22. Nothing serious, just knew each other since childhood. My grandmother initially insisted on an abortion because he'd just gotten out of prison, like my mother, was on drugs and drinking. But the term was late. My mother was afraid to tell grandmother and hid it until the last moment. My grandmother forbade him from seeing me, and he complied. After me, he had another daughter from another woman, who kicked him out while still pregnant. He saw his daughter only a couple of times. Then her mother forbade it, like my grandmother, so he didn't try. Well, if they don't want to be family, then fine. What can I do? Then he had a son from yet another woman, who provided for him, got him drunk. It sounded like she was almost force-feeding him alcohol, but didn't want to move to his city. He left, abandoned them. Doesn't know his son either. 3 children. All 3 grew up without him, as if someone carefully copied the same script 3 times, and each time the father vanished, didn't leave, dissolved. In all these stories, a common pattern. Others were to blame. The system in Kazakhstan, where they could lock you up for anything. Women who didn't want to. Grandmother who forbade. He's not a bad father, just unlucky. That's how he explained it to himself. And in that explanation I heard not audacity, but a defense mechanism of a person who can't bear the truth about his own inaction. If everyone around is to blame, then he couldn't have changed anything. Then you can live on and not wake up from shame. He's 54 now, lived his entire life with his mother in his mother's apartment, got himself a second group disability certificate, a government disability designation in post-Soviet countries, when he was still young and never worked. When I asked what his hobbies were, he said, "Nothing. Played drums when I was a real little boy." That's his whole story. I wanted to learn about my mother. He says she got tough after prison. He told me that my mother was at some kind of zone where they sat all day handcuffed for half a year at a time and only lay down to sleep. Sounds like unreal horror. After that, it's hard not to become hardened. They communicated with each other a lot, actually. She came over periodically to spend the night. That's it. After this story, my anger at grandmother miraculously transformed into gratitude, because I understood what I became is truly the best possible outcome. Yes, I paid a high price for it, and only I know that price. Yes, I still want to understand the laws of the universe, why prices are different for different people, why destinies unfold the way they do. No, I don't judge Vladimir. I feel calm and indifference toward his fate. He told all of this during the conversation, but didn't ask a single question about me. Not one. He has my Skype, and he never showed the slightest interest in getting to know me. On International Women's Day, 2 months after our conversation, he sent me, "Daughter, happy holiday. You are my one good one anyway. I love you." I felt sarcasm. With a life like that, I'd also be happy to have a worthy daughter. But I'm angry. Strong indignation. He did nothing to earn this. Didn't show even a millimeter of interest in me. He can consider himself a father. But a daughter is not someone who called once. A daughter is someone you raise. And he didn't raise anyone. Shockingly achieved nothing. Such a worthless life. And in my indignation, I hear my own engine. I'm running from this. Running with all my might. Because stopping means becoming like him. I want to find a way to respect him. I found respect and love for my mother when I became a mother myself, plus tons of therapy and work. I understood her choices, her problems, but I don't understand how to understand my father. I know I should respect him and be grateful for my life, but I can't. Yet. My story ends with completely unpredictable feelings. I was so afraid he was already dead or would reject me, but the ending turned out orthogonal to all my fears. He's alive. He didn't reject me. He's just nothing. He likes the idea of having a daughter, but he's not interested in a real daughter, and he is below my worst expectations of a person. It took me many years to find love and respect for my mother. I hope I'll find my way to my father too, because until I do, I'll keep running, and I'm tired of running. But I found my sister, whom he also abandoned, and we're friends. This story was worth it. Chapter 61st, Chronic Divorce Plan. After every fight, I planned a divorce. Not abstractly, not someday, yara, in detail. How I'd leave, where I'd go, how I'd live alone with the child, how much money I'd need, which documents. I thought it through with the same thoroughness I used for work plans at Kaspersky, for organizing the move to Canada, for solving every task in my life, precisely quickly on autopilot, after a scream, divorce plan, after several days of silence, divorce plan, after a contemptuous look, divorce plan. The thought was always the same: I don't need anyone. I'm better off alone. I'll take Artem and leave. I don't need anyone. I'm better off alone. Since age 5. Since the porch they threw me out from. At 14, the boarding school. At 25, left Maxime. Now, every evening, next to a husband who turned his back. But I didn't leave. not because I lacked resolve. I had resolve for 3 people. I didn't leave because there was nowhere to go. A foreign country, no job, no money of my own, not a single person who'd say, "Move in with me, I'll help." A child who needs a father. I knew this better than anyone. I'd been missing a father my whole life, and I didn't want to repeat my mother, the one who abandoned, the one who chose the bottle over her daughter. I didn't want my son at 30 searching for me through detectives. Every morning I decided to stay one more day, not out of love, out of calculation. Run the options, choose the least painful, endure. There was one way out. Work. As soon as I came back from maternity leave. As soon as I found a job. As soon as I had my own money, my own income, my own independence, I'd leave. This wasn't a dream. It was a plan. As specific as the plan to move to Canada, as the plan with the visa, as every plan in my life, cold precise with a deadline. I became dependent on Vanya because of a small child and no job. It was the very trap I'd set for myself when I chose to leave with him instead of building my own life separately. The reckoning for a marriage of convenience. You used his visa, now you're tied to him by daily life. A child, geography, same cage, different bars. In childhood, the bars were called grandmother, orphanage, nowhere to go. Now, immigration, financial dependence, child. The desire to leave grew with every silence, every scream, but alongside it grew something else. If I leave, I'll end up alone with the same package. Insomnia, depression, a child I don't know how to love. The problem isn't Vanya. The problem moves with me. And for now, a divorce plan in my head, a feeding schedule on the fridge, a glass of wine in the evening, and the hope that someday I'd go back to work and finally be able to leave. Chapter 62, The World Closed, por aquí. Then I went back to work and started building a career as usual. The plan I'd been incubating for years, I'll find a job, earn money, leave, was finally coming to life. I had a job, I had my own money. For the first time in years of maternity leave, years of depending on Vanya, years in a foreign country without language and friends, I was standing on my own feet again. And then the world closed. Literally, borders, courts, legal offices, everything. Paperwork that could have been done in a month stretched to a year. Divorce during a pandemic with a small child in a foreign country turned out to be impossible. Not legally impossible, but practically. Nowhere to go, no one to turn to, no infrastructure, no plan B. The door I'd been walking toward for 5 years slammed shut in my face. I stayed. Again, as I stayed every time. The whole world was sitting at home. Running was an option for no one, not just me. But others were sitting at home with family, and I was sitting at home with a man I was planning to leave, with a child who screamed, and with a bottle that was getting closer. With COVID, the drinking got worse. Not because things got worse, they were worse before, but because the last exit disappeared. Before there was a plan, go back to work, leave. Now even that plan was blocked. The hope that kept me afloat, that someday I'd earn enough and leave, was zeroed out. And without hope, all that remained was what was. 4 walls, screaming, silence, contempt, insomnia, and a bottle on the kitchen counter. Worked 12 hours a day, then came home, poured wine, and closed my eyes, not to sleep, but to stop seeing my life, even for a while. Chapter 63, First Couple Therapy. We went to couple therapy. The therapist asked simple questions. Didn't dig deep, didn't analyze traumas. You just asked, what do you want from the relationship? What's important to you? What are your love languages? And as we answered, me, then him, I heard what I'd known for a long time but never said aloud. We have different love languages, completely. We have no shared interests. None. The romantic relationship never satisfied me, while he was always satisfied. He has no request beyond being a companion. He'll always be this way. And when I heard all of this, myself, my own answers spoken aloud, with a witness, I understood. I had entered the relationship on unfavorable terms, then spent 12 years trying to stretch something decent over my own foolishness. I was never offered romance. Why did I suddenly start wanting it? And then in one of the sessions, I told him about the divorce. Not about plans, about the fact that I'd been planning for years, that every day, after every fight, after every silence, after every contemptuous look, I mentally left. That I'd lived with one foot out the door the entire time in Toronto. Vanya listened. For the first time in all those years, I said the truth aloud. Not in a journal, not in my head, not in a letter I'd then reread 20 times, but to him, to his face, with a therapist who wouldn't let us look away. And then the therapist asked something about the wedding. Or I mentioned it, I don't remember. And Vanya learned for the first time that a proposal had been important to me, that I'd wanted him to get on one knee, that there should have been a ring, that there should have been the words, "Be my wife." Not for a visa, not for a stamp, but for me. That a ZAGS in a neighboring city before a work meeting with a fake certificate and no dress was not my version of a wedding. It was a deal, and I wanted to be chosen. He didn't know. 8 years, Tom. And he didn't know. Because I didn't say. I didn't ask for a proposal, just as I didn't ask for help during childbirth. Didn't ask for tenderness. Didn't ask to be chosen, just as I didn't ask my mother to come back. Stayed silent. Endured. Hoped he'd figure it out on his own. That he'd see. That he'd understand without words. The way I understood my grandmother without words from age 6. I could read people, but I couldn't tell them what I needed. And there he sat across from me in therapy saying, "I didn't know. I didn't know that mattered to you. You never said." And in his voice there was not an excuse. There was genuine surprise, as if for 8 years he'd been living with one woman and was now seeing a different one for the first time. The one who wanted to be not useful but desired. Not a function but a bride. Not a strategic visa partner, but a woman a man chooses and says so out loud. Chapter 64. Finally. Sometime later, after couple therapy, after he first learned that a proposal mattered to me, Vanya made one. In a tower. CN Tower, Toronto. Height, a view, good food. He didn't get on one knee, there was no touching speech, and no secret photo session that takes your breath away. It was simple. Something like "marry me," without flourishes, without ritual, without what I'd seen in movies and books and other people's stories, in the world where people propose not because they have to, but because they can't not. Everything was backward for us. First, a marriage of convenience, zags in a neighboring city. Then saw a child, then for 8 years of official marriage at that point, and only then a proposal, as if someone shuffled the slides in life's presentation, and the title slide ended up at the end when everyone's already leaving. I stood in that tower and understood I should be happy, that this was what I wanted, what I'd waited for silently for so many years and finally named aloud in therapy, a proposal, a choice. Words spoken out loud, not implied. I should have been crying from happiness, or at least smiling, or at least feeling something. I felt nothing, stood in the tower with a view of the city and waited for something inside to respond. No. More like, too late. The train arrived, but I'd gotten so cold I couldn't stand up and bored. The joy had gone stale. Vanya proposed because he learned it mattered to me, not because he couldn't live without me, not because he woke one morning and realized this woman is my life, but because the therapist asked, I answered honestly, and he heard. He did it like a task, like an item on a checklist. Vera wants a proposal arrow, make a proposal. The same way he did everything, logically, sequentially, without extra emotion, without that inner I can't not, which turns a formality into an event. And I said yes, because saying no to someone who finally did what you'd complained about is like rejecting a gift from a child who drew it all night. Crooked, clumsy, not what you wanted. But he tried, and you take it and say thank you, and hang it on the fridge, and don't cry, because crying means admitting the drawing isn't right, and admitting that means destroying the only good thing he managed to give. We became a real family. That's how it looked from outside. A ring, a proposal, a tower. You can tell friends, write it in a journal, believe it. And inside lived a girl who dreamed that someone would choose her not by therapeutic recommendation, but just because she is who she is. Vanya chose me in the tower, without the knee, without the flourishes, 8 years after the zags, through everything we'd been through, the screams, the silences, Valyeva's skirts, wine for sex, divorce plans every evening. He chose, in his way, as he knew how. Not the way I wanted, but he chose. I learned a few more years later that back in Novosibirsk, he had decided he wanted to try with me, that he had chosen me then, just silently. Chapter 65th, Short Honeymoon Month. After the proposal, we lived in harmony for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. I counted, not because I wanted to, but because the body counted automatically, like a countdown. Because somewhere inside, I knew it would end. That good things don't last. That after every clearing comes darkness, new, and still allowed myself to feel, briefly, carefully, like a person who was once burned and now holds their hand near the fire but doesn't put it in the flame. For 3 weeks, Vanya didn't scream, didn't look at me with contempt, didn't go silent for days, talked, was present, not physically. He was always there physically, but truly present, as if the proposal shifted something in him, and for the first time in years he remembered there was a woman beside him. And I bloomed in 3 weeks, like a desert after rain, instantly, hungrily, without looking back. It turned out I needed so little. Not diamonds, not travel, not grand gestures, just not to be screamed at, to be looked at without contempt, to be asked in the morning how I slept, to not have to drink at night, to endure lying beside him, because there was tenderness. I took this for happiness. I started dreaming. This is it, finally. He's changed. We'll be together, a real family, as I promised Artem in that letter in my 6th month of pregnancy. A complete family, loving parents, without mistakes, without aggression. The phoenix bird inside me spread its wings again. I thought, now, for sure. Now it's different. Now, for real. And then the 3 weeks passed, and it started, his usual, familiar, nauseating in its familiarity. Screaming. Not about anything specific, as it just returned, like a chronic illness that went into remission and came back out. The same kind, with bulging eyes, the contemptuous look that freezes everything inside, the displeased mug. Exactly a mug. Not a face, because a face implies expression, and he had one. You're in my way. Silence. Again, as if someone pulled the plug on 3 weeks of humanity and plugged back into the old mode, and everything went back to the way it was. I wasn't surprised. Inside, I always expected good things to end, that after 3 weeks of peace would come the reckoning. That happiness always has a price. Someone will suffer, something will happen, It's always been that way. The childhood formula worked without fail. 3 weeks of good means bad is coming. And it did. Self-fulfilling prophecy? Not worse than before, just the same, as if those 3 weeks had been imagined. Later I would understand something unpleasant, that I didn't just wait for the good to end. I helped it end. Not deliberately, not consciously, but a body that had lived for 40 years in the mode of you'll pay for happiness doesn't know how to simply accept good things. It starts checking. Is this really good? Will they deceive me? When will the blow come? And this checking, the tension, the expectation of a blow, scanning the face for signs of danger, itself creates what you fear. You expect a scream and clench up. He sees you clenched and gets irritated. He gets irritated, and you think, see, I knew it. The prophecy fulfills itself, not because it was true, but because the body never gave a chance to learn that things can be different. Chapter 66, California. March 2021, we moved to America, again to a country with no friends and no family. 15 years I dreamed of living in California. We moved thanks to Vanya. Palm trees, the ocean, sun. Artem was 5. Vanya had a job. He transferred within Amazon. I thought, now we'll move and I'll definitely leave him as soon as I go back to work, as soon as I get on my feet, as soon as I have my own money, my own contract, my own independence. This plan lived inside me like a life raft, like the only reason not to drown. It gave meaning. Endure now, because later will be different. Later, in America, real life would begin. In the first week, I went outside barefoot, just because. The asphalt was warm, the palms rustled, the air smelled of something sweet and unfamiliar. For a second I thought, maybe here it will work. Not to live differently, just to live. The second passed, but the body remembered it. But until later arrived, I had to survive until then, and I chose the strategy that seemed the only one possible. Don't provoke, don't anger, don't upset, don't give a reason. Become invisible, silent, perfect, so he wouldn't start again, like when we first moved to Toronto and he was the sole provider. I walked on eggshells around Vanya, literally, cooked what he liked, said what he wanted to hear, didn't argue, didn't object, didn't show irritation, didn't show exhaustion, didn't show anything that might trigger that look. The contemptuous one and the scream with bulging eyes that makes the blood run cold. Everything I did was subordinated to one thing. Just don't let him start screaming again, like in Toronto. I avoided aggression. My whole life I'd avoided it. This wasn't a new strategy. It was the only one I knew. With grandmother. Read her by the sound of footsteps. If heavy, today would be bad, need to be quieter. With Maxime. Stay silent, endure, don't talk about money. Now with Vanya, walk on eggshells so he won't scream. In 12 years of marriage, I showed him my anger 4 times. 4. In 12 years. Once, threw a coffee mug at the wall. Second, smashed dishes in his vase. Actually didn't smash it. The floor tile cracked, the vase survived. Third, threw his old tablet into the bathtub when he refused to keep a promise. 4th, said, fuck you. The 4th time happened after we'd already separated, after 12 years, after therapy. 4 times in 12 years, Thane, and I remember each down to the details because each was a catastrophe for me. Not for him, for me, because showing anger meant losing control, and losing control meant becoming grandmother. Becoming the person who screams, hits, frightens. Becoming what I'd hated since age 5 and feared more than death. California. 15 years of dreams, and I walked on tiptoes. Same fear, same sentry inside. Fear, the feeling that no one needs you, the feeling that you're in the way, The feeling that if you disappeared, it would be quieter and everyone would be better off. How can this be the same cage? It can, because the cage wasn't on the outside, it was inside, and I brought it with me through Kazakhstan, Siberia, Novosibirsk, Toronto, San Diego, through all my escapes, through all my moves, through all my it will be different there. The cage traveled with me, because the cage was me. Back then this sounded like a sentence, now like a beginning. If the cage is inside, the key is too. Later, I would understand something unpleasant, that I didn't just wait for the good to end. I helped it end. The same part that couldn't relax, couldn't be happy without anxiety, couldn't believe that good can simply last. She started destroying, not consciously, not maliciously. Simply, the body couldn't hold good for longer than 3 weeks, and started looking for what's wrong, and found it, always found it. This is a pattern. I'd later see it in ACA clearly, with a name. The child who grew up in chaos can't tolerate stability. Stability feels like the calm before the storm, and when the storm doesn't come on its own, the child creates it. Not to suffer, to finally exhale, because the weight is harder than the blow. Chapter 67, Inability to Work. I couldn't go back to work. The work visa was there. The desire was there, burning, because work equaled freedom, and freedom equaled divorce, and divorce equaled salvation. But the agencies that processed permits weren't operating. COVID. Everything stopped. Paperwork that could have been done in a month stretched to a year. I couldn't do the one thing that separated me from freedom. Get a certificate, a piece of paper, a stamp, permission, as if my whole life came up against someone's desk with no one sitting behind it. And while I waited for that piece of paper, while I counted days and planned the divorce that kept getting postponed, everything around me was getting worse. Artem became more aggressive, and I couldn't work, couldn't leave, couldn't hide. I was home, around the clock, without work, without an exit. The walls closed in. Days became identical. The body forgot what day it was. Alone with a child who exploded, and with a husband I walked on eggshells around to prevent his explosions. Artem screamed, hit, threw, choked. Not from malice, from panic, but I didn't know that yet. The diagnoses wouldn't come for another year. For now things were only heating up. I screamed back, said, "Leave if you don't like it," in my grandmother's words, in my grandmother's voice, because in moments of overload, the autopilot switched on, and I became what I'd promised not to become. And I understood that alone I wouldn't cope with my son. Like my mother, alone. That thought, alone like my mother, I won't cope with him, was the most terrifying thought of my life. Scarier than I'll die at 42. Scarier than the balcony of the 17th floor. Because it meant I need help. I need another person beside me. I need Vanya. Not as a husband, as a second adult in the house. As someone beside whom Artem would grow up with a father. Because I knew what it was to grow up without. And that thought killed the divorce plan. Didn't postpone it. Killed it. Because leaving meant being alone with a child who gets expelled from everywhere. Being alone, like my mother. My mother didn't cope. She chose the bottle. And I already had a bottle on the kitchen counter. I stayed. From the understanding that a child with these diagnoses wouldn't survive with one parent who is themselves destroyed. That I needed a partner, at least functional, at least present, that there would be no ideal. My son would not search for his father through detectives. My son would know his father, even if that father screams, even if he looks with contempt, even if he doesn't know how to love the way the books describe, he would be there, beside him, every day. That was the minimum I could give him, the minimum I never had. I would have to live with Vanya, not want, not decided, not chose, Would have to. Like having to breathe when the air's bad. Like having to walk when your legs won't hold. I stayed, clenched my teeth, pulled in my stomach, strapped back in, and went to work. Chapter 68, Working at Amazon. I got the certificate, went through 80 interviews in 3 months, practiced on smaller companies, 10 of which were with Amazon. They hired me. I worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, not because they demanded it, because I didn't know any other way, because work was the only place where I felt competent, where my skills were worth money, where my efforts produced results, where I could solve a problem and get confirmation. You're needed. You're useful. You exist. Everything else in life didn't give that confirmation. At work, I was someone, a product manager, a leader, the person who does the impossible in 8 months, the title I earned at Amazon after my first product release. That same robot machine that doesn't feel, doesn't tire, doesn't cry, just solves problems. There were no feelings, only tasks and endurance. I don't remember good moments from that period, not because there weren't any, maybe there were, but my defense mechanism erased memories, all of them, good and bad, as if memory decided, if you can't forget only the pain, forget everything, and I forgot, and could be strong again, because if you don't remember how bad it was, you can pretend it wasn't, and continue, and get up, and go. One more day. 12 more hours. One more problem to solve. This is how I lived for years. In emergency mode that never switched off because no one was there to press stop. I pulled through. Until it snapped. Back then I didn't know that snapping isn't the end. It's the beginning. But before the beginning, I had to fall. Iron Man didn't complain. He didn't know how. He worked until he wore out. And wearing out was nothing new for him. Chapter 69th, Grandmother in the Body of a Child. It showed up right after the move, as if someone flipped a switch. We had deliberately settled in an expensive neighborhood fee for the school, rating 10 out of 10, best in the area. We calculated everything, neighborhood, school, stability. Now we'd finally live like people. Now everything would be like it should. But something in Artem broke from the move from Toronto. Apparently the stress, new house, new country, new language, new people was too much. He started exploding every day out of nowhere. Eventually it turned out he has autism, a pathological demand avoidance profile, PDA and ADHD. But back then in the first months, we knew nothing yet. We just lived inside his escalating aggression. When I later learned what PDA is, a lot fell into place, but it didn't get easier. PDA means that any demand, even the gentlest, put on your jacket, sit down for homework, time to eat, is perceived by the child's nervous system as an attack, not as a request, not as a rule, as a survival threat. The body triggers fight or flight, and for Artem, it was fight. Always fight. Panic instantly turned to aggression, screaming, hitting, throwing, breaking, biting, insulting. From age 6, not because he's mean, because he's scared. And ADHD adds impulsivity. The reaction is instant, without pause, without filter, without breaks. The brain doesn't have time to think. The body is already acting. At home it looked like this, aggression you couldn't predict, like weather without a forecast. You don't know when the storm will start. You don't know what will trigger it. He didn't like the food, was screaming. Something didn't work in a game. Screaming in the room trashed. Woke up on the wrong side and screaming insults, attack, simply because you're standing nearby. Assault and a grimace of hatred. from 0 to 10 in a second, without warning, without buildup, without a chance to prepare, like someone fired a gun next to your ear, and you're in shock, frozen, heart pounding, and the brain is trying to understand what happened. And every time I froze, exactly froze, didn't run, didn't fight back, froze from fear, like back then in childhood. Because his scream was my grandmother's scream, identical, the same unexpected, unfair, searing howl from nowhere, the kind you can't get used to no matter how many years you've lived with it. This was the background of our life for 3.5 years. Constant, daily, relentless. And on the outside, at school, another part of the nightmare was unfolding. The school called several times a week. Could call in the middle of a workday, in the middle of a meeting, in the middle of a presentation. Pick him up now. I dropped everything and drove. Every time. Listened to the complaints. Apologized. Promised I'd talk to him. Take measures. That it wouldn't happen again. Knew it would. Knew tomorrow would be the same call. Knew that after each such conversation, my self-esteem dropped another floor, and there were almost no floors left. Then we found out after the fact about Halloween. Other kids dress up, run around, laugh. Our son was locked alone in a room to protect the other children. A 6-year-old boy locked within 4 walls while the whole world celebrates. Because he's a threat. They didn't even call us, just decided for us. We learned later. Then there was bullying. School events he wasn't taken to, or was taken, and then they called me to pick him up. A school rated 10 out of 10 didn't know what to do with my son. They failed. He was expelled from every camp, every single one, without exception. The script was identical. First day, a key, an attempt. Second day, a call. Take the child, never bring him again. I came, apologized, picked him up. Heard those words, never again. And every time the same thing rose inside. Shame. Not for him, for myself. What a bad mother I am. And fears. What if he becomes a criminal? What awaits us in his teenage years if at 6 it's already this? As if it was my fault he's like this. As if I did something wrong. Or didn't do. Or passed on. Or broke. The merciless critic immediately delivered a permanent verdict. It's you. You broke him. You passed it on. You are the continuation of what you ran from. Your fault. And at home, meanwhile, things were getting worse. Artem was 7 when I didn't give him his tablet and he choked me for it. My child. He threw me out of the house. My son threw me out of my house, the one I paid for. Leave. I don't want you here. You shouldn't be here. And every time I fell into that same 5-year-old girl my grandmother chased outside, threatened with the orphanage. Nobody needs you. And here stands my son saying the same words, and my body hears them not as a child's words, it hears grandmother. I hated him 95% of the time and cried every day, and 5% loved him so much it hurt even more. And then I went back to make up and said it wasn't his fault, and so around and around and around. To endure this, I started drinking. First a little, a glass of wine in the evening, so it would let go, so I'd stop shaking so I could sleep. Then more. Alcohol became the only way to temporarily not feel, the only way to turn off the endless screaming inside. It became a problem, and I knew it. But knowing and stopping are different things when every day grinds you anew. And then Artem watched The Matrix. He loved repeating what he saw, like all kids, only louder, sharper, without a filter, without understanding what's acceptable and what isn't, without sensing the boundary between play and reality, because autism erases that boundary. And the next day at school, he pointed his fingers at the teacher like a gun, like in the movie, and said, "I'll kill you." A small boy repeating a movie scene, not understanding that in America, those words are not a game. In America, after all the school shootings, after all the tragedies, those words are an alarm signal, and the school pushed the button. A police squad came to our house, searched the home, looking for weapons. At our home, a family with an autistic child who pointed his fingers like a gun after watching The Matrix. And I stood there feeling what I'd felt my whole life. This is my fault. I allowed this. I wasn't watching closely enough. I'm a bad mother. And simultaneously, the absurdity, so thick, so viscous, the kind that makes you want to laugh and cry at the same time. My child is autistic. He repeats movies. He's not threatening. He's playing. But the system doesn't distinguish. The system sees words, not context. The system sees a threat, not a boy who doesn't know how else to be. We transferred him to a second school, already with diagnoses, already with a special plan. IEP, Individualized Education Program, a school considered one of the best in the city for working with children with disabilities. Specialists, protocols, resources, everything by the book. They also failed. Once Artem was frightened by something. I know this strategy of his. When he's scared, he attacks. Fear turns to aggression instantly, like gasoline igniting from a match. That's his defense, the only one he knows. They started pressuring him, and it got to the point where he started throwing chairs off the second floor. Thank God he didn't kill anyone. They restrained him, called the police. I drove to pick him up. Pulled up to the school and saw 2 huge police cars at the entrance, and I already knew it was about Artem. I felt it before I saw it, because this wasn't the first time, because I was already used to that electric jolt in the chest when the school calls. And then I saw a picture impossible to forget. 6 adults holding my 8-year-old son. 6 adults on one child. My legs gave way, my mouth open, but there was no scream, only ringing in my ears. He was curled into a ball, not screaming, not thrashing, frozen, eyes full of terror, small, in a ring of 6 adult bodies, and in those eyes, not rage, but the kind of fear that stops your breathing. And I stood watching this, and inside me the same fear rose, and my legs turned to cotton. I had 2 lawsuits because of him, against 2 different schools. The first, because the school caused serious emotional harm, and we even received compensation, $15,000 for therapy. But the damage was already done, to the child's psyche. The second, to get him accepted into a specialized school with an ABA program costing $9,000 a month. The district pays, not us, because I proved the previous school caused harm, with lawyers, with evidence. I fought for my child the way I solved everything in life, to the point of burnout. Grandmother taught, fight. My mother showed what happens when you don't fight. I fought. For his place in school, for his future. Never bring him again. Grandmothers, don't like it, leave. Only now about my son. I lived in constant fear, walking on eggshells. Every morning I woke with anxiety. What kind of day would today be? What would trigger him? What would I do wrong? Where would it blow up? I didn't feel safe, especially with him. I shrank my life to the point where I'm alone, and that's the safest thing I have. I started fearing Artem would become a criminal, not because I saw a criminal in him. I saw a boy who was in pain from others' rejection and scared, who didn't know how to express it, who exploded because inside there was no room for quiet. But fear lived separately from knowledge. Fear said, what if? What if his aggression is not a diagnosis but character? What if he grows up and hits like grandmother? Tanya told me, your critic is scaring your parts, telling them Artem is dangerous, but the danger has passed long ago. Explain this to yourself more often, but explaining and feeling are different things. ABA therapist said, You have to yield and leave. Leave the room. Don't react. Don't escalate. I was told 100 times this is the right strategy, and I set myself up for it. Leave. Just leave. But I couldn't. Leaving meant being thrown out again, like grandmother did. The kitten inside dug in and hissed. I stayed, snapped back, and escalated. And every day the same thing repeated. Here, for example, is our morning. Artem wakes up and immediately starts screaming, even though I went to another room to not bother him, because he always screams when you're near him. I needed to sit him down for his programming lesson, and he says, "No, I'll do it myself." I don't trust him because he's still lying in bed and the lesson starts in 5 minutes. He starts screaming again. Now I can't take it and start screaming back. He screams at me, "You're a bad mother, you don't love me." And I scream back, "Go find a better one when you do. Move in with her." He runs out of the house. Vanya calls. I'm sobbing, telling him I hate children, hate Artem because everyone screams at me. Grandmother always screamed too. I feel like a child, about 7 years old. And then Vanya starts screaming for me to shut up. Artem is screaming, Vanya is screaming, and grandmother is screaming, and now I'm screaming from exhaustion by all of it. Hell on earth. Body shaking, voice gone in the mirror, grandmother's face. Then I drive in the car for half an hour in silence, cry with the music up loud so it can't be heard, in dark glasses and with a smile so it can't be seen. Then I come back. Make up. Say it's not his fault. Take the responsibility off him because I'm terrified he'll take the blame on himself, the way I once did, and consider himself bad and unloved. And so around and around. The hatred evaporates, I go to make up, everything around and around. And then evening comes, and I sit down to write, and the feelings have settled, and the hatred has evaporated again. And once more, I don't understand how you can hate someone you love so much. I would come to do Artem's EMDR session the 4th time. We fight every time he screams. And Vanya, damn it, looks on with displeasure. I hate them all. I just scream back. I hate the family. I hate them all. I have so much hatred. I have nothing good. I even scream throughout the house. Just a scream. Then tears. Then a feeling of hatred for the family. Then Vanya came, took my hand, spoke in a kind voice, and I calmed down quickly, cried a lot, and he said I was being unreasonable, that I should just walk away. And I said, "Do you know what dissociation is? I don't feel or remember anything after a fight except despair or anger." And then he sees I've been crying by the puffy eyes, doesn't know how to fix things, and starts playing with the blanket, flirting, trying to get me to join his game. That's his way of hoping to make up. And I remember I did the same thing. Don't remember because I was little, but I know for certain, and I melt slowly. I hated him for the fear, the shame, the police, the lawsuits, the camps, every never bring him again, grandmother screamed from his mouth. And I hated myself for the hatred, and I chose him every time, again and again, despite the hatred, despite the despair, despite the voice inside screaming, "Abandon him, leave like your mother." I didn't leave, didn't abandon. But I also couldn't keep living like this. Chapter 70th, Destiny. At exactly this moment, as if the universe decided to test how much more could be placed on this back before it broke, the Destiny story happened. We had an apartment in Toronto. Each of us had sold our property in Novosibirsk, and we had enough for a mortgage in Toronto. When we moved to the U.S., we rented it out, and at some point a woman named Destiny appeared there, In Russian, sudba, fate, a prostitute, a squatter, a person who moved into someone else's apartment and refused to leave. Fate stole my apartment. Sometimes metaphors are too literal. It sounds like a joke, like a bad comedy script, but when I say refuse to leave, I mean literally. Toronto's laws protect tenants, even if the tenant is a squatter, even if they occupied the apartment illegally, even if there are human feces on the balcony and the doors and cabinets are ripped out because of their actions. She flooded the neighbors. The police took her away for having sex on our balcony and returned her. And I couldn't get into my own apartment. Couldn't. The law, COVID, courts dragged on. I had to hire lawyers from California, remotely. We lost a lot of money. Money we'd saved for years and earned through honest work. When Vanya told me about the situation, I jumped in, instantly, on autopilot, the way I jumped into every problem in my life. Saw a problem, fix it. Didn't ask myself, what do I feel? Didn't ask, do I even have the resources? The robot just switched on and took off. I couldn't sleep because of it. Lay down and couldn't close my eyes because revenge scenarios kept playing in my head. How I'd punish this woman, how I'd get the money back, how I'd restore justice. Obsessive thoughts, the kind that don't switch off, that loop like a broken record. She stole what's mine, she stole what's mine, I'm powerless, I can't do anything. Powerlessness, financial terror, revenge obsession to the point of lost sleep. Powerlessness. That was the feeling I knew best. Since 6 months. When mother isn't there and you lie unable to even turn over. When grandmother hits and you stand unable to leave. When grandfather doesn't protect and you can't ask. When Vanya screams and you can't answer. Powerlessness was my ambient state. Only I'd learned not to notice it because control was running on top. Control solved problems. Control moved forward. Control created the illusion that I wasn't powerless. And destiny shattered that illusion. Showed, you control nothing. You can't even enter your own apartment. Later in therapy, I would unpack the story and understand 2 things. First, I was angry at myself for jumping in, for taking on this problem the way I took on every problem my whole life, and arriving at suicidal depression. Second, I was angry at Vanya for allowing it, for not protecting, not the apartment, but me, for telling me the news and stepping aside as he always did, while I, as always, jumped in. But that understanding would come later. Back then I simply didn't sleep, didn't eat, counted losses, and hated a woman whose name, like a cruel joke, meant fate. And this became the second to last straw. Chapter 71st, Prison on My Birthday. Hello, here's a story about how I wonderfully spent my birthday evening and the entire night in a women's jail, and I actually think it's pretty cool because it came with a number of benefits I discovered later, but the conditions were brutal, straight out of a movie. It started with me working nonstop, a product launch coming up, working from 7 a.m. until pickup time. On my birthday, I had 2 glasses of wine at 6 p.m. When everything was done, friends invited me to celebrate, literally next door at the neighboring plaza. Vanya said, "Go. At least you'll see some people, because I work in this room and live in the same room. Sleep, sit down. I don't see actual living people." If I had felt drunk, I wouldn't have gotten behind the wheel. I was certain I was fine and under the California legal limit of 0.08. I'd driven in that state before. I arrived, didn't drink anything. Talked to Violetta. There's a witness that I didn't drink. Since I had to drive back home to test, I left around 8:30. 8 minutes of driving. And I thought, well, since clubbing isn't happening tonight, I have to work late. I'll just crank the music. Cranked it to maybe 20. I usually listen at 10. That was my first mistake, because when a person listens to loud music, there are studies on this, they automatically increase their speed, and I, of course, increased my speed, maybe by 15 miles. And it's a small road, lower speed limit than usual. There's a turn. I didn't make the turn, started braking too late and drove into oncoming traffic. Red light, cars stopped. Braked in front of a motorcyclist. He fell off from fright. I didn't touch him, obviously, but I'd probably have soiled my pants too if a car like mine braked in front of me like that. About a meter between us. I got out and started apologizing. He says, "You ruined my whole bike." But he just jumped off it right in front of my eyes and dropped it on its side. My next mistake, I started arguing with him. Said, "First of all, I didn't exactly ruin it. You jumped off it yourself." That naturally was already making him angry. Next mistake, I'd never been in an accident. Don't know what to do in these situations. I think need to call the cops. But he says, "Let's just do this quickly. I need to go. Give me your license and insurance." Turns out you just let each other photograph it, then file with insurance, and that's it. He was ready to leave immediately. He was in a hurry. "No," I say. "Why should I give you my documents, call the cops? Asked for it myself." Vanya on the phone said, "What are you doing? You should have just given the documents." The cops came. The motorcyclist was fine, says, "Not hurt." I recorded video showing the bike was far, but I smell of alcohol, obviously. Do all our tests, they say. I did the tests well, even showed them burpees when it was cold, wanted to warm up. December evening already, because later when they were already driving me to jail, the officer, he treated me very kindly, said I was ready to let you go. Tests were fine, the smell bothered me, and he asked me to do one last thing, blow into a tube. The tube showed bad news, over the limit. And that was it. Protocol requires them to take you for an official test, because that tube can be inaccurate. They put handcuffs on me. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. It was like a movie. He put on handcuffs and says, "We're going to take you to a women's detention facility, run the test. Worst case, fingerprints, database check that you're not a criminal, 6 hours max, and we'll let you go." We arrive. I'm sitting in a car with bars, like in a movie. He could see I was very cooperative, that I'd do the test fine, that I wasn't drunk, thought they'd probably release me right away, that the test would be under 0.08. He didn't put my car in a tow truck. That would have cost me $1,500. Just went out of his way. I didn't ask. Then while driving, we chatted. I told him I can't believe all this is happening to me, that it's my birthday, that I'm working, that I have a ton of tests to run tonight, that I just turned the music up louder. He told me about his wife, also an overachiever. When any test is below 97 points, she's very upset. We joked on the way. They brought me in. I blew into the license machine. First time, 0.06. They say, "Let's do it again." Blew again, 0.08. And here was my biggest mistake. I should have said, "Redo the test," because I didn't feel like I had any alcohol at all. Well, I did, obviously. At 0.06, I would have passed and been released. But I didn't say it. He says, "That's it. I can't help you anymore. Women's jail for you. They'll take fingerprints, run the database check, and send you home." He brings me into this space, the entrance. I'm still in handcuffs. Hands are pretty numb. It's already 11 at night. Everything about this is not optimal. First a photo, then talk to a doctor about whether you're planning to kill yourself. I don't know why they asked that. They also made me sign documents without reading them. 3 signatures. Maybe I sold a kidney. Also a lesson for the future. Don't sign anything you haven't even been shown. You talk through a little window, They took my phone, watch, ring, all jewelry, everything, gave nothing back. Next, the next room, fingerprints. The women looked me over with such thoroughness. No man has ever examined me with such attention. There was an X-ray to check that no knife is hidden in secret places. They took my jacket, left in a t-shirt, jeans, took my shoes, took my socks. Gave me some thin, not even paper, but rubber slippers that slide. Sat me on an iron chair in the middle of the room. Can't stand up. When you try to stand, they yell, "Sit," in this terrifying voice. Bathroom with an open door. Yes, like that. When I stood up to stretch my arms, they told me, "Sit." I said, "My shoulders are numb." He then removed one handcuff and cuffed me to the chair. And this was him going out of his way for me. As I later understood, he was actually really very kind to me, understood the situation. And the most brutal thing, it's maybe 15 degrees Celsius, maximum. While I'm in just a t-shirt and jeans, I'm sitting there literally shaking. I later joked with the girls that at least I was losing weight, because I'd recently listened to Huberman. He said this is a very effective method, these micro shakings when you burn a ton of calories. Burned calories all night. Can't stand up, can't walk. By the end, my legs were literally blue. Not joking. The fact that they yelled at us, spoke rudely, and that's like in the movies. I wasn't too surprised there. Oh, and there was Crazy Lady. Really some very. This woman had mental health issues. They brought her in. She showered the officer who brought her with insults, and that officer remarkably maintained very respectful treatment. 40 minutes of continuous insults, that's very hard in general. I don't know why they developed such armor, because not everyone is as nice as me. By the time all this was done, already 1:30 a.m. Checked the fingerprints. At 2 they told me, "You're free, you can go. But we won't give your things back. Someone has to come for you. From 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. We don't release people. Unsafe. Someone has to drive in. Wait in line. Call. Uber? No, can't. They won't give back the phone, even though they released you." Vanya was peacefully asleep. He has do not disturb mode like me. We have each other set so calls go through. If I'd called from my phone, he would have heard. But from the jail phone, Ham, hidden number. The call isn't confidential. You wait a long time to be connected. Like in Orange is the New Black. An awesome show, and I experienced it on my own skin. I called, maybe 15 times. Asked other girls who were ordering bail to call from their numbers. Thought repeated calls would work. Didn't work at all. He blissfully slept until 5:30. The shift changed. New woman. And I have Vanya on the line. Need to tell him where to go? But I don't know. Nobody explained where I am. Other than that, it's a jail. And there might be many. Female detention facility, it's called. In Russian, in prison. I call Vanya, say, "I'll find out the address now." But you can't approach them, these women at the window. They immediately, apparently used to harden people, tense up, yell, "Sit. Back to your spot." You even have to sit a certain way, exactly like this. I'm sitting with my arm extended, waiting for someone to come. This new woman comes. Beautiful woman. She even has these cool eyelashes. But when she starts talking, not beautiful. Sees I'm asking that a phone is waiting. No. I tried to approach. She yelled at me, hard. Those voices are familiar to me. She's just brutal. Then she comes over. Vanya has been waiting this whole time. At 6 a.m., she spent 10 minutes doing her makeup. Comes over, and in this horrible voice says, "And what, you couldn't wait 5 seconds?" I say I need the address so my husband can come. I was released a long time ago, since 2 a.m. I need someone to pick me up. She, "I don't know you. I just got here. You're nobody to me. Sit and wait." With great difficulty, I explained, asked politely, apologized. "Please just give me the name at least, where to drive. He'll Google it." She quickly barked the name. Vanya arrived with Artem around 6:30, then waited until past 8. Though they told me, at 7 it'll happen. They'll release you right away 'cause you're already clear. Nobody starts working on time there. All these processes are horribly inefficient. The whole thing is designed to torture people, that's how I'd put it. During the wait, they came twice and said, "Line up, everyone stand, line up," and put us in a cell. I say, "Why a cell? I've already been released." They say that's how it is. The first shift was nicer. They knew about my birthday, maybe that's why. Said, "There's just a person coming whom you're not allowed to see." I don't know who that was. In this cell, I met Olya, a Russian woman, older, driving on a small road residential area, 15 miles per hour, and someone throws themselves right in front of the car, not right under the wheels of about 2 meters, enough to brake, but enough to call the police. The person was invisible, all in a hood. Then police appear from somewhere. She was arrested. Told nothing about this person. Bail, $100,000. 10 in cash immediately. Otherwise, you sit 5 days until court. I'd already heard about this scheme. A way to get American citizenship. They pick a car barely moving, jump, know how and at what distance so they won't get hit, and calmly get citizenship. And now she has all this. I felt sorry for this woman. No reason not to believe her. At least someone gets something good. The person gets citizenship. This bail thing, it's a business. In any jail, probably. They constantly talk about this bail. Have you contacted a bail agent? Is bail arranged? And though you can't stand up, if you're going to call about bail, you can. Huge list hanging there. Tons of bail offices you can call and get a sort of mortgage that you'll pay for the rest of your life. $250 a month. If you have $100,000, just right for a lifetime. There were 4 of us girls overnight. 2, like me, had a little to drink. 2, serious cases, had to get bail. I saw myself from a new angle, after working from home. I was joking there, talking. It was actually pretty fun for me. Realized how much I miss people, something to remember in old age. When they finally let us out onto the street, barefoot in rubber slippers, 5 degrees in the morning, we shuffled down the street for 7 minutes in those sliding slippers with blue legs. I thought one thing. The greatest happiness in life is simply a hot bath. Making a person happy is simple. Take everything away, then give back a little. I genuinely felt bliss when I just got in the car and turned on the heater. Benefits. My love for my husband grew exponentially, immediately, because he first of all didn't scream at me when I called him crying from the crime scene, came to pick me up from that hellhole, was understanding, though he'd never had a run-in with the police, and he always follows the rules, unlike some people. We have this rule here. When you drive through a residential area, there are stops where you're required to come to a complete stop and only then drive, and so endlessly, stop, drive, and there are no cars. I never followed this rule, and now thanks to having a DUI, I'll have to be super exemplary for 10 years. I'm not allowed a single gram of alcohol behind the wheel. For the next 10 years, I follow every rule. Stops and right turns with a full stop I'll have to observe. That's my minimum goal. And the maximum, I'd really like to not drink at all. I'll try to use this as leverage. For our team, it was a good lesson. In our family, we honestly tell each other how things are. I asked Vanya to tell him the truth. We're going to pick up Mom from jail for drunk driving. She broke the rules. When I was released, I told him everything in detail. What happened to me and why I was taken. That because of a small violation, I spent the whole night behind bars. And for a big one, a person can spend their whole life. And for him, as a person who loves to break rules, Well, he's my son. It's useful to know this. And for that version of me who will someday reread this, please remember how you felt there and about the possible consequences that I really could have killed a person. And then I wouldn't be sitting here, I'd be sitting somewhere else. Hello from the past. About the consequences. Insurance will go up a lot. For 6 months, I'll drive with a tube in the car, blow every time for it to start. This thing checks that there's 0 in the blood. I'll attend some school for several months where they brainwash you, and also court, where worst case, 3 months behind bars. But if I hire a lawyer for $5,000 to $15,000 because I'm planning to contest this case, that machine showed 0.06 one time and 0.08 another. If it's 0.06, they should have let me go. Planning to contest so the consequences aren't as serious. So that's the fun, sad birthday experience. In the end, I contested and just drove with a tube and got the brainwashing. No, this story was not about the last straw. Chapter 72, Losing My Job. This had already happened before. Exactly the same, like a broken record. In Toronto, I worked at a company called Viana. Threw myself in the way I always did, 12 hours to the point of burnout, with that same perfectionism that instead of good produced only perfect or death. Released a product. Got the company award, Shining Star Award, and top performer who inspires others. And then the company went bankrupt during COVID. Laid off. Thank you, goodbye. An A in the diary. And they ripped the diary up. The second seminar, the second dispensa, was the turning point. Not because of meditations, because of people. The two who told me about AA and breathing. They showed direction. Dispensa gave context. But doing it, I had to do myself. The second seminar, the second dispensa was the turning point. Not because of meditations, because of people. The two who told me about AA and breathing. They showed direction. Dispensa gave context. But doing it, I had to do myself. And now Amazon. For 8 months, I worked on a project my manager would later call never happened impossible. No one before me could do it. It's impossible, and she did it. I worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, sleepless, between Artem's screams and Vanya's silence, between lawsuits for the child and calls from school, pick up your kid, and meetings where I was that same robot machine, a super AI chat GPT that doesn't feel, doesn't tire, doesn't cry, just solves problems. Release the product, got exceeds high bar, Amazon's highest rating, and then they laid me off, like at Viana, word for word, scene for scene, same script. Do the impossible, in doubt, lose everything, invest maximum, get 0. Twice in a row, at 2 different companies, in 2 different countries, as if life was testing. Do you see it? Do you see the pattern? Back then I didn't see the pattern. I only saw ashes. The formula confirmed itself once more. No matter how much you do, they'll discard you. You are a resource, used and forgotten. The last straw, the phoenix didn't rise. Inside, emptiness. After that, the suicidal depression began. Not the kind after my mother's death. That was about numbness, about insomnia, about a body that doesn't sleep. This was different. This was about a black hole you fall into with nothing to grab. 2 years. 2 years of depression that wasn't helped by pills, therapy, ketamine, or mushrooms. 2 years during which the only thing keeping me on this side was Artem. Obligation. A mother's duty. A decision made long ago. My child will not grow up without a mother. Chapter 73rd, Suicidal Period. 2 years of suicidal depression. Not 2 years of sadness, not 2 years of I feel bad. 2 years of living at the bottom, where there's no light, no air, no reason to get up in the morning. Sleeping, relaxing, feeling joy, and experiencing pleasure. These 4 things were inaccessible to me, all 4, as if someone cut from life everything worth living for and left only pain, duties, and insomnia. I constantly thought about how to kill myself, not abstractly, concretely, with details, with calculation like everything in my life. Sometimes these thoughts came as a plan, cold, logical, the head computing options. Sometimes as a scream from the place that was so wounded it simply wanted it to stop. But most often, they came out of spite toward Artem. The suicidal part no longer came to visit, she moved in, lived with me every day, simply waited for me to agree. I would later understand. She too was trying to help. The pain that couldn't be endured consciously, she offered to end, cruelly, but in her own way, out of care. Not the method, but the motive. Not a desire for death, a desire for it to stop. Artem screamed at me. His scream hit the same spot as my grandmother's, and I instantly turned not into a mother, but into a 7-year-old girl standing in a corner wanting to die. His words, "You're a bad mother, you don't love me," were grandmother's words in a different voice. And in response to that scream, from the depths, from the place I usually didn't let reach the surface, rose, I'll die, and you won't have a mother. Like me, you'll learn what that's like." That was the most terrifying thing I could think, the most shameful, because it was exactly what was done to me. My grandmother said, "You'll die under a fence." And I believed. My mother died, and I grew up with guilt. Now I myself, in my suicidal fantasies, was doing the same to my child, using my death as a weapon, as revenge, as punishment for his screaming, for the fact that because of him I stayed with Vanya, for the fact that he has parents, both, and I had none. And yet, through all of this, I took out life insurance. Not on myself, on Vanya, deliberately, consciously, so that when I killed myself, they'd have money, so my death wouldn't be for nothing, so that even dying I'd be useful. Even my own death I planned as a project, with a budget, a beneficiary, a return on investment calculation. The perfectionist worked to the very end, even death as a project. Why live if pain isn't compensated by joy? But somewhere at the very bottom, where there's no more hope, no plan, no phoenix, I noticed something. I was still breathing, not because I wanted to, not because I chose to, just breathing. And this just breathing turned out to be stronger than any decision. The body, which I'd forced to be silent for 40 years, it didn't want to die. It wanted to live, even when I didn't. Chapter 74th, the husband gave me a knife. We had both been drinking. Wine, my habitual painkiller, my mother's method, the one she died from. Vanya was also drinking that evening. I was in despair. Not the usual ambient kind I'd lived with for years, but the acute, cutting kind that comes when the last wall inside collapses. I told Vanya I wanted to kill myself. Out loud. Not for the first time. I'd told him before about the insurance, about not wanting to live. But he didn't believe me, or believed and didn't know what to do with it. He gave me a knife, while drunk, as a provocation, as the gesture of a person tired of hearing the same thing and not believing it's real. Here's a knife. Go ahead. As if wanting to prove, to himself or to me, that I wouldn't do it, that it was just another hysteria that would pass. He didn't understand. Didn't understand that the second the knife was in my hand, what happened inside wasn't sobering up. Not fear, but confirmation. Confirmation of everything I thought about myself. Unneeded, worthless. A person who is given a knife might, because her life isn't worth fighting for. My mother figuratively plunged a knife into my heart by leaving, by dying. And he gave a real one into my hands. And in that drunken, thoughtless gesture, everything converged. My entire childhood. Every person who was nearby and didn't protect. I slashed my arm. But Vanya grabbed the knife, in time, at the last moment, like on the balcony of the 17th floor when he woke up that night. Every time at the last second, every time when it's almost too late. He didn't know how to come earlier, didn't know how to be present before it became unbearable. But at the moment of catastrophe, he came, grabbed, and disappeared back into his silence. I hated him for that knife, still do, with the part that was in the kitchen with a blade at her wrist. He acted like my mother, didn't protect when protection was needed. But another part, the one writing this book now, sees something else, that Vanya was also drunk, also in despair, also didn't know what to do with a woman who says every day she wants to die, that he's not a villain. He's simply a person who grew up in a house where no one taught him to handle someone else's pain, like I grew up in a house where no one taught me to handle my own. Two people who didn't know how, and a knife between them. This wasn't the bottom. There was still further to go, but this was the point after which I stopped believing someone from the outside could save me. And then, from this no one is coming, the only possibility began to sprout. Maybe me. Not strong. Not ready. Just the only one left. Body practices. Not the ones that didn't help, chiropractor, physical therapy, but the ones that came later when the body started waking up. Osteopath, Yulia, life coach and yoga. Alina, singing in a voice clenched since childhood. Olya, body dynamics, daily exercises, foot, pelvis, sacrum, building a body map. All of this only worked after breathing, and meditation strengthened the core. Before that, like building walls without a foundation. Chapter 75th, Mushrooms, MDMA, and the Kind Voice. When the suicidal depression became my permanent state rather than a visiting one, I started reading everything I could get my hands on. Not for growth, not from curiosity, like a drowning person grabbing whatever's nearby. And I came across mushrooms, psilocybin, research, articles, people who said it helped. And I thought, what do I have to lose? I was already losing everything. I had about 8 journeys. Heroic doses, see, that's what they call it when the dose is large and you don't control where it takes you. Vanya was my sitter every time. Sat beside me, made sure I didn't harm myself. Not a therapist, a husband. There was no other option. 8 times. He sat beside me 8 times while I died. Screamed, cried, said terrible things. Didn't leave once. Endured. Didn't understand what to do, but stayed. For a person who also wasn't taught to be present with someone else's pain, that was a lot. In the first trips, I was able to truly cry for the first time in my life. Not the kind you cry from exhaustion or from a fight, but from that place that had been closed for 30 years, the place where my mother lived. I cried so much there, it seemed like I was catching up on 40 accumulated years. Grandmother never surfaced, not in a single trip. Only my mother. Gut-wrenching pain for her. Sadness so enormous you could drown in it. And also fear of death. The feeling that I'd die soon. That I needed help. I said it aloud, in the trip. Start helping me, please, someone. 10 years before, I'd been working on my mother through constellation therapy. Forgiving, understanding, accepting. I thought I'd processed everything. Until I ate the mushrooms and discovered the inside was full of hatred, unacknowledged, unheard. The kind that at 21 my first therapist had forbidden me to feel when she said, "What do you have so many complaints about? She gave you life." And I obediently spent 10 years on forgiveness, skipping over hatred like a step that doesn't exist. The mushroom showed the step exists, and on it, me, in terror and rage since 6 months old. 10 years I leapt over the hatred for my mother. The mushrooms sat me back down on that step. Then the convulsions started during trips, so strong that the last time I did mushrooms, I nearly died for real. The body clenched and wouldn't release, and I couldn't breathe through it. I thought it would crush my internal organs. Vanya revived me in a bathtub of boiling water. The mushrooms tried to remove the corset in one yank. The body couldn't take it. Later, they told me in a trip, "This is the last time. Next time you'll die. If you want to die, just eat mushrooms." Through mushrooms, I learned many suppressed feelings. Pain toward my mother, devastation, fear I didn't know about, hatred I'd hidden behind forgiveness for 10 years, and one more thing, the understanding that I needed to create love from nothing, that no one would give it, that no one would bring it, that I'd have to grow it myself, like Munchausen pulling himself by the hair. But mushrooms didn't give a lasting result. The trip ended, and everything returned. Like a window into normal life. You see the landscape, but can't step outside. After the knife, I tried MDMA. We agreed with Vanya. Take it, go to separate rooms, put on masks, listen to music, come together in an hour and a half, when each has understood something about themselves. The substance hit me first, and I did what I hadn't planned. I told Vanya I was going to commit suicide, that everything was ready, the will, the insurance, that I wished him well, finding a woman who would care for Artem. He listened, then stood up, silently, and left the room, not a word. That's the support I received. The only person nearby stood and left, like grandfather to the garage when grandmother beat me, like mother down the dark street, not turning around. I was left alone, with photos of my grandmother I'd prepared in advance, looked at them and said aloud, "Done. You burned it all. Nothing's left. No love. I'll definitely die." And with that complete resignation, not despair, but resignation, which is worse because it doesn't even have the energy for a scream, I lay on the floor and held my own cheeks with my palms, like a child takes herself, 2 small palms on her face, and started speaking in a thin, childlike voice about how grandmother had burned everything, about how nothing was left. And then, from the same body, from the same hands on cheeks, another voice appeared. Not grandmother's, not the critic's, not my usual one. Different, kind, warm, which said, "No, you matter to me. I don't want you to leave." The voices switched, last like a dialogue between 2 people in one body. The child said, "Grandmother burned everything." The voice answered, "No, not everything." The child, "Nothing's left." The voice, "I'm left." The child, "No one will come." The voice, "I'm already here." The voices changed physically, and I couldn't control it, just listen from the side. I knew the method. IFS, Internal Family Systems, had read Richard Schwartz's book, knew how it works in theory. Parts, self, calm, curiosity, compassion. But theory is one thing. Lying on the floor with palms on your cheeks and hearing for the first time in your life a voice that doesn't insult or blame from inside. That's another. Then Vanya came, said, I realize that I scream, but I don't know what to do about it. I answered, well, I don't know either. I eat mushrooms. He thought, said, okay, I'll try too. And he tried. And changes began in him. Strong. Noticeable. The relationship started slowly shifting, not because one of us suddenly learned to love, but because both began looking inside. But the kind voice existed only under MDMA. In ordinary life, I couldn't hear it. Eyes closed, darkness, the critic, you're defective. The voice came with the substance and left with the substance. And then the thing I hadn't prepared for happened. It was Artem's birthday, 8 years old. His friend was sleeping over, and in the morning I was folding the sofa back together. Felt something stuck inside the mechanism. Thought, trash, a toy caught, pushed harder. The sofa folded. By evening I noticed the cat was nowhere. Fantik, Artem's cat, a service cat, a cat dog who endured anything, a dream cat. I searched the whole apartment, called, checked under beds, behind closets, in the bathroom, then checked the sofa. He was there, in a hole in the mechanism I didn't know about, hidden, the way cats hide in the tightest, darkest place, and I crushed him, pushed and felt resistance, but couldn't even imagine it wasn't trash, but a living creature. I found him myself, dead, on my son's birthday. I had killed my son's best friend. I collapsed. Not hysteria, collapse. Guilt so total I wanted to stop existing. I killed a living creature, my child's cat, with my own hands, the same hands that petted him. And at that moment, Thatine, without MDMA, without mushrooms, without music, without a mask, without anything, I heard it. The kind voice, the same one. It said, you didn't do it on purpose. I'm with you. Yes, it's a tragedy, but you didn't do it on purpose. For the first time, from an ordinary state, from the very bottom, from the most terrible place, the voice came on its own. Without chemicals, it just came. As if what it needed wasn't a dose, but real grief. As if it had been waiting for the moment when all defenses fell. And finally, it could get through. From that day, I began growing it, every day. The way you grow a child, patiently, clumsily, with mistakes. Every morning, when the critic was already running at full power, I searched for the other voice. The one I use with the cat when she scratches, but I love her anyway. Later, much later, in the car, I was driving and crying from the realization that a normal family wouldn't happen, and the voice said, you have a mama inside. I asked like a child, why didn't you talk to me before? The answer came slowly. You were in such bad shape, you were constantly distracting yourself from the pain. You couldn't look inside. There was no chance. But I was always here, since birth. Every child has the right to love inside. My mother's name was Lyubov, love. She didn't give what the name promised, but inside it turned out there was another one. The one who doesn't leave, doesn't die, doesn't choose the bottle. Infinite, quiet, who waited 40 years for me to stop screaming and finally listen. The kind voice for the first time in 40 years, not someone else's, not from a book, not therapeutic, mine. Quiet, uncertain, like a sprout pushing through asphalt. It said, sunshine, and I cried. Not from pain, from the fact that this word is even possible. I remember two things from that evening. The knife going into my arm, and his face when he grabbed it. Not angry, frightened, like a person who just realized what he'd done, but it was too late. We never talked about it after. Not once, as if it didn't happen. The way we didn't talk about anything that mattered. The scar stayed. The silence stayed. And between them, 12 more years of marriage. Chapter 76, Big Bear. In October, we went as a family to Big Bear, a mountain resort 4 hours from San Diego. A rental cabin, trails, pines, silence. We were climbing a trail. Vanya started saying something displeased, and I felt it would lead to a fight. I asked, I can't talk right now. I need a pause. He didn't stop and got even more wound up with criticism. Please, take a break. I can't listen to this right now. Please. He continued. I couldn't take it. I screamed, I hate you, and I want a divorce. And ran, alone, through the forest. Evening, getting dark. Without a phone, not knowing the way, and I get lost even with a GPS. Ran down the trail, turned the wrong way, lost the trail, found another, got lost. Big Bear's a mountain, forest, bears in the very name, and maybe not only in the name. Evening, alone, no signal. Somehow I got out, found a trail, reached the cabin. Nothing ate me, not the bear, not the forest, not the darkness. Chapter 77th, Munchausen. Munchausen was still pulling, by the last hairs from the last swamp. I went to Joe Dispenza, spontaneously, without a plan, without preparation, just went, like a person drowning who grabs at anything. I didn't know who Dispenza was. Well, I knew a little from videos, from motivational clips YouTube served during sleepless nights, but I hadn't read his books yet. But something pushed me to go to a 7-day seminar. Not the head was broken. Something else. The part that at 14 hung from a branch and the branch broke. She's not loud, just stubborn. I ended up in a hall full of people who were meditating, crying, laughing, feeling things. I sat among them and felt nothing. Closed my eyes in darkness, tried to relax. The body didn't know how. But I encountered the practice. Not the idea of meditation, I'd known that for a long time, but the daily sitting with closed eyes, with an attempt to ask, not solve, not control, but ask for joy, for love, for sensations in the body, for a girl who was forbidden to ask since age 5. This was a revolution. 6 months I meditated every day, asked for only one thing, joy, love, sensations in the body, and felt nothing. Sometimes emptiness, sometimes tension, sometimes the thought that I'm doing everything wrong. But I continued, not because it was better, because the alternative was clear. On the outside, nothing was happening. No insights, no breakthroughs, no tears of relief. If someone had asked me then whether it helped, I'd have said no, but the body kept sitting down every morning. And somewhere at the edge, not in the head, not in words, something strange appeared. Not even a thought, more like a shift. I suddenly understood that I didn't have to stay, not in the global sense, not leave life, but simply not be where it's terrifying, not sleep in a house where at any second screaming can start, not wait for it to begin. For the first time between two habitual points, endure and die, a third appeared. You can leave and stay alive. I don't know when exactly it started. It wasn't a decision, wasn't a thought you can write down, more like water moving under ice. Where I'd stopped breathing many years ago, something barely perceptibly shifted, quietly, almost invisibly, without permission, as if inside me was a part that hadn't died this whole time, just waited. This is how my snake woke up, slowly, without noise, without promises, coiled in the body, in the place I hadn't breathed into for 40 years, where neither words nor therapy, nor attempts to understand reached. Kundalini yoga every morning tried to reach her. Most of the time, nothing. Empty. Like knocking on a closed door. But sometimes something stirred. Not a feeling, not relief. Just movement. As if under the crust of ice there really is water. Snake was in no hurry. She didn't need faster, she didn't need a result. She'd waited many years and could wait more. And for the first time in all that time, I stopped rushing her. In Big Bear, I expected a reset. Fresh air, mountains, distance from the apartment where walls were closing in. Instead, I got the opposite. Vanya was tense. Artem was explosive. And I had nowhere to run. In the city, I could drive. Here, trapped. The trip ended early. We packed in silence, drove home without speaking. The mountains didn't help. Nothing outside helps when the problem is inside. Chapter 78, The Cell. I'm a sociable person who locked herself in this apartment all alone, and I like it. I moved out after the Big Bear story. Not only because of Vanya's rejection, criticism, screaming, and devaluing. Not only because with him I felt invisible, unneeded, a resource. I moved out because I lived in constant fear. Because of Artem, too. Because of that scream you can't predict and can't understand. Because of that feeling of prison. This is like grandmother. This is fucking forever. Because of this body that every second expects a blow. I rented an apartment 5 minutes from our house, 6-month lease, took with me 2 forks, 2 spoons, and all my dresses, furnished it like a monk's quarters, minimal things, empty space, silence. Vanya creates coziness, fancy touches, little comforts. I couldn't care less. I can live without that. I genuinely just need lots of empty space and silence and minimalism. A cell. Before moving, I had paralysis, strong fear in the body. What I found, it might be noisy from the road. On Facebook, it looked a lot like a scam, and when I looked at options far from home, paralyzing fear. Tanya said, separation anxiety. You have to live through it. Survive it with the body. Don't rush. Since you've made the decision, move forward in contact with yourself. I moved, found the apartment, signed the contract, moved in, for the first time in a long while. Quiet. Vanya stayed with Artem, alone, for almost a year, with a child who screams, hits, explodes out of nowhere, without a wife, without help. Worked full-time and then came home to what I'd fled from. He didn't complain, not once. When I asked, how are things? He said, fine. His fine was the same lie as my smile and slack. At first I thought I'd go on dates. Why not? A free woman, living alone, have the right. Installed Tinder, scrolled through profiles, swiped right, got matches. And sabotaged absolutely all of them. Even if it got to a date, I didn't go. Couldn't drag myself out of the house without a reason. Going somewhere just because, not for business, impossible. I'm wasting fucking time and it's scary too. Elena, my therapist, said I needed to go on these dates. Otherwise, I'm reinforcing the punishing critic who scares me that it's always been bad, is and will be. And I'm not getting the most important thing, a healthy experience where that's not the case. I saw sense in this, but I didn't have the resources for it. I understood. I'm attracted to the same cold, indifferent type as Vanya. And what for? It's a ton of time. Going on these dates, spending it. I knew why I sabotaged. In one of the sessions, in an altered state, I saw it crystal clear. I want to be with my family. I love them very much. That's why I don't go on any dates. Not because it's scary, not because I don't have time, because I don't want someone else. I want my own. And I dropped the whole idea. Decided, okay, I'll live like this, without relationships, without sex, alone. I did everything I could. Meditations, therapy, work, and child 50-50. I truly believed that if I did enough, it would get easier. But it didn't get easier. I was sinking deeper. And at some point, this brought me to a place I never thought I could reach. Chapter 79th, Kitchen Knife. After dispensa, at home, everything was the same. The same small apartment. The cell, the same walls, the same silence. Not calm, empty. I stood in the kitchen, alone, had just released a product at Service Now, and a knife on the table. Not Vanya's, mine. Just a knife, a kitchen knife, the one I used to cut bread. Only this time, I looked at it differently. The first time seen when Vanya gave it was about despair, about the abyss you fall into with someone nearby who doesn't catch you. That time was about two people. This time was about one, only about me, standing in the kitchen. No one there, no one provoking, no one screaming, no one giving the knife. It's just lying there, and the hand reaches on its own, not from anger, not from resentment, from exhaustion, from emptiness. Heavy hands, empty head, body not resisting. I picked up the knife. And at that moment, in that second when the metal was at my arm, everything compressed into a single point, not before my eyes, in my body. Grandmother's beatings, mother's absence, grandfather's receiver, which he hung up, Maxime, whom I left, Vanya, who screamed, went silent, gave the knife, Artem, who attacked with scissors, Toronto, California, the balcony, the floor where I lay while the baby crawled, the product I released, never happened, impossible, and laid off, the insurance policy in the husband's name, candles on my 30th birthday, the letter to Artem. If I'm gone, Trontute, don't take it personally. All of it. In 1 second, in one knife, in one hand. Raised it over the vein. A call from a friend. And I stopped. Not because I was scared, not because someone grabbed it, not because the branch broke like at 14. I stopped because from inside a word rose. One, quiet, from the belly, not the head, from the part of me that at 6 months lay in a crib, abandoned and didn't die, that at 14 hung from a branch and the branch broke, that stood on the edge of the 17th floor balcony and Vanya woke up, that lived in hell for 2 years and got up every morning. The part that doesn't want to die, that never wanted to, that was simply tired of living the way she'd been living. Maybe this part is the soul. She said, enough. Not enough living. Enough like this. Enough enduring. Enough staying silent. Enough being convenient, useful, functional. Enough solving other people's problems. Enough wearing the corset. Enough. This was the very bottom you push off from. Not beautiful, not poetic. Kitchen, nighttime, knife on the table. Ugly, shameful, real. This is where the book began. From this kitchen, from this knife, from this second when I stood between one more attempt at living and I chose not life. I chose to try one more time, one last backup plan, instead of everything else, myself, as a project, not for someone, for me. This was a beginning, clumsy, shameful, but a beginning. The very one this book was worth writing for. Chapter 80th, Two Strangers. Then came the second Dispenza seminar, February 2025, and there I met two people who changed everything. Not therapists, not gurus, just two people. The first told me about AA, Alcoholics Anonymous, and said one phrase that was key for me: you don't have to believe in God there. My relationship with God wasn't "I don't believe." Worse, a conflict, since childhood. As a child, I found myself an explanation, the only one that kept me from going mad from what was happening. My soul chose this, chose it itself, this family, this grandmother, this pain, to learn something, to become stronger, to pass a lesson that couldn't be passed otherwise. This explanation kept me afloat, like a raft of rotting board on not beautiful, not reliable, but you're on it, and you're not drowning. If the soul chose, it has meaning. It wasn't for nothing. You can endure. And at the same time, on a different floor in the same child, lived something else. My grandmother was religious, prayed, made me recite prayers, and I watched her, a woman who prays and beats, prays and curses, prays and puts you on your knees on buckwheat, and drew my own conclusions. She didn't say God punished you. I decided that myself, because there was no other explanation. If God exists and grandmother prays to him and does to me what she does, then God is on her side. Then I'm bad. Then I deserved it. He sees everything, the beating, the expulsion, the corner, and doesn't intervene, watches and doesn't help. What's the point of asking him for help? He never helped me, saw everything, and didn't help. God didn't save my mother either, didn't take the bottle from her hands, didn't bring her home. In my world, God stood on the side of those who hit, or he didn't exist at all. Two beliefs live side by side without conflicting, as happens with children who simultaneously believe in Santa Claus and know that gifts are bought by mom. The soul chose this experience, and God punished me for being bad. One gave hope, the other gave explanation. Both were needed to survive. Then in the 7th month of pregnancy, the first raft fell apart. When I stood with a growing belly and couldn't buy the baby a single thing, when that cruel part rose that speaks to children only in grandmother's voice, when I saw I was repeating what I'd sworn to protect against, at that moment the explanation the soul chose stopped working. What soul? Why would a soul choose a mother who can't stroke her own belly? And I allowed a thought more frightening than all grandmother's curses. Maybe there is no soul. Maybe we live once. Maybe there was no meaning in this pain, no lesson, no plan, no choice. It just happened. Just bad luck. Just chaos, in which a child got what she got, and no one chose, and no one watches from above, and there's no one to turn to. And with this I lived, with an empty space where other people have faith. Only me, only control, only handle it yourself. Then my grandmother put me on my knees in the corner, and when 30 years later the AA program says, get on your knees and pray, the body recognizes it instantly. Same knees, same posture, same demand. Repent, admit you're bad, ask forgiveness from someone above. Before it was grandmother. Now, God, for my inner child there was no difference. And this guy at Dispenza says, you don't have to believe in God there. Your higher power can be anything. A group, nature, and the door that had been nailed shut since childhood creaking, cracked open, not flung wide. A crack, enough for air to seep through. I felt it in my chest, as if something slightly unclenched. The second stranger who changed my life was also a former alcoholic. He stood before me, alive, calm, sober, with a great body, and said, why would I drink now when I can just breathe? And I believed him, not because he argued convincingly, but because he was standing, alive, a former alcoholic who no longer drinks, not because he conquered himself, not because he found God, but because he found another way to cope with what he used to drink from, breathing. He showed me what he does, how he breathes, how through breathing he reaches the body, how through the body, feelings, how through feelings, the state Dispenza calls elevation, which I would later call more simply, when it's not empty inside. The next day, I quit drinking alcohol. Chapter 81st, AA. Before this, I could drink a bottle of wine a day. Every other day, a bottle. I knew. If I continued, I'd die like my mother, like Uncle Oleg. Same organs, same method, same ending. Grandmother's curse, fulfilling itself literally. Mother, a babe, not died. Oleg, beaten to death while drunk. I'm next. And every time I poured myself wine, I knew this, and poured. I tried to quit. Couldn't. Not because I lacked willpower. Couldn't because wine wasn't the problem. Wine was the answer to pain that had no other exit. Therapist Oleg once said to me long ago, "You don't have an alcohol problem. You have many other problems." I didn't understand then what he meant. Understood later. Alcohol wasn't the disease. It was anesthesia. The only working one. The only one that worked when nothing else did. And after the second Dispenza, after those two strangers who changed my whole life by the simple fact that they'd made it, I went to AA, Alcoholics Anonymous. A specific problem, a specific goal, quit drinking. Simple, logical, like all my projects, saw the task, solve it, came to a meeting, sat, listened. AA didn't click. The format wasn't mine. People talked about binges, about hitting bottom, about losing everything, and I sat thinking, this isn't about me. I'm not an alcoholic. My mother was an alcoholic. I just drink to survive. That's different. The resistance was powerful. My story is worse. This isn't my group. My body clenched at every meeting. Belonging means being vulnerable, and I didn't know how to do that. But in AA, I learned about ACA, Adult Children of Alcoholics. Not me, the alcoholic, my mother. And everything wrong with me isn't brokenness, but a pattern. I started going to meetings. All my time went to reflection, to breathing, to practices, to yoga, to ACA, to therapy, to inner work. I did Kundalini yoga, Joe Dispenza meditations, and breathing for 12 hours a day. Got up at 3 or 4 a.m. to do these practices every day. Vanya just said, I call you and all you do is breathe. I answered, I'm doing everything I can to restore the family. Preserving the family is the most important thing in my life right now. That's why I don't go anywhere. I do all these practices to calm down and restore love. I went to the Loving Parent Group and ACA. Many there lived in isolation, like me. 4 walls, closed door, phone on silent. I wanted to learn to go out. But meditation, breathing, and loving parent, this is what heals all these problems. I understood this from my own skin, not from a book, not from a therapist, from my own body, which for the first time in decades began to relax slightly. But the first year was a pit. Most of the time I was down. I didn't want to buy things, though I could. Didn't want to meet friends, see people. Even when they called, I tensed up. Phone on do not disturb mode, so no one could even show a notification or call. I isolated myself within 4 walls. Avoided everything. First 4 months of recovery and I see no progress. My hands drop. Again, despair and isolation. How much longer? All my kind conversations with the critic and the perfectionist, when they haven't captured me yet and I can still think. All that is only available when I'm alone. The moment another person appears, instant capture, strong critic, skeptic, hellish fear of error from the perfectionist, all the fears. The time is passing wasted, inefficiently, we're wasting time. Well, all of that. But every time I had even a little good mood that year, and that was rare, like a break in solid clouds, I drove to the family and invested everything I'd gathered in the silence of my cell, every drop of warmth I'd managed to collect through breathing and meditations, I carried there, to them. I gave up all social events, focused only on the child, the house, work. This was my compensation. The 8th step of ACA suggested the main people I'd harmed are Artem and Ivan. There were practically no others. This is exactly what helped and continues to help preserve the family. This is truly the most important thing for me. I understood in meditations. My goal is to work on myself, improve my relationship with Ivan and Artem. If I die now, what am I living for? For this, for them, for us. And I constantly saw I want to restore our relationship with Ivan, with Artem. I don't know whether it's codependency or real feelings. Because when things got really bad, in the pit, in despair, in hopelessness, I hated them all. Wanted them not to exist. Wanted to die myself. But when I climbed out even a little, when it let go even slightly, when breathing started working and the body relaxed a bit, I invariably drove to them, and the feelings were stable, precisely when I felt better. But codependency pulls down, and this pulled up. Here it was different. Each time rising from the pit, I chose them. Not from despair, not because there's nowhere else to go, not because being alone is scary, but because when the fog cleared, they were what I saw, what I wanted to walk toward. It was a pendulum, from the pit to practice, from practice to family, from family back to the pit, from the pit back to the cell, and in circles month after month. But each time rising, I drove to them, and each time the feeling was the same. I want to go home, want to go to my people. Each time the same, warmth in my stomach when I turned toward home. The first stranger was a woman, blonde, mid-50s. She stood at the microphone and said she'd been sober for 11 years, but sobriety was not the point. The point was what she said next. I was exactly where you are, and I got out. The second was a man, younger. He talked about breathwork, how he'd started breathing and his body began releasing what it had stored for decades. Tremors, screams, then calm, real calm. Not the kind you force, the kind that comes when something inside finally unclenches. Chapter 82nd, AA versus ACA. Why didn't AA work for me? In ACA, people told their stories. Men and women who drank for years, lost families, jobs, homes, woke up in unfamiliar places, couldn't remember the night before. They said, I'm an alcoholic, and I'm powerless before alcohol. And the room nodded, and they continued, and I listened. And didn't recognize myself. Not because my story was easier. It was different. I didn't wake up in a ditch. I woke up in bed, went to work, earned a 6-figure salary, won lawsuits for Artem, received exceeds high bar, and in the evening poured wine. Not to get drunk, to fall asleep, to not scream at the child. So the formula inside, all for nothing, nothing will change, no one will come, would shut up for at least an hour. I wasn't an alcoholic. But AA didn't see this difference. In AA, everyone is an alcoholic, period. In AA, you haven't drunk for 30 years, and still, I'm an alcoholic. Remission doesn't count, like the gold medal with grandmother. And the program is the same for everyone. Admit powerlessness, trust God, do the steps, attend meetings. 30 years sober, attend. 40 years, attend. Until the end of life, attend and repent. I sat watching people who hadn't had a drop in 30 years, still introducing themselves. I'm an alcoholic. 30 years, and still repenting, still bad, still guilty. And something inside me rebelled, not protest, recognition, because I knew this model. I grew up in it. Grandmother, you're guilty. You're bad. You must repent. Stand on your knees until you ask forgiveness. And AA was offering me the same thing in different packaging. Eternal repentance, eternal guilt, eternal I'm not good enough. No thanks. I already lived in that for 40 years. I'd had enough. And one more thing. In AA, they examined what you did wrong, whom you harmed, before whom you're guilty, did an inventory key, the fourth step, but didn't examine. Why? Didn't dig to the root. Didn't ask, where did this come from? Where did this bottle come from? Where did this powerlessness come from? What happened in childhood? What was done to you before you started doing this to yourself? Hurt people wasn't discussed. AA treated the symptom, alcohol, but didn't touch the cause, violenti, the pain they drank from. And the solution, the only solution AA offered or Shias, was trust the higher power, God, surrender control. And for some people it worked, for people who could believe, for people who had some notion that the world could be safe, that someone above cares, that you can let go and not fall. But I was the girl who prayed for her mother to come back, and mother didn't come back. What God? The one who punishes children? The one you pray to on your knees, like grandmother put you in the corner? My inner child doesn't believe in God. Can't. Not because I'm an atheist. Because every time he trusted something bigger than himself, he was betrayed. My sponsor from ACA would later tell me, you don't have to believe. It's enough to be willing to believe. Willing to believe, that's a sign. That's already a step. And this changed everything, because willing to believe isn't a demand for blind faith. It's permission to doubt. And doubting I could do. Since birth. AA didn't click. I admitted it, not easily, because admitting that yet another attempt didn't work was one more piece of evidence. Nothing helps. But I admitted it and left. And then, in AA, ironically, I learned about ACA. Adult children of alcoholics. Not me, the alcoholic. Not me, the problem. My mother was the alcoholic, and I grew up in it. And everything happening to me, control, perfectionism, inability to relax, inability to feel, inability to ask, inability to trust, isn't my personal defect. It's the reaction of a child who grew up in a dysfunctional family. It has a name, it has a description, it has other people who've been through it. I came to my first ACA meeting and heard 3 rules that took my breath away. 3 rules of the alcoholic family I grew up in. Don't talk, don't trust, don't feel. My entire life. In 3 words. Don't tell the truth. Grandmother will punish. Don't trust anyone. Everyone will betray. Don't feel feelings hurt too much. Better numbness. I live by these rules from birth. I didn't know they existed as a formulation. I didn't know other people lived by them too. I thought it was just life. My life. Normal. And there, a room. People who survived hell. The same as mine. Beatings, expulsion, control, curses, silence, loneliness. And they sat alive and said aloud what I'd been silent about for 40 years. And the most important thing, they didn't just survive. They crossed the river that Joe Dispenza often talks about. They stood on the other bank and said, there is light here. It's dim. You don't see it right away, but it's there. I learned about reparenting, about how inside every adult child of an alcoholic lives a small child no one raised, and the task is not to find the perfect parent outside, there won't be one, but to grow one inside. Become your own mother, become your own father, talk to yourself in a kind voice, notice yourself, comfort, praise, protect, everything grandmother didn't do, everything mother didn't do, everything grandfather wanted to but couldn't. And here's the difference with AA, huge, fundamental. In AA, the solution is God. Surrender to Him. Trust. In ACA, the solution is you. Grow an inner parent. Become what you never had. Don't wait for someone to come and save you. Become that someone for yourself. Don't count on a higher power. Become your own higher power. Through meditation, through breathing, through the kind voice, through daily, monotonous, boring work, like everything that truly changes a life. For me, thorough, analytical, not one to take things on faith, this was the only thing that could work. Not believe, but do. Not surrender control, but learn to control differently, from inside, not outside. Not you're powerless, but you're stronger than you think. You've just been directing the strength in the wrong direction. The A book became my Bible, not because I found God or because I found myself, the little one, the one who stood in the corner on her knees, the one who at 6 months lay in a crib and waited. She hadn't gone anywhere. She simply waited, 40 years, for someone to come and say, I'm here. I won't leave. You're not alone. And that someone, strangely enough, turned out to be me. The biggest breakthrough began when I broke the rules. Don't talk. I started talking, aloud, at meetings, in my journal, in this book. Don't trust. I started trusting. First in the group, then a sponsor, then a little myself. Don't feel. I started feeling. And that ripped open every wound, all of them, at once, as if I'd opened a hatch under which 40 years of what I'd hidden had been accumulating. And it all poured out. Pain, hatred, shame, guilt, grief, anger, despair, longing for the mother who isn't there, anger at the grandmother who exists only in memory. It all poured out, and I drowned in it, and fell, and rose, and fell again. But that was the salvation, not in the falling, in the fact that I was falling and rising differently now, not mechanically, not on autopilot, not because I had to, but because I chose to, for the first time, for myself, for that little girl inside who waited 40 years for someone to come for her. I came, not mother, not grandmother, not Vanya, not God, me. The knees remember grandmother's corner, but I got up from them myself. And this was the beginning of what I would later call transformation. This was not an insight. I'd had many insights. This was different. For the first time since childhood, I sat in a room and wasn't alone in my abnormality. Not everyone around is normal, I'm not. But there are several of us. There are many of us. And we're all alive. Not healing. Simply for the first time, not alone with it. In AA, I found a name. In ACA, a map. The 12 steps are not a healing program. They are a program of honesty. First, with yourself, then with those you love, then with everything else. I started with the first. It was the most impossible. When I first read the characteristics of adult children of alcoholics, all 14 points, I didn't cry. I laughed, nervously, briefly, like a person who'd been searching for a diagnosis for 40 years and suddenly found it in one paragraph. For the first time in my life, my defect turned out to be not unique. For the first time, not alone. Chapter 83rd, The First Arrival. April 21st, 2025. Adderall free and prescribed for ADHD. Cannabis for curves, prescribed for sleep. A dispensa meditation, 6 straight hours. I didn't plan this. Didn't set an alarm for enlightenment at 2 p.m. Just sat, closed my eyes, and didn't get up for 6 hours. Then 2 more weeks, 12 to 18 hours a day. Got up at 5 a.m., sat on the mat, and until night. Not because I wanted to set a record, but because the body finally spoke, and I couldn't shut it up. 41 years it was silent. 41 years I forced it to be silent, with the corset, with control, with a pulled-in stomach, with clenched teeth, and now it opened its mouth, and waves poured out. The state was like being on mushrooms, but I was lucid and remembered everything. Waves moved through the body, from the pelvis upward, along the spine to the crown. The snake, cracking sound like a chiropractor working in the room, only without the chiropractor. The body moved on its own, not from my command, but from its own logic, which I'd suppressed for 40 years. Muscles were restructuring, spasms releasing. Strange involuntary movements came out of the body, like an animal stretching after lying in a cage for a very long time. The body was doing Kundalini yoga, which I'd never practiced and didn't even know about at that point. And I saw beliefs, not as thoughts, as structures, as walls someone had built inside me long ago, and I'd been living behind them without knowing they were walls, not the world. I must be useful to exist, I see. Relaxing equals dangerous, I see. My body is not a source of truth, but a working tool, I see. Each belief, like a brick, each spasm, the point where the brick was cemented into the body, and the main thing. I saw how my corset was built from the inside. The outer muscles, strong. The ones you can see, abs, shoulders, back. The ones that hold the facade. The ones that let you work 12 hours, carry a child, drag suitcases through 3 countries, smile in an interview when inside you want to die. And the inner muscles, the core, the ones holding the spine, the ones that should be the foundation, weak, barely functioning, like a house with massive walls and a rotted foundation. And I saw when it started. The body showed right here, in infancy, right here the first chakra closed. When mother disappeared, when crying didn't work, when no one came, the body at 6 months made a decision. Close, clench, survive. And since then, 41 years, it hadn't opened. And in those 6 hours, something began to open. Not immediately, not fully, like a door stuck from moisture that gives a millimeter, but gives. I called this given a new life, not because I was instantly healed, but because for the first time I saw the map. Before I walked by feel, now I saw from above. The walls are the same, but I knew where the turns were. Then the effect ended. The body clenched back. The critic switched on. Control returned. But the map remained. And the body remembered. This is what it's like when you're open. This is what it's like when you breathe for real. This is what it's like when the spine isn't clamped but stands. The body tried and now knew where to go, and I went. After the first arrival, I understood 2 things. First, insights in the head don't heal. The body heals. Through breathing, through movement, through what the head doesn't need to understand, the lungs just need to breathe. Second, the scheduled bladder surgery wouldn't help me. The problem isn't the bladder. The problem is that my pelvis has been clenched since age 3, since the day I wet myself on the carpet in front of everyone. And until the pelvis opens and I work through the shame, no surgery will change anything. I canceled the surgery, started working with the pelvis, with the sacrum, with the feet, building a map of the body, bone by bone, muscle by muscle, the way I built a career, only now inward, not outward. Then Sadhguru, the ashram, the Shunya program, 3 months of intensive practice, breathwork, kundalini, meditation every day. I'll tell the full story later. What matters here? That's where I came back from, transformed. Chapter 84th, Broken Dishes. After the ashram and finding myself, I came to Artem for the weekend feeling uplifted. I dreamed I could come back, we'd get a dog, I'd devote time to family, stop working so much, everything would be fine. I was doing 3 hours of practices a day, breathing, shaking, rocking the inner child. 3 hours a day, every day. I was certain I'm ready. It lasted 50 minutes. He shoved me, screamed, insulted me, then smashed all the dishes, wrecked the kitchen, everything he could get his hands on, plates, cups, glasses, the sound of breaking dishes, like grandmother's voice, sharp, sudden, making everything inside clench. Before I would have stopped him, grabbed him, pinned him to the floor by force, or screamed back, in that same grandmother's voice that made me shudder for hours afterward, or run to the bathroom and sat there shaking. But this time, for the first time, I didn't stop him. Simply removed from the danger zone anything that could hurt, and stood nearby, silent, not angry, not screaming, not clenching my teeth. All my practices helped. 3 months of breathing, kundalini, meditations, talking to the inner child. 3 months I taught the body not to react the old way, and the body obeyed for the first time. He wrecked everything and stopped, not because I stopped him, because he ran out of fuel, because for the first time an adult stood nearby who didn't answer fire with fire, who didn't become another source of screaming, who simply was. Then I explained to him, calmly, as never before, you were probably angry at me, for living apart from you, for leaving, for the small apartment instead of a house with a pool. You have the right to be angry. You're in pain. I see that. He cried. The next day, the episode repeated. I held steady again. Then I fell apart. Not him. Me. I crumbled inside, as if I'd held a building on my back while he was smashing. And when he left, the building collapsed on me. For a month I couldn't see him, couldn't visit, cried for hours, couldn't work. The part that held let go, and underneath it was empty. Vanya added to it, said, you've been doing your practices for a month and a half and there's no result. You're just as bad. Go to the gym, do a cold plunge, get a hobby, and everything will be fine. What you're doing is all crap. I sat and cried and tried to kill the hope that I'd ever return to that house, because I didn't want to come where I get screamed at. I was tired of reviving this hope, wanted to kill it for good, but didn't know how to live without it. And then, a month later, something happened that I didn't expect. They prescribed him medication after that incident, and it started helping. For the first time, we'd tried everything over 4 years. On the weekend, when Vanya was building a sauna and I had to be with Artem, he didn't scream once. Not once. Before we had this, 1 day in 3 months, he doesn't scream. 1 day without screaming was a good day, a holiday. We marked it internally, the way you mark remission. And here, 2 days in a row, Vanya saw changes too throughout that month. And what struck me most wasn't the medication. The medication helped, but the coincidence was too precise. Things started changing when I started working on myself, and when I allowed him to do what he was doing. Not stopped, not screamed, not run away, just allowed. As if for 10 years he had been waiting not for my control, not for my screaming, not for my instructions and correct words from books. He was waiting for an adult to stand beside him who wouldn't crumble from his pain, who could endure, without answering fire with fire. Of course, I need more days like that to stop being afraid to come and spend time with him. This isn't healing yet. This is the first exhale after 10 years of holding your breath. But he didn't scream. 2 days. And that was like a miracle. A small, quiet, ugly miracle, preceded by broken dishes and a month when I couldn't get off the floor. Chapter 85th. How I Learned to Push Back. For 12 years I was silent. What that looked like I've already written. Skirts, massages, 12 days of silence, drinking to sleep with him when I didn't want to. 4 outbursts of anger in all those years. I won't repeat it. The body remembers. This is about how the silence began to end. How a fight used to work. He said something, and everything clenched inside. Not necessarily a scream, sometimes a contemptuous look, sometimes words that individually are normal, but in the context of 12 years hit the same place grandmother hit, not the stomach, the dignity. And the autopilot switched on. Go silent, swallow, don't show, and then hot makeup, quickly, reset the conflict to preserve contact, not because I thought I was wrong, because being cut off was scarier than any injustice. He lived with a woman who doesn't get offended and doesn't ask for help, care, and support. He thought so for 12 years, and I was stockpiling, like grandmother, only I didn't explode. I drank, and one day stood on the balcony of the 17th floor. January 2026, the fight that changed everything. Vanya called at noon. Started with a complaint. I promised to come by 12 and would be 2 hours late due to circumstances I had communicated. You promised and aren't keeping your word. Anxiety switched on immediately. Familiar, bodily, I'm unreliable. I don't keep my word. I'm wrong again. Then, without pause, he moved to an example. Told me about friends. They want a divorce because you can't rely on a person because of their ADHD. For him, it was someone else's story, an abstract example, not about us. But I was already inside the anxiety. The body was already on guard. And when right after, you don't keep your word, came, you can't rely on a person, the body connected the dots before the head. Not because I'm paranoid. Because 12 years of criticism taught me to hear judgment where it hasn't been spoken yet. I interrupted. Said I hear this as a continuation, that first I was accused of unreliability, then the accusation was reinforced with a story where people divorce over it. You made up a dialogue in your head that didn't happen, he said. You got offended by words I didn't even say. He wanted one thing, for me to admit I'd misunderstood, that his example had nothing to do with me, that the problem was my interpretation, not how he started the conversation. I wrote him a letter, detailed, explained. I didn't react to his intention, I reacted to the context, to the complaint that started the conversation, to the anxiety it triggered, to 12 years during which the body learned to expect judgment in every conversation. I didn't make up a dialogue. I lived the context he set, and it hurt. He didn't accept a single explanation. The formula remained. You distorted, you imagined, the problem is you. On the phone he added, you have an imaginary person in your head, It's possibly a consequence of your ADHD. I can't guess what's in your head. You have an imaginary person in your head. This is possibly a consequence of your ADHD. I can't guess what's going on inside you. That is, instead of I see my words hurt you, you have a perception defect. Instead of let's figure out what happened, you made it up. My pain was reclassified as my malfunction. We were arguing about what counts as reality. For him, reality was his intention and his words. For me, my reaction and my body. He said one thing, I heard another, and instead of trying to understand why I heard it that way, he insisted I heard it wrong. I showed my anger on the phone. He reacted by saying, "You're mean." Hung up. Don't come. Before, I would have given in, apologized for being offended, swallowed it. This time I wrote another letter. Not hysterical, long, numbered, 10 patterns of our interaction, each with a mechanism, examples, and a description of what it does to me. Context is excluded. Only his words and his intention are recognized as reality. My explanations don't change his position, no matter how many times I explain. My labor is devalued. Where's the result? Nothing is changing. Prove it. My emotions are allowed only when convenient. Anger. You're mean. Phone hung up. I wrote not out of revenge. I wrote because, for the first time in my life, I had language for what was happening. A CA gave me that language, and I could name the mechanism with precise words, not with screaming and not with silence. I lay down and fell asleep. Calmly, without ruminating, without the usual horror that contact was severed and the world collapsed. The body responded with relief. Anger came out in words, and then afterward it got quieter, not louder. He called back, apologized, offered to make up. Before I would have rushed in, reset everything just so he'd talk to me again. This time I didn't rush. Said, but inside held one thing. Without acknowledging what happened, reconciliation is just another devaluation. We started talking, slowly, like two people who'd spent 12 years communicating in different languages. He started hearing, not my arguments, but my pain. Started asking, did I upset you? He hadn't asked before, because he didn't know I got upset. Now he knew. March, Friday, 2026. Called Vanya, just wanted to be together. Suggested going to a restaurant or buying shrimp and cooking together. He answered, sorry, you're not my focus of attention. You're calling short notice. Not, I'm busy, let's do tomorrow. But you're not my focus of attention, like a task that was postponed. I invited my husband to spend the evening together, and was told I'm not a priority. The body heard the familiar. Before this would have triggered the chain. Critic, of course, who needs you? Surrenderer, pointless. Binge eater, open the fridge. It didn't trigger. Not because I suddenly became strong, but because that morning I'd breathed 2 hours. The body was in a different state, not survival mode, but slightly below, slightly softer. And when the familiar chain tried to start, I managed to notice it before it picked up speed. I cooked myself dinner, arranged it beautifully on a plate, as I'd never done before, because before, food was a task, not a pleasure. Promised myself I'd draw, went to work on the book. A plate instead of a pit, a small choice, but mine. Sunday, 2 days later, Artem's Day. We were making a celebration for him, the three of us. At the table, I shared with Vanya a dream, something I'd been carrying for months and hadn't told anyone aloud. I said, I want my book to be recommended in every AA group. Not from vanity, from a conviction that had grown over the past year. I'd attended AA meetings. People there walked in for 30 years saying, I'm an alcoholic. 30 years of repenting. And it's true. They're alcoholics. But it's not the whole truth. Because almost all of them grew up in the same houses as me. They treated alcohol, the symptom, and the root, childhood, remained untouched. No one asked why the person started drinking. No one taught loving parent. No one explained why meditation works at the level of the nervous system. Not because God. For those who lost faith, for the thorough, for the analytical, AA had no tools. I wanted to provide them. He straightened an invisible crown on his head and said, Crown not too tight? First I couldn't respond. A lump, clenching. The same mechanism as with grandmother. When it hurts, go silent. But this time between it hurts and go silent, a gap appeared. A second, maybe two. Into that gap, I inserted words. You devalued the thing most precious to me. I've been carrying this book. I haven't left the house. And you, crown. He, what, you've never been offended before? Always offended. Just held it in. He, I didn't know you were like that. Well, I am. And when I joke about myself, that's my right. Russians can joke about Russians, but Americans about Russians, no. When you joke about me at the moment, I trust you with the most precious thing. That's not a joke. That's devaluation. I said this calmly, looking him in the eyes, in the voice I hadn't had for 40 years. He didn't leave, didn't go silent, stood and listened, then, not right away, apologized. For there was nothing to apologize for, not because he didn't offend, but because I didn't show that I was offended. He lived with a woman who endures, and I with a man to whom I couldn't show pain, because if I did, he'd leave. I was always afraid of that. Nobody left. On Friday, I handled myself. Didn't fall into the pit after "you're not in my focus," a plate, the book. On Sunday, I handled him, said, well, I am, and didn't apologize for it. Between those 2 days, between the girl who for 40 years swallowed every devaluation and the woman who looked him in the eyes and named things by their names, a whole life, the program, the steps, the cat, the breathing, the dictaphone, notes on the fridge, and one skill I'm learning again at 41, to say that it hurts. Vanya is relearning. Started asking, started noticing, started apologizing, clumsily, like a person who was also never taught. I'm relearning to push back, not with a fist and not with silence, with words, quiet, precise. We are both without a model, both from houses where love looked like work and tenderness like weakness. We didn't read a CA books, didn't attend meetings, didn't meditate with Dispenza. He had no map, no language for what was happening to us, and still he was changing, without tools, without a therapist, simply because I finally told the truth, and he heard it. For a person without a map, that's courage. I still live separately, want to return on every day. But I need more time to get used to the fact that Artem doesn't scream, and Vanya is beginning to see me as a woman, not a function. This is not a happy ending. This is an honest beginning. or an honest ending. I don't know which yet. I said, I don't want a dialogue where everything is my fault. I didn't know whether it would work, didn't know whether he'd leave, didn't know whether this was the end of the marriage. But I said it and didn't take it back. That is how it works. It doesn't look like a movie scene. It looks like a text message at 2 a.m. that you rewrite 17 times and then send anyway. Vanya read. Called the next day, said, I hear you. Didn't say sorry, didn't say I was wrong. Said, I hear you. For him that was a lot, for me it was enough. I'm relearning, pushing back, not with a fist and not with silence, with words, with presence, with the willingness to say, this hurts me, and not run away from the fact that it hurts. We are both without a model, both from houses where love looked like war. Both had to learn from scratch how to fight and stay close, how to be angry and not destroy, how to say this hurts and not expect a blow in return. He didn't read ACA books, didn't go to meetings, didn't meditate. His way of changing was different, slower, quieter, less visible. But he changed, not how I wanted, how he could. I still live separately, want to come back every day, but I need more time, more silence, more getting used to the fact that I can say this hurts and not be thrown out for it. This is not a happy ending. This is an honest beginning, or an honest end. I don't know yet. I just know that for the first time in 12 years, both of us are trying, clumsily, with setbacks, with the old patterns still firing, but trying. Chapter 86. Wild Kitten. On a ketamine session, Wild Kitten appeared, the same one from the basement. Small, black, skinny, with protruding shoulder blades. Who wants contact and bites first? Who wants a belly rub and immediately attacks? Who waits to be picked up and is afraid of being dropped? On a session with Tanya, when I first fell into this child, the 4-year-old who waits for mom and mom doesn't come, I cried and whispered I'd settle for at least a cat. The loneliness was so deep you could drown in it, and the only thing I could say from that place, at least a living creature beside me, warm. Who won't leave? Who doesn't care that I'm a bad mother, bad wife, bad granddaughter? A cat doesn't care. A cat is just there. And then Lapa appeared. Lapa the cat, also from a shelter, also abandoned, also grew up without a mother, like me. When I took her, she was wild, hissed, bit, wouldn't let you touch her, showed her belly, announced and immediately attacked. Wanted contact, nah, and was the first to reject. Tested. Will you leave or stay? Will you hit or endure? A classic pattern, testing attachment through aggression. The same one I'd been doing with Vanya for 12 years, the same one Artem was doing with me. I moved out from Vanya and took Lapa with me, to the cell, to the small empty apartment where the book began, and started doing with her what I couldn't learn to do with people. Spoke in a kind voice, didn't leave when she bit, didn't scream when she scratched, didn't reject when she hissed, said, "You're not alone. I'm here. You can come when you're ready." The same words I needed to say to myself. The same unconditional love I could give a cat, but not myself. Not yet. The kind voice didn't originate inside me. It wasn't there. Never. In my house, no one spoke that way. Grandmother spoke in commands. Not once did anyone say sunshine or how are you in a voice that makes you want not to run but to stay. The first time I heard this voice was by accident. Maxime was busy and his mother called. I picked up his phone. His mother. Nadezhda Vasilyevna didn't know I'd answered, and started speaking, immediately, without pause, in that very voice. "My sunshine, how are you?" I froze, not from surprise, from recognizing something I'd never had, but that the body instantly identified as needed, as if inside me there was an outlet nothing had ever been plugged into, and suddenly someone plugged something in and the light turned on. Lapa, slowly, over months, like everything in my life, began to thaw, stopped biting so hard, started lying beside me, then on me, on my left shoulder, where the biggest tension lives, as if she knew, purred, warm, alive, and I lay there and felt, this is it. This is what it's like when someone is simply beside you, not because you're useful, not because you earned it, simply beside you. And I began transferring this experience inward. First, a kind voice with Lapa, then with Artem, when he calmed down in the evening and became warm, tender, small, then with myself, 1 millimeter at a time. First outward, you learn to love a living creature that bites. Then you see from outside what it looks like, not abandoning someone who tests. Then you apply it to yourself. From nothing, everything is born. This is how I created love, from nothing, like Munchausen pulling himself by the hair. Only instead of hair, a cat, and I'm a cat too. It's not Maxim, I said, but please continue. She laughed and continued in the same voice, warm, soft, unhurried, as if she had all the time in the world for me, though I wasn't her grandchild, wasn't her anything, just a stranger on the phone. The second time I heard this voice was several years later. My friend Lita described how her nanny used to talk to her as a child, gently, patiently, with that same sunshine. For Lita, it was simply a description of a good nanny. For me, a revelation. So that's what it sounds like. So that's what a child can hear. So that's what I never had. Years passed. I adopted the cat Lapa from a shelter. Wild, bitey, distrustful. I looked at her and recognized myself. An animal from a basement that hisses when you reach out. Not from evil, from fear. And I began transferring this experience inward. First, Dostoevsky to real Lapa, then to the inner kitten, the same one from the basement, frightened, hissing, biting, but alive. 2 shelter creatures, both without a mother, both with distrust instead of closeness, both learning to be held for the first time in their lives. The kind voice said on ketamine, the kitten shouldn't be scolded, she should be cherished. And every time the critic starts screaming, you're defective, you're not coping, you'll never manage, I imagine the kitten, small, wild, in the basement, and I say, I'm here, you're not alone, this will pass. It works, not because I believe in imagery, but because the body responds to tone, to a kind voice, to warmth, even if it comes from yourself, even if at first you don't believe it. From a basement kitten to a panther, not right away. The one who learns to trust Joaquin first learns to let herself be held, then to walk without flinching, then to lie in the sun, and then someday to become the one who holds others. And what's your image for the vulnerable part? Maybe it's a kitten, maybe a puppy, maybe a baby bird, something small, something alive, something that doesn't need instructions, just warmth. Chapter 87th, Take What's Yours. February 13th, 2026. I didn't attend my grandmother's funeral. When she died, I didn't come, couldn't handle it. And since then, I'd never said goodbye. Years passed, and inside it lay, unspoken, unclosed. I lit 2 candles, one hers. The other three, mine. Tied them with string. Over time, when the connecting string burned through, her candle grew bigger. Mine, small. I started speaking. You're big, I am small. Forgive me and release me. Take back what's yours. I don't need what's not mine. Take back the belief that you can scream at children and they'll become better. Take back your victim, your martyr, your rescuer. Take back the shame for the body, for feelings, for weakness. Take back relaxing is not allowed and asking is shameful. I came here a very loving girl, simply, boundlessly loving, and I'm taking that back. I give back what's yours. I don't need what's not mine. But her candle burned out first. A small stub lay at my feet. Now I am big, I said. You are small. And in that moment, instead of the anger I'd prepared, something else came. No anger at all, as if I'd opened a door behind which a fire should have been standing, and it was quiet, warm, peace. Gratitude. Not for the beatings, not for the corner, not for the belt with the clasp, for taking me at 6 months, for not sending me to the orphanage, for being there when there was no one else. Harsh, terrifying, unbearable, but there. This was not forgiveness. Forgiveness came earlier, at the 8th step, and it was different. This was separation, a boundary between her life and mine, between what she put inside me and what I choose to carry forward. The next day came a gift. I loaded all my diaries, years of entries, voice notes, notebooks, into ChatGPT, and it analyzed my life, all the patterns, all the cycles, in a few hours, what therapy would have taken years. I sat reading and cried, healing tears, as if someone finally read my diary cover to cover and said, I see everything, and I'm not leaving. On the 13th, said goodbye to grandmother. On the 14th, saw myself, by irony of fate, on my mother's birthday. While you carry what's not yours, Wayne, you can't see your own. Your hands are full. Put it down, and you see. Chapter 88, Mahashivratri. February 2026, Mahashivratri, an Indian holiday, the night of Shiva, the night when, by tradition, you can turn to something bigger than yourself. I don't believe in Shiva. Don't believe in God, and I've written that already. But after Sadhguru, something shifted in my relationship to ritual. Not to faith, to action. Ritual is not prayer. Ritual is when you do something with the body and the body remembers. That night I didn't sleep, as is customary on Mahashivratri, staying awake until dawn. I sat in the dark, alone in my cell, and did what I'd never done, asked. Not God, not Shiva, not a higher power. My lineage. I remembered from Hellinger's constellations, family constellation therapy, a method where you stand in for your ancestors to untangle inherited patterns, but I had never done this. I asked for help, I said, aloud, in the empty apartment. Not salvation, help. Then I did what came on its own, not from a book, not from an instruction, from the body. I scooped out loneliness with my hands, with my palms, as if inside me was a well, and at the bottom, thick, black, heavy water, and I scooped it with my palms and poured it out, scooped and poured, again and again. The hands moved on their own, not beautifully, not ritually, but childlike, like a child scooping water from a puddle, simply because she wants the puddle gone. It went on for a long time. I didn't count. By morning, the well hadn't emptied, but it got shallower. Shoulders dropped. For the first time in months, unclenched. First I separated from grandmother. Then saw my patterns. Then for the first time asked my lineage for help. 3 days, 3 actions. None was therapy, an insight, a book, a seminar. All 3 were ritual, bodily, clumsy, nocturnal, done not because it helps, but because there's nothing else left to do. The lineage answered, not with a voice, not with a sign, with a sensation, as if behind my back, not emptiness, but someone. Many, silent but standing. I didn't become a believer, didn't find God, but I stopped being alone.